Good morning, everybody. Hello, you gardeners. It's so nice to have your company. We are going to be here for the next 4 hours. We have our amazing Adam Woolcott in the potting shed with us.
Hi, Bex.
And the first thing we need to talk about... No, hugs first, hugs first. The first thing we need to talk about is, it's Adam's birthday today.
Yeah.
He's got his birthday boy badge on because he is our special birthday boy today. So please send us your messages. It's so nice to have Adam here. And I'm so glad you came on your birthday.
I know, 35 today, can you believe it?
Yeah, I mean, let's go with that.
Amazing.
Let's go with that, shall we?
I wish.
All right, a few things for us to cover off first. So we've got loads of postage incentives. First of all, you need to get your order to over £40 in order to get free postage on your entire order. Very easy to do it this time of year, isn't it?
Well, with all these tempting offers, goodness me, yeah, it's going to be no problem at all.
Now, every single deal that we have is unlocked with a special key code. You can see it down there on the screen, YGTV724. Now, that's going to unlock so many things in your basket, one of which being our free postage offer. Down there next to you, Adam, look, can you see that plant food? This is our free gift with purchase. Every single order, you'll get a bag of this. Now, this is good stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it's no ordinary plant food because it's not just the NPK, the nitrogen, the phosphorus and the potassium. It's got those trace elements as well. So, you know, when we take multivitamins and we get all those extra, like, sort of bits and pieces that you don't normally get, all in the plant food as well. And this is going to make litres and litres and litres of liquid feed,
Indeed.
which is great because that will get straight into the roots really, really quickly. You can use it as a foliar feed. You can use it on your house plants.
Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, and as soon as your plants start growing away in the spring, water them with this, especially if you're growing tomatoes, courgettes, cucumbers. Basically, if it grows, you can pretty much use it.
And that's going to start very soon, isn't it?
Yeah,
We're going to start
goodness
feeding
me.
our plants
Yeah, I mean,
soon.
things are growing away already. So, yeah, I mean, if you've got plant pots at the moment with things in the pots already, as soon as it starts to dry out a little bit, yeah, start watering that feed in.
So my tulips are starting to poke up. I planted loads of tulips. I've got loads of alliums, all in pots. I can see them all starting to poke up through the pots. I should be starting to feed very soon,
give them
shouldn't
a feed because you'll get bigger flowers, you get bigger blooms. It'll extend the flowering season as well, which is really, really good. And then, of course, once you take those out and you put your summer bedding plants in, and boy, oh boy, have we got some fantastic sort of pre-order bedding plants for you as well.
Yeah.
And because, you know, just some people say, you know, oh, you don't really need to feed plants. That's bunkum. Honestly,
bunkum, I like that word.
Feeding plants makes such a massive, massive difference.
It really does,
It really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge.
Well, you're getting that free with every single purchase today. So if you place multiple orders, you place 4 or 5 separate orders, you will get 4 or 5 separate free gifts for you. You don't have to put it in your basket. All you have to do is enter that code you can see on the screen and we will automatically put that into the basket for you. So there's your postage, there is your free gift. If you want to save some more money, I mean, we've got plenty of offers, double up deals, buy one, get one free, money off. But if you want to save some more money, here is our discount club. Over 40,000 members of this club, in actual fact, right now. It's a great discount club, isn't it?
It is as well. And you kind of, when you look at this to start with, you might think, well, that's a bit strange. You know, I've got to spend money to save money. But when you look at, you know, what the deal is with this, and very, very quickly, Bex, as well, you know, you're not even going to be spending that much before you're actually saving. You know,
absolutely.
All the time.
Well, it's £5 to join today. If you look at the green box there, it's just a £5 joining fee, and that lasts you for 12 months. It's an auto-renewal subscription. You can cancel that subscription at any point, by the way, so I definitely recommend going for that green one. You could go for the one-off one-year membership at £10. That's entirely up to you. It'll last you for the full 12 months. You will still get all of the amazing offers. It will just end at the end of the 12 months.
Just a quick question. Is there a hassle with doing direct debits and all that kind of thing with this?
No hassle.
No, so it's just...
So as long as your debit card's active, it will carry on working.
So literally the card you use, it just comes off.
Yeah. And it's 10% discount every single time you place an order. You also get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to spend. So there's one every 3 months, so £5 every 3 months. So it's money off again. And I promise you, you will soon start to see those savings rack up. So actually, all you've got to buy is 200 litres of our compost in a year, and you've instantly got your money back from the club membership. Yeah. So the savings soon start to rack up, don't they?
It does make... I mean, I just quick look. So I remember years ago, a place I used to live called Cruise Hill. It's the biggest concentration of garden centres in the world, and there was a garden centre there that when you went in, you had to pay £5 to kind of
just go in
to go in and buy the plants. And initially I was like, but honestly, it was a similar scheme to this.
Right.
When you realise when you've paid to become a member and you're getting the discounts and all these other things, it's like, you know what, that £5, I've just saved that multiple times.
Absolutely. We need to say some hellos because obviously we've got all of our regulars and lots of new viewers. So Andy, Bill, Elaine, good morning. Victoria, Neil, good morning. And Philip and Amanda. Please do join us. You can comment, you can chat. If you're watching on Facebook, you can chat in there. If you're watching on YouTube, you can chat in there as well. We also have an amazing little email address, which is relatively new to us. I don't think we had this last time you were in the potting shed, did we?
No.
So yeah, if you want to send us pictures, this is the best way to do it, and we want your pictures. We want to see what your gardens looked like last year. We want to see what you're doing this year. If there's a little furry friend in the picture, you'll get bonus points from me as well. YGTV@yougarden.com. Please come and join us and be part of our show today. Right, that's all of the housekeeping sorted out for now.
Pictures would be great though, because there's so much coming out in the garden.
There
in fact,
is.
yesterday, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, my garden was a desert. There was no blossom. Yesterday, I counted, including shrubs and bulbs, 12 different types of flower in the garden already, and it's only the middle of February. So, if you've got pics of things that have come out earlier than normal, perhaps, or something flowering that you wasn't expecting to, share it with us. We'd love to see what's going on.
And any questions you've got, Adam is our resident expert today. We'll both do our best to answer any questions for you, but Adam certainly has some credentials behind him. What are you? You're a Chelsea winner?
Four gold medals at the Chelsea Flower Show, and some silver gilt medals and some silver medals. And I've been gardening professionally for about 37 years, and gardening since I was about 5 years of age.
So it's in your blood, isn't it?
Yeah.
You did lie about your age then, didn't you? A little bit.
Yeah, I did a bit. Yeah,
just a little bit.
Yeah, it's 35 in binary figures or something. It's like not normal numbers.
Let's move on. All right, let's start with our first item, shall we? So Diablo pots. Any of you that have been watching already this week, we have under 50 of these left. These have been selling incredibly quickly, and you can see why, can't you? Because first of all, look at how beautiful they are, but second of all, just look at that price. So our recommended retail price on this is £22.99 for one. You can get one of these today for £11.99 if you use the code YGTV724, or you can double up and you can get two of these for £14.99. What do you think of these, Adam?
Can I say the word sexy?
Oh, yeah, you can.
I do. I think these are really sexy pots. And also, the weird thing is, I'm holding these pots, I'm expecting to be feeling really, really freezing cold because they look so much like the real deal. And the great thing, Becca, I like about sort of plastic pots these days is they don't look plastic. You remember,
don't, do
like
they?
sort of 15, 20 years ago, you used to see the seam down the side, didn't you? You could see a join mark.
Yeah, you could see the join.
You could see where they'd come off the mould, there'd be that little bit of plastic hanging off. But these, I mean, these look absolutely stunning. Even this close up, you cannot tell these are not made of stone or metal or whatever you think they look like. But all the advantages of these as well, if you've got a rooftop garden, if you've got a balcony, and you can't have really, really heavy pots. Fantastic.
Yes.
These are UV resistant, frost resistant. So these are not going to be the sort of pots that at the end of the winter you go to move and the rim of the pot comes off because the frost has cracked it or broken it.
Yeah.
These are not going to be the sort of pots as well that get all that green mould and mildew growing on them because they won't sort of seep out, they won't leak out or evaporate the water.
That's a good point, actually, yeah.
Because the clay ones look great, but they evaporate out the water.
Yeah.
Good thing about these as well, these will, because they don't do that, they're going to keep your plants moist for longer. The pots are not going to dry out so quick. And when you do need to move them around, you've not got really super heavy stone pots. So all the advantages of the real thing, but none of the disadvantages.
I love having pots in the garden, personally. I mean, I've got borders and everything. I'm filling those with colour, but I really do adore having pots in the garden because it's great, isn't it, to move things around. Get a different look in the different weeks and months of the year.
Because sometimes, I mean, for example, we're going to talk about a lovely Edgeworthia, the paper plant, paper bush later on, and that smells absolutely gorgeous at the moment. So if you've, like you said, if you've got a plant that's in flower at a particular time and it's fragrant and it's in a pot, you can bring that pot right up to the patio door. So you can bring it where you can enjoy the fragrance.
Or if something's not looking great, you can hide it somewhere where
stick
where
it behind the back of the shed.
Move
it out of the way. So it's great because you can change the mood in your garden all the time with pots. And I could be honest with you, I used to be a real snob about plastic pots.
So did I.
I would not have plastic pots in my garden. But now, indoors and outdoors, I do have plastic pots, and I do because they just look brilliant. They look fantastic. There's
You've
no
got all
reason
the
not
benefits,
to.
haven't you? You've got all the good side and none of the downside when it comes to these.
I mean, but years ago, one of my first jobs, I used to work for a company called Texas Home Care. It was one of the big DIY companies, and we used to sell plastic pots there. But they were awful. I mean, they're big seams down the side and the blow mould things. And you could see the bits of plastic where they'd come off, and they just looked cheap and plasticky. These don't. And this, if you like, is good plastic, because these pots can last you 10, 15, 20 years. These are not throwaway. These are not single use. These are pots for life, if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. An amazing deal for you today. So double up deal, 2 for $14.99, 130390. Make sure you use that code to get those savings, to get that double up deal, and to add that free gift into your basket as well. Less than 50 of these left. We do not expect these to last, to be honest with you, for this 4-hour show. So if you're watching now, brilliant. If you're watching later, you'll just have to check whether we do actually have any stock left. But we have put some amazing plants in here, and we do think that these, if you're going to go for this on a buy one get one free, and you need some pots, this is a perfect deal, isn't it?
They look absolutely gorgeous in these pots, don't they? I mean, they just look like they were made for each other.
They do.
And Phoenix canariensis, one of the most elegant kind of palms you can actually get. In the wild, these are almost actually threatened in the wild where they grow naturally. So when you're growing like a Canary Island date palm or Phoenix canariensis, you're actually helping to preserve the species as well.
Lovely,
you're saving this plant. But, I mean, such an elegant plant. It's got that feathered kind of leaves rather than the hand-shaped leaves that some palms have. And it just brings that feeling of the tropical, the unusual, the kind of being abroad into your own garden.
I love that. This is why, I mean, I've got one. I don't have the pair, unfortunately. I've got one of these in my garden, but the reason I've got it is because it gives you that holiday feel.
It does.
You can be in your back garden and feel like you are in, the Canary Islands.
Yeah, and they've got that sort of shimmer to them, haven't they, as well? So I like it when the sun hits these and they get that lovely sort of shimmer, and when the wind blows, you get that lovely sound of the leaves or the fronds kind of moving against each other.
Lovely shadows that these are going to create as well.
Yeah, great shadows.
That's lovely, isn't it? The beautiful shadows you get. So how big do you think these ones are going to get? Because they can get really big in the Canaries, can't they?
They get big, but I've seen some huge one of these in the UK. I mean, I've seen some in the UK with trunks as tall as me.
Wow,
and then the leaves on top, absolutely huge.
So you'd need those planted out, wouldn't you? They're not going to grow like that in a pot.
No, you'd have to sort of put those in the garden. But I mean, these be very happy in this pot for a good five years, if not longer. Palms do not mind being ridiculously pot bound, so you can keep in the pot for a long, long time, and then eventually, what you'll probably see is they almost start to distort the shape of the pot where the roots are.
And that's when you know you've got
to pop them into the garden. But with TLC and Love and Care, especially if you're sort of on the south coast or the southwest, or you've got a really sheltered spot in the garden, you can grow these to be really, really big. I can already think off the top of my head, down in Kent, I can visualise a couple in some people's front gardens, different areas in the country. And in London, you see sometimes examples like you see here. I have seen like these examples in London and other areas, and with our sort of ever sort of getting milder winters and warmer winters and stuff, growing palms like this is become more of a realistic thing in the UK.
Absolutely. Do you hear? So sunny, shade, what do we think?
Give these the most amount of sun you can
get.
Yeah, really, really full sun. Gorgeous drainage, really, really good drainage. They're reasonably sheltered. They don't mind a little bit of wind. They've got these really, really rigid leaves, so they're quite wind resistant. But really the key is full sun and really, really good drainage. Amazing.
So this is one of our better deals on, I mean, they're all brilliant, aren't they? But you are getting one free here, basically, is what I'm trying to tell you.
And it's weird what you're doing there, because
you do want to, don't you?
They're just so tactile, aren't they?
They really are.
You just automatically kind of, just want to kind of, just feel these plants.
Them, absolutely.
They're lovely.
So what you do with the buy one get one free offer is you put one into your basket. If you use the code YGTV724 just over there on the screen for you, we will then add the second one into your basket for you. So as a buy one get one free, this is fantastic. And if you're going for the double up deal on your pots as well, you're going to instantly start getting some amazing savings. And obviously if you join our club, you'll get an extra 10% discount off that as well. Should we have a little look at how we build a basket here? So what we've got is one pot and one we've got 2 pots in our basket, sorry, because it's a double up deal. So a double up deal, you put 2 in. A buy one, get one free, you put 1 in. And we're paying £11.99 each for the pots and £19.99 for one Phoenix canariensis. So delivery is £6.99. We're already saving a decent amount of money, £27. But if you enter your code, this is why it's so important. Look at what happens. The free gift gets entered into the basket. The pots have come down in price to £7.50 each. And we've got that free Phoenix canariensis. Now check out that side of the screen. Look at the size of the saving, £66 nearly, and we've saved on the postage as well, and now we're only 3 pence away from being able to get free postage.
Yeah, I know.
You just need to add one other thing to your basket and we'll be able to get rid of that £4.99. We've got a few really low priced items. We've got buy one, get one free Knox hanging baskets. We've got the Belgian begonias. Those are the lowest price items on the show, at £6.99 and £5.99, I think. Maybe think about adding some of those in to get you over that £40 mark so you can get that free postage. Shall we move on?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Now, Adam was telling me he's got this growing in his garden, in actual fact.
Yeah, actually, mine's probably about almost sort of double the height of that, but that is about as big as it's going to get because this doesn't get to be really, really huge. Some escalonias, it gets 7-8 foot tall, really great big sprawling kind of escalonias. This is a perfect escalonia for a pot or for a really small garden or a patio or a small space. I actually got one of these from my other half last year. Put it in the garden and actually got one for his mum as well, and it flowered its socks off just like you see there. Absolutely stunning conical heads of flower covered in bees and pollinated insects. So flower time is sort of mid to sort of late summer, but a long flowering period on this as well. This isn't a plant that's just flowers for a few weeks, it's just flowers for week after week after week.
And do you deadhead this to encourage more blooms to come through?
You could deadhead it if you want to, but it's not, it's not that sort of demanding, to be honest. You can just leave it and let it do its thing. And then at the end of the season you'll see the kind of the little dried up dead flower spikes on the top. You can just clip those off with a little pair of secateurs just to tidy it up. You could just trim it round after it's flowered as well if you wanted to, just to tidy it up a little bit. But this will flower for you year after year. It has, I wouldn't say, I'm always honest about things like this, I wouldn't say it's got a really pungent kind of smell to it, but it's quite pleasantly scented. So, and it's evergreen, of course, as well, which is great. So even this time of year. I love
glossy evergreen. That really floats my boat. I love glossy
we're mid-February,
leaves.
aren't we? And that's still looking really healthy,
amazing,
really
isn't it?
green.
You can see the new growth coming through on there
already.
As well. Beautiful new leaves coming up.
And easy to grow. Again, sunny position, well-drained soil. If you're going to put it in a pot, use some of our compost because that will really give it a good start and sustain it through a long period of time. And if you want to enjoy escalonia, but to say you haven't got the space, you might, for instance, be 3 floors up and you've just got a little balcony, and an ordinary escalonia wouldn't be an option. But an escalonia like this, Pink L, is just perfect.
Well, this is very much so. Our tagline here at YouGarden is gardening for everyone.
Indeed.
And we wholeheartedly believe in that. And what we try and bring on all of these shows is a little bit of something, no matter what kind of garden you've got. You might be a fully experienced gardener, been gardening all your life. You might have acres of space. You might have an allotment. Or, as Adam was just sort of hinting to, you might have a balcony or a very small garden space. We've got something on this show for everyone, haven't we?
We have as well. And we also try and bring you different, unusual things as well. But different and unusual things that you can still grow. You know, you don't need years and years of experience. So, we've got the kind of the usual, if you like, but we've also got the unusual. But as you say, Bex, all the way through, we're always thinking about yourselves, what size garden you've got, what level of gardening ability you have, and we just want you to be able to enjoy the gardening, not feel intimidated or frightened by it.
It's about having a go, isn't it?
It is about having a go, yeah, definitely.
Just have a go. Some things work, some things don't, and you learn from it.
But at the end of the day, all plants want to grow. It's in their DNA, that they want to grow. So all you've got to do is put them in the right position, give them the good start in life, and 99.9% of the time they're going to grow, they're going to thrive for you. So yeah, just go for it. Just let your inhibitions flow away and just try it. And you were saying, Bex, you're growing loads of seeds this year.
Yeah, so I've never been a seed grower. Yeah. I did it years and years ago, but not in recent memory.
But what's the worst can happen?
Well, exactly. I planted my sweet peas finally for those regulars who've been watching and listening to me saying for weeks that I need to plant my sweet peas, I've finally done it. They're in the little windowsill propagator kit. They're on the windowsill in the conservatory. I'm so excited. And you were saying about feeding them the right stuff or giving them the right stuff. Do remember that your free gift with purchase today is some of the right stuff. Absolutely. Our Blooming Fast fertiliser.
Because it has things like zinc and boron and manganese and all those trace elements, which plants only need in microscopic amounts. But even though it's microscopic, they can't survive without them. It's the same for us. You know, when we take multivitamins, we have all the main things. We have calcium and all that. But yeah, if we don't get iron, if we don't get certain, like zinc, for example, even though it's minuscule, it will show in our health. We'll be unwell. We won't be fit. So that's the great thing about this. This isn't like one of those energy drinks that just gives your plants a big burst of energy and that's it. It's all over. This is going to sustain your plants and look after them almost sort of through every cell of their being, to be honest.
And this is the bigger bag. We could have put the smaller bag in as the free gift, the £2.99 one, but we have put the £4.99 one in, and this will make 100 litres of your soluble feed. That's about 20, standard size watering cans, so it's a decent amount.
Yeah, and I like the fact that it's a liquid feed as well, because what I found in recent years is sometimes when you put granular feed down and then you get hit by a long period of dry weather, it just sits on the top, doesn't get washed in by the rain. This, because it's liquid, immediately gets down to the roots, goes down through the foliage, and will start working straight away.
So that is your free gift with purchase. You don't need to enter any code. All you need to do is you don't need to enter the item number. You just need to enter our special code YGTV724, and we will put that in the basket for you. So if you're going for your Escalonia today, do make sure you put that code in, because you'll get that £5 saving and you will get your free gift included as well. 510545 is the item number for your beautiful Escalonia. Now we're going to go all the way over to our pre-order items. This way, Adam. We're going to go... So this is our summer bedding. This is full colour, riot of colour that we're talking about here. And starting with our Sunbergia.
I know, I can't believe we're talking about summer bedding already.
It's exciting, isn't it? Yeah, we're here.
It is, because, we've gone through winter, haven't we? And, it's been grey for so long. It's been wet and cold for so long. And to finally be getting to this point of the year now where we can think about all this wonderful summer colour for our beds, our borders, our baskets, our pots, our troughs. Amazing. Yeah,
so Liz, every item on this table, and we've got 9 in total. We're starting off with 5. This is part of your pre-order. So order yours now, reserve your items. What this makes sure of is that you don't miss out, because often we can sell out of these items. So you're securing yours and you will get them at the best price we can offer you. Your order will be sent out as soon as it is available. And we are talking around the first week in March is when we're going to start dispatching these.
Brilliant.
So it's a couple of weeks, basically, and they will be with you. They're going to arrive to you in tip-top condition at the perfect point in the year for you to, pot on before you then plant out after the frosts have passed. And your free gift, by the way, will come out. If you're just ordering pre-order items, your free gift will come with those. If you're doing a mixed basket of pre-order plus stuff that we've got here in the nursery right now, it will come out with you whatever gets delivered first.
And the good thing about that is all that kind of hard work has been done, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been done.
If you are a bit worried about growing seeds, you're not confident about growing seeds and germinating them and sort of pricking them out and all that kind of stuff. The fact that these have gone past that stage and they're already super, super healthy, little gorgeous plug plants with a fabulous root system, just ready to sort of grow on. And of course, by the time we get to March, the day length is really drawing out. The light levels have gone up and these plants are just going to want to zoom away.
All right, we're starting off with our Sunbergia Sunny mix. I'm very excited about these. I think these would be fantastic as a climber or as a trailer. I think in a hanging basket these would look amazing, wouldn't they?
Absolutely fantastic. And I like that the colour mix as well is absolutely incredible as well, because we used to just thinking about these being sort of in the past just yellow or possibly orange, but now to get that wonderful mix. So if you could put these in a basket and they would trail or hang down. You can put them in a pot and they will grow up. So they're very versatile.
Tower pot, for example.
Our tower pots would be absolutely fantastic. Great for a ground cover area as well. If you've got sort of a large area and you could just let them sprawl over the ground and sort of grow on the ground level. In fact, the Victorians used to grow clematis like that rather than grow up trellis like we do now.
Grow on the ground.
Victorians used to let just clematis grow over the ground.
Well,
and
that's amazing. Get rid of the weeds.
Yeah,
stop the weeds from growing through.
So, and Thunbergia grows so quickly, so easily. We had one in our front garden last year on a lovely piece of, on one of those like wicker cones.
Yes.
And it just whizzed up through that and grew round.
Yeah, it does grow quite quickly, doesn't it? So when you're waiting for other plants to grow, this is a really good one because this shoots up.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I call a good doer.
A good doer.
And it just keeps flowering and flowering and flowering. But what you've got to remember with a plant like this, because it's flowering so much, it's using an awful lot of energy. So again, use that liquid feed, because if you keep liquid feeding things like this, they're going to keep flowering for you all the way through the summer, rather than just using up all the nutrients in the compost and then fading. They'll keep going.
And this is all summer long, isn't it? Right through to first frost.
Yeah, right up until even kind of into, I mean, these days I'm finding, again, from working outside, I'm finding now we're generally not even getting a frost now till November, probably the first or second week in November. Thunbergia will just keep flowering all the way through to that time till the frost cuts them down.
Amazing. So that's one of our 9 pre-order plants, 401394, £11.99 for a really fast grower and months worth of colour. So we're going to move on to our Thumbelina Ruffles mix. Oh, and Amanda, thank you very much for your message. She's saying that she hasn't planted her sweet peas yet. I'm ahead, yay!
Plenty of time.
Thumbelina Ruffles collection next. You're getting 18 plug plants included in here. 18 plug plants for £14.99.
And just, I mean, that's just glamour, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Absolutely pure glamour.
Aren't they beautiful?
They kind of look like those dresses that...
like can-can dresses.
That's it, can-can dresses, yeah. Kind of all those lovely sort of frills and sort of all those layered petals and all those different colours as well. You've got that lovely bi-coloured flower there with the white and then the deep kind of magenta, purpley pink in the middle. And some of them, when they open out, they're actually slightly different colour when they open out to when the actual flower opens fully up. But petunias, so easy to grow. And again, months and months of flower. Deadhead these ones. That's a good thing to do these.
I like deadheading petunias. Yeah. I really enjoy that job.
And they're fragrant
because they just pop out, don't they? When they're ready to go, it's such an enjoyable job to do.
Yeah.
Just pluck it out.
Easy, absolutely simple. But again, feed these, and if you keep deadheading them, you'll get more and more flowers coming all the time. Because what every plant wants to do is basically have a relationship with a bee, and then create seeds. And it says, game over. I'm going to stop flowering now. So if you keep picking off those dead flowers, the plant's thinking, oh, I was just about to produce seed. You've ruined that for me.
I'll go again.
I've got to try again. So I've got to make more flowers now. So you're just going to keep the plant flowering and flowering when you deadhead it.
So where are we going to plant these then, Adam? Borders, pots?
All over the place with these. Again, somewhere nice and sunny and bright. Pots, troughs, hanging baskets, beds, borders, raised beds.
Anywhere, really versatile.
And the great thing about all these sort of plants is by the time a lot of these come out to you, all your perennials and stuff will be starting to push through as well. And by the time you've grown these on, these are great gap fillers as well. Because every year there's always a gap, isn't there? You always think every year at the end of the season, your garden always looks rammed. And then every spring something's died in the winter or there's always that space. And these are just great for filling those spaces and just getting that sort of months and months and months of fabulous colour. Amazing.
All right, so £14.99 for you there. 18 of those plug plants. We've got a £10 saving on that one. So 400458 is the item number that you need. In the middle of the table, though, in the middle of our first pre-order section is the most popular pre-order of the week so far. And I can totally see why, just looking at that picture right there.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, you just need a little pair of eyes and a smiley mouth on the middle of that flower, don't you, really?
That in the week.
Yeah, I mean, you almost want to talk to that plant. It's almost like it's going to have a conversation with you because it's just so stunning, and that gorgeous dark centre, those lovely yellow petals, and then look at those stunning leaves, really gorgeous, shiny.
The foliage is amazing on here as well, isn't it? It's not just about the flowers.
No, and they almost radiate sunlight, don't they, those flowers?
Do.
I mean, they're called sunflowers, but they just brighten up the whole place. They're kind of one of those classic plants that, Becca, you've got kids, and probably, when your kids were little, and if you said to me, come on, guys, draw mummy a flower, that would be
it, wouldn't it?
That would be the kind of flower your children would draw, wouldn't it? It's just that classic daisy-shaped flower. And there's just something really innocent and beguiling and kind of just really lovely.
It's that colour as well, though, isn't it? It's just summer.
It's just joy.
It's just summer right there in that picture.
Yeah.
But these ones don't get too big, do they?
No. So, I mean, these are not not going to be 15, 20 foot tall. These are only going to be sort of 12, 18 inches tall. So again, you know, if space is limited, if you just want to have some sunflowers but on a balcony or a patio or somewhere like that, you can grow these so easily. Really stout plants, and they'll throw out loads and loads of buds as well. So again, with these deadhead, once one flower's finished, just trim it off above a bud. More buds will come. They'll just keep going.
That's amazing, isn't it? And for a long time as well, all the way through the summer.
Yeah, all the way through.
And there's absolutely no postage on this one, and you can get a double up deal here. So you could get 12 of these plug plants for £14.98. All of our pre-order section is just that. You're placing your order now so that you can secure them. We often sell out of these, unfortunately, so it helps us to manage our stock levels, basically. But it also means that you're getting the best possible price that we can give on these, and they're going to get delivered to you from around the first week in March is where we're aiming for, which is the perfect time.
It is, and it's that really joyous moment. I so love it when you order and you open the box. Yeah, and you open the box and there's that fragrance, isn't there? There's that freshness that comes out the box, and you take them out in their lovely little greenhouses that are all protected in, and it just brings such a smile to your face because it's the start of the new season, isn't it? That colour, that potential is all there. All you've got to do is give them a little bit of TLC, and you know, because these are all great varieties, because they've all been given the best start in life, you just know you're going to get that colour. Absolutely.
They've been brought on by our professional growers, so some of the hard work's been taken out of it for you, but it doesn't stop your enjoyment of growing them on and then planting them out in your garden. We are going to move on to our Coleus collection, but just before we do that, I just wanted to talk about, because Adam, you touched on the packaging there. Obviously, everything that we send to you comes in its own special packaging, depending on what it is, the size of it. We've spent a lot of time, effort, money on perfecting that packaging so that it arrives to you, because obviously we're sending living things through the post, so and it's important.
They need to maintain that humidity. We don't want them drying out. We don't want them getting bruised or damaged. So yeah, we've created that incredible packaging, and everything's labelled on the packaging as well, isn't it? So you know all the different colours, the varieties. So you're not going to be thinking, oh, what's what? It's all really clear for you on the packaging.
Lovely. So we're going to move on to our Coleus collection, and I'm dead excited about these because I am going to be having these in my garden this year, but I'm also going to grow them as houseplants, Adam. I've decided I'm going to have them indoors because the foliage colours on here are incredible.
I mean, these do actually flower, but you don't need flower on these. As you say, Bex, the foliage colour in itself is explosive. I mean, almost like chameleons, aren't they? The way they've got all this sort of different colour. And these, we were talking about Thunbergia, for example, and the Tumbelina saying full sun. These are quite good for shadier parts of the garden as well. In fact, if you put these in full sun, sometimes they can get a little bit scorched in full sun.
They can wilt,
yeah. So if you've got like sort of more of a northerly facing part of the garden, or an east facing part that only gets the sun in the morning, and you know, sort of things struggle a little bit because it's not so bright, Coleus will enjoy that. They'll enjoy those lower light levels. And what I would recommend you do as well is actually pick the flowers out, because
they put the energy into the flowers, and then the foliage suffers.
Yeah. So just cut the flowers off. Cut the flower out and just enjoy them for the foliage.
Yeah, they're absolutely beautiful. I'm so excited about these. Obviously, all of the items on here are plant out once the frost has passed. These you can keep going, though. If you want them outdoors during the summer months, maybe if you put them in pots, you can then move those pots indoors, and you can keep these going as a perennial. You just need to overwinter them. Now, Adam, I am imagining, or I think I know, slugs and snails are going to love them, aren't they?
They are, yes. Yeah, unfortunately, that can, and especially when we've had a really, really wet winter, like we've kind of just had as well. So, yeah, we've got an amazing product called Stroach. I've been using Stroach now for a couple of years. I've been using it on my hostas.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, and it's amazing, isn't it?
It really does work. It does work. It's a British-made product as well, which is fantastic. And it just does so many different things. I mean, mainly it deters the slugs and snails, which is fantastic, but also if you put a nice thick layer on, it stops the frost and stuff penetrating down into the soil during the winter. Yeah. So things with delicate roots, for example, get protected. It means also, if you've got really wet soil, you were saying you've got a real heavy clay soil.
Yeah, it's really wet.
If you've got some of this between your plants, you can still walk between them this time of year, and you're not getting all mud and stuff stuck to your boots.
Very good point, yes.
Which is good. In the summertime, it keeps the moisture in. So once we've had all this rain, because Bex and I were saying earlier on, it won't be, it'll go the other way, won't it? It'll be, suddenly we'll be moaning, oh, all that rain, and now the garden's really dry. I can't believe it. We're never happy as gardeners, are we? But this will keep that moisture in. It will keep the weeds down. And also, as it gradually breaks down, it will add organic material to the soil. And one thing that I have found personally, anecdotally, and I can't say the product claims to do this, but we had a bit of a problem in our front garden with cats messing in our front garden.
Yeah.
And it just so happened after we put the stroach down, it seemed
they don't like it.
Put the cats on. I mean, we're not. It doesn't say that on the product, but
that's your experience.
That's experience.
Wow.
It's totally harmless to the cats. But we found that the area that we put this down, the cats.
Maybe it's the texture. They just don't like walking on it. Maybe
didn't want to use it. Whether it's the smell or the texture, but yeah, it worked for that as well.
Well, it's an amazing deal for you, and we have kept this 2-bag deal running for several weeks now, which I'm very surprised about because we don't often do this. We do a 1-bag deal with a saving, but to get a 2-bag deal with the saving, I think is incredible. It is the sort of time, I think, when people are thinking they want to suppress weeds, they want to get rid of the slugs and snails, so definitely take advantage of that while we've got that offer. 100149 is the item number that you need. But we're going to move back onto our pre-order table the 5th of 9, so we will be bringing some more out later, and what we've got is our lovely Busy Lizzie beacons.
Yeah, Busy
Lizzie beacon. I quite like saying that.
Yeah, it sort of just flows off the tongue, doesn't it, really?
Busy Lizzie beacon.
But I remember these. I remember Busy Lizzie's when I was a kid, about 1,000 years ago. And,
35 years ago, apparently.
And do you remember back then, Busy Lizzie's were a house plant, and normally it was a pink. It was that pink Busy Lizzie that everybody grew as a house plant.
I can't remember that far back, I'm afraid, Adam.
But I remember actually taking cuttings of Busy Lizzie's all the way back then and growing them outside. I was kind of the head of the curve on that one. But now these are really regular, sort of popular garden plant, garden sort of bedding plant, and it's not surprising because. Oh my goodness me, they just flower their socks off.
They do, don't they?
For month after month after month after month. No deadheading, no fuss. All you've got to do is plant them, keep them watered if it's a little bit dry. They do well in sun, they do well in shade, they do well on damp soils. The only soil they don't do very well is really dry soil, but also, good thing about these is these are mildew resistant because there was that big problem.
They were bred for this, weren't they, to be resistant to it?
Because there was a thing 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago where this mildew problem developed. It kind of really ravaged the kind
wiped
of...
them out
wiped them out, yeah. And for a few years, nobody was growing Busy Lizzies. But with fantastic breeding, it means you can enjoy Busy Lizzies again and not worry about them being wiped out with the mildew.
Yeah, and the fantastic thing, as you said, sun or shade. So I think for those shady spots, because a lot of our summer bedding, it wants a sunny position in the most part. But this is a summer bedding one that can actually cope with a bit of shade.
Same as the coleus as well. But what you see here, this is exactly what you get, and it's just months and months and months of colour like that. I mean, it's just remarkable. And they do a bit of a strange thing actually, because when they get towards the autumn, they actually seem to have a second kind of spurt of life, because they actually kind of like the coolness of the autumn as well. It seems to kind of inspire them a bit more, and they flower even more later in the year, almost more than in the summer, and they'll keep going until the frost comes along, knocks them down. But of course you can take cuttings of these if you want to and sort of take them in as house plants. So dead easy. You just snap a little bit off, put it in
rooting powder?
Yeah, not even that, just put it in water like and they just literally root into water.
You'll see the roots grow.
Yeah, and then you can just grow some indoors as well.
Very nice. Okay, so these are our pro plugs. You don't need to be a pro though, do you?
You don't, because we've done the professional bit, so all you've got to do now is the easy bit, which is so they're basically just smaller plugs. If you think of a plug plant which was slightly bigger, the pro plugs tend to be just a bit smaller, and all you're going to do is pop them on and grow them on a windowsill somewhere before you then plant them out. I've done it, so I promise you it's easy to do. I did it last year with the... my memory is rubbish. It happens to me sometimes.
Names is a problem. Hanging baskets, flowers for ages.
Begonias?
Winter hanging baskets.
Oh, winter.
Not pansies.
Violas.
No. They're like that though.
Violas. For the winter. Oh, you foxed
Somebody
me.
message in. You know what I'm trying to say. We were selling them for ages.
Hanging baskets for the winter. Pansies, violas.
It'll come back to me.
But the good thing about those little plugs as well, what always makes me laugh, when you actually just pluck them out the tray, the amount of root.
Yeah, there's loads of root in them.
It's insane, isn't it? Absolutely insane.
All you do is pop them on and grow them on, and we have exactly the right thing for you to be able to do this as well, which is our windowsill propagator kit that you can see down the front here. Now, you are going to get 3 of these, as you can see here. So 3 lids. Oh, we've got one missing. It wasn't me. You will have 5 of these per one. Each of these has holes in them, by the way, to drainage holes. But the tray at the bottom does not have holes in, because the idea is that if you're growing these on your windowsill, you don't want to get a wet windowsill, do you?
I like the fact as well that they're really rigid plastic as well, so you're going to be able to reuse these, aren't you, year after year? They're not those flimsy ones that all split and crack and are no good. So again, I mean, if we can have plastic in the world, we want plastic that's not disposable, don't we? We want plastic that we can use and use and use and use.
And you can definitely reuse these. It was Pansy Cool Wave.
Oh, yes.
Pansy Cool Wave. Those were the ones I grew as Pro Plugs. And these are the perfect size, by the way, for those Pro Plugs. There are 90 pods in total in there. So if you're going for your 40 Pro Plugs Busy Lizzies, you've got more than enough space in there as well, by the way.
So you can literally fill those trays up, press the compost down, just do a little dip with your finger.
I used a chopstick the other day to put my seeds in.
And with the plug, so you could just like put your finger in, pull the little plug, just push the plug in, water it.
And off you go.
And off they go. They'll grow away really, really quickly.
So it's just £9.99 there for your triple pack of your windowsill propagator kits. 90 plants you can fit in there. And do remember that you can reuse these time and time again. They'll wash out and they stack up in together. So they stack, they don't take up much space basically, because they'll all stack up into each other for you to be able to reuse. That is our first section of pre-order. We do have another 4 pre-order items. We'll come to those a little bit later on. But now we're moving on to the most popular item, the most popular of everything, because at the end of the day, everything that we are bringing you needs a compost to grow in, and it needs the best compost to grow in.
It does. I mean, I always bring up the example. I remember years ago following a lorry along the road, and they had on the back of the lorry, we get the best out of our product by putting the best into our products. And that's exactly what this compost will do. When you give your plants the best start in life with compost like this, you're going to get healthier plants. You're going to get plants that are going to produce more fruit, more vegetables. You're going to get plants that are going to be taller. You're going to get plants with more flowers. You're just going to get plants that are going to be happy and doing what plants are meant to do.
Absolutely, and it's all about creating that really nice strong root structure, isn't it? Strong root structure means...
It means healthy plants. It means happy plants. It means plants that are going to just established really, really quickly, because when you've got that fantastic fibrous root systems you saw on that picture there, that means the minute these plants hit the compost, those roots are going to fan out, and lots of roots means lots of connection with the soil bacteria, so the plant can start absorbing nutrients, it can start absorbing water, it can get really established. Whereas the plant in the standard compost with that weak root system, that's going to sit around for a while. It's going to, I mean, just imagine in your body, if you suddenly lost 80% of your veins and stuff in your body, and the blood couldn't get round your body properly, you couldn't circulate. All of a sudden, you'd be feeling quite poorly, wouldn't you? Be feeling a bit limp and a bit kind of not very happy and healthy. And that's what a root system does for a plant. The root system is like the veins of the plant, if you like, because it transports all the moisture, the nutrients. So a good root system means a fantastic, healthy plant.
Yeah, absolutely. And this really is premium professional compost. This is the compost that the nursery uses. This is, if we grow anything here, if we pot anything on here, this is the compost we use. We are going to be planting 150,000 roses this year at the nursery. We will be making pre-made hanging baskets. All of that stuff will be planted in this compost. Comes to you in 2 50-litre bags, because obviously a 100-litre bag is quite heavy to lift around your garden. So it does come to you in 2 50-litre bags, so you can open one, store the other. They do also come to you in cardboard boxes, so that if you are multi-ordering, you can stack. We have this is busy all year round, but we have 2 really busy points of the year. Now is one of the really busy points of the year, because we're getting ready, aren't we? We're getting ready we're planting pots up, we're doing our seeds. This is the time when most people are buying in multiples of this.
Yeah, store this in your greenhouse, store this in your garage, because I do that all the time. I never have enough bags of compost.
I know. You always run out.
You do, and suddenly one day you look at, wow.
That's Graham. He sent us this picture.
Is he selling that on, do you think? Has he got another little business going there?
Graham sent us several pictures, and he's got a phenomenal garden. Graham's the one with the greenhouse, right?
Wow.
That I got all jealous of. So he sent us pictures of his greenhouse and his garden. He loves his gardening for sure, and he is never running out of this compost, is he?
No. Oh, look at that.
That's his greenhouse.
That is awesome.
Isn't it?
Look, I mean, every plant
Look how
there.
organised that is.
But look how vibrant and healthy
It's
and
beautiful,
glowing
isn't it?
those plants are. I mean, goodness me.
We're all a bit in awe of that.
That's a man who knows
But
his
this,
plants.
do you know, this is a man who knows what he's doing, and he is buying our premium professional compost. So that should tell you how good this is. Please don't think that any old compost will do. This is his garden.
Look at that! Look at those beautiful aces there, and the little tree fern on the corner, and the hostas, and oh wow, man, that's just gorgeous.
Isn't it beautiful?
Absolutely
That's
stunning.
what our gardens are going to look like soon. Summer's coming, everybody.
Yeah, I know.
It's
It's just so good to be this time of year now, to have come through winter, and now we've got over that huge, great big hump of midwinter, and now it's kind of easy now into spring and summer and the good times.
Yeah, the good times. Right, so the majority of things can be planted in here, but there are a few things that can't.
Yeah, I mean, all I'd say is don't plant ericaceous plants in this, so things like rhododendrons, camellias, azaleas, but I do believe on our website we do have an ericaceous
We do indeed.
Version of this for those kind of plants.
Yeah, absolutely. All you have to do is type in Eric into the search bar on the website and it'll bring it up for you. We did have a question from Alison. She's got the hydrangea Glamrock. If she plants it in ericaceous, will it change the colours?
Probably not on that particular one. So on the kind of the more hydrangea paniculata types or the macrophylla types, you can use different compost to change them. But on some of those ones that are more highly kind of bred, they tend to stick to the colour that they are.
There you go. Hope that's helped you. What was it? Amanda, was it? Sorry. Alison, apologies, Alison. I hope we've helped you there. Let's go back onto our Diablo pots, though, because they are starting to go.
Doesn't surprise me.
Ooh. Less than 50 we had left when we first started the show. Everybody is grabbing hold of these while we still have the stock of them. It is a double up deal, 130390. If you want to get both of those for £14.99, you need to add 2 into your basket, then enter our special magic key code that unlocks all of the offers that we have on the show, YGTV724, and you will then get that savings. So you get 2 for £14.99. Get hold of those, though, because I don't think they're going to last for the full 4 hours that we're here for. Oh, we're going to the weird and wonderful now.
the
that's
unusual.
not Adam, by the way, although he is a bit weird and a bit wonderful at the same time. No, it's the Gloriosa Flame Lily. I am dead excited about these.
You see, because we were saying earlier on, these are unusual, but they're attainable. You can grow these. I've grown this myself, and yeah, from that very unassuming looking sort of bulb there, or
it's
tuber,
weird,
I should say.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it almost looks like ginger, doesn't it? It looks like a sort of piece of ginger. But yeah, I mean, you just pop that in. Horizontally, you were saying, Bex, to plant that horizontally in the compost. And then you'll get like a little shoot come up, and once this gets going, oh my goodness me, it really does grow super quickly and just has these most spectacular, unusual, really, really different flowers. And at the end of the season, you can just let the plant dry out, let it die off, cut the dead bit off the top, leave the tuber in the compost through the winter, somewhere frost-free and dry, and then water it in the spring and start it all over again.
So does it die down completely? Do you lose all the foliage and all the flowers?
Like, sort of later in the season, it will sort of die down and just sort of go dormant. But I mean, that's after months and months.
Of course, yeah,
really
you get months of colour from
flower.
it, don't you?
Yeah, and then it'll just sit quietly in the compost for the winters, providing you keep it dry and frost-free. Bring it back out again in the spring, water it, it'll be reinvigorated, it will start growing away again, and it'll just keep flowering for you. It's got these little tendrils as well that will actually literally hook onto support. So like a tower pot, for example, it will just self-cling, so it doesn't even really need to be tied in, to be honest. But just have something as dramatic and as unusual and as
so
different
unusual,
as this.
isn't it?
Yeah.
The flower on it, I just think, is out of this world. I think it's incredible.
It's like when you watch like Death in Paradise, isn't it? And you see that programme and they've got all those wonderful tropical flowers in that part of the world. And you sometimes you see things like that and you think, oh yeah, that's not achievable in the UK. But honestly, it is achievable. You just need to start this somewhere nice and warm, And throughout the year, keep it somewhere bright and sunny. In fact, once we get past the point of being frost-free, you can keep it outside on your patio, on your balcony. Yeah. It'll be quite happy outside, but if you want to, you can leave it in the greenhouse or conservatory.
Yeah, I don't have a greenhouse. It's all about my conservatory when it comes to this.
Great in a conservatory. So enjoy it all the way through the summer, right into the autumn. And as I say, eventually it'll sort of just go dormant and die down. But then you just start it all over again the following year. Yeah.
I just think it's one of our... I have to talk about the weird and wonderful section, and this is, and I mean it in the best possible way. That's a proper compliment. If I say you're weird and wonderful, it is a compliment for sure. And this definitely falls into that weird and wonderful category. It's been really popular. Is it a week or 2 weeks we've been bringing it now? 2 weeks we've been bringing it, and it's still really popular. That's why we keep bringing it back. And it's £7.99 as well for 3 of these tubers. I think the display that you'll get from this will be amazing.
I didn't know it was for 3.
Yeah, for 3 tubers.
Oh my goodness! Wow. Yeah.
There's 3 in here, so you will get a bag with 3 of them.
So 3 of those in the tower pot would be just amazing as well, because you could literally just space them out in the flower pot, the tower pot, and once they sort of climb and twine round there. In fact, I think Angela, who used to do gardening shows some time back, Angela Begonias, she grew some of these. And
did she?
Yeah, I remember she showed me a picture of these on a tower pot, and they were just knockout, because the flowers really stand out on lovely long stems, and they've got those kind of reflex petals as well. Those petals that sort of go
reflex,
backwards,
don't they? Yeah. And I think that is incredible. So they sort of start more tight, and then they gently reflex back, and then you see the stamen and everything coming out the middle.
Which is kind of almost opposite to how you normally think of a flower, don't you? You normally think of the petals being sort of facing inwards or flat, but these actually almost like a cyclamen flower. The petals are reflexed.
Love it, absolutely. And so I've got these. I am going to be growing it in a tower pot. This is what I've decided, because this is easy to move inside and outside, is what I figure.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's never going to be heavy, is it? Because again, it's plastic, so it's not a really, really solid pot, and you can just move that about. And also, if you've got it growing in here as well, you can move this to the sunniest part of the garden. Yeah. And especially because, and that's another good thing at the moment as well, because every day now the shadows are getting shorter, aren't they? So every day that part of your garden that wasn't getting sun yesterday
is starting to get sun
today.
Yeah. It's exciting.
So which is really exciting. So when you've got things like this, for example, it means because it's in a pot, come midsummer, you can get that into the part of the garden that's the sunniest for the longest, and your lily will absolutely love that. I mean, it will just enjoy it, grown in that kind of place.
Yeah, and it does have drainage in the bottom, so just to point out, there is a hole in there. If you are moving this indoors, obviously you might want to put a plate underneath it, just to make sure you're not spilling water anywhere.
You've also got that little raised bit as well, haven't you, that acts as a reservoir as well, doesn't it? So it will hold a little bit of moisture in the bottom, but as you're saying, Bex, you've got that other bit as well that stops it being waterlogged, so you've got that perfect balance. It will never get bone dry, but you're never going to have plants that are being in soggy compost.
And you can get your hands into these holes. The gaps are big enough so that if you do need to help the plant just to...
Or deadhead it, for example.
Or deadhead it, absolutely. You can get your hands in these holes, which I think is absolutely fantastic. And you're right about it not getting too heavy as well, because I've got 2 of these. I've got one with a jasmine in and I've got one with a wisteria in. I'm getting another 2 because I'm going to grow my sweet peas once those seeds germinate. Sweet peas. And I'm going to do my flame lily in here. But I can move them even when they're filled with compost. I can actually move them quite easily around my garden. So this is one of the benefits, isn't it, of having these plastic pots?
It is, and also our compost as well isn't really, really heavy compost.
No, it's not, is it?
No, I mean, I went to a garden centre a few weeks ago and they only had 1 pallet of compost. I'm not going to mention the brand, but oh my goodness me, heavy. Each bag felt like a bag of coal. I mean, it was so heavy, this compost. I didn't want to buy it, but it was the only option, whereas ours, it's a lightweight compost.
Light and airy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's light and airy, but it does the job. So you've got the perfect compost, you've got the perfect planter, you've got the perfect feed as well.
Absolutely.
You've got the perfect plant. So we've kind of got everything for you to get that result. And of course, hopefully when Bex and I are here this time next year, you'll be sending in pictures of these. Showing us the results of what you've done.
I'll certainly be showing you my pictures of it anyway. So it's £19.99 for the tower pot. That is a £5 saving on that as long as you enter the code YGTV724. Most people that have bought the flame lily, I believe, have also also bought the tower pot at the same time, so it's definitely a marriage made in heaven, this one.
And it looks, I mean, that looks so nice.
It does, doesn't it?
No, it's got that
while
burnished
you're waiting for
kind
it to
of,
get filled, it still looks lovely.
It's got that lovely burnished kind of golden look to it. It looks rustic. It looks antique, doesn't it? It looks aged.
Beautiful. My wisteria, once it grows, obviously it covers it. You can't see it, but the jasmine is still filling out, so it still looks pretty, even though it's not filled with the plant yet. So it's a really good one. I think these are a great idea because you can move them around the garden.
The shape is always good as well, because what that shape actually means is, even when this is like fully grown, because it's actually tapering at the top, it means all the plants get full light all the way down from top to bottom.
Yeah.
You know, the plants at the top aren't overwhelming the ones at the base, so light hits it evenly, so you get that even growth all the way round.
You get that lovely 360.
Yeah.
All right, so that's our tower pot for you, 130461. Do remember to enter that code in order to get your saving. But here we are now moving on to another one of our favourites of the week so far, and this is the Sweet Pea Fragrant Trails. Now, you can get a double up deal on here. The 10 garden ready plants, but you can double up and you can get 20 of these if you use that code YGTV724 and you enter 2 into your basket. Now, they are garden ready, but our garden's not quite ready, is it?
Not yet at the moment. I mean, sweet peas are quite hardy. I mean, they will even take a little bit of frost.
They
sweet
will,
peas
won't
as
they?
well.
But just not prolonged periods.
No. So until we really get to sort of the mid-end of March, I would give them some protection, because it's really windy at the moment, isn't it? And so, when I say protection, they don't need to be anywhere particularly warm or hot even. So you don't have to spend loads of energy keeping them warm. Just a cool greenhouse will do. A cold frame would be fine. Just so they don't get really, really cold. But look at the health of those plants. I mean,
look at those roots.
That's insane, isn't it?
That is a healthy plant, isn't it? Look at the colour of those roots as well.
Yeah, just those white, fibrous roots there, so healthy. And I think we're suggesting, I mean, you could, if you wanted to, split them up. I think we normally suggest planting them as sort of plugs, don't we, as is. But I
mean, they're multi-sown plug plants. So, I mean, look, how many can I see off here? There's so many... There's so many in there. And we say at least sort of 5 seeds have been grown in there, but there's potentially more in there.
And I would plant them in fact, I wouldn't bother separating that out, because you kind of disturb the roots, but just plonk them in as they are, each little clump, and you're going to get that trailing kind of look on sweet peas. It's strange, isn't it, as the years go by, how things get sort of literally turned on their head, because again, when I was a kid, sweet peas grew upright. They grew from the bottom up, and then things happen. You get like little sports or kind of variants develop, and people through different breeding programs, and then suddenly, ka-ching, one day there's a sweet pea that actually will trail down rather than grow up, and it just brings a different dimension, doesn't it, to growing them.
So in a hanging basket, these are going to be perfect. In window boxes, pots, they'll just tumble over the edge. What about in the ground? Do you think ground cover and stuff, or no?
You could try them. Why not? I mean, you could experiment. Give it a go. See what's the worst can happen.
Well, what you will get is super fragrance.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about sweet peas, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the beautiful colour.
Yeah, the fragrance is just magic in it on sweet peas.
World, isn't it?
Oh, look at that one. I mean, that is just phenomenal, isn't it, really?
And a couple of hanging baskets like that. They do want a decent amount of sun, though, don't they, sweet peas?
Lots of sun. And feed.
Yeah, they're hungry, aren't they?
They are really, really hungry plants, and they like to be kept moist as well. So, regular feeding, keep them really well watered, and deadhead them. But you can actually deadhead them in quite an enjoyable way. You don't literally need to wait till each flower head dies off. Just keep picking them. Go in there every day and pick yourself 15, 20 of these flowers on these baskets.
In a little vase.
Little posy, in a little vase. So you can enjoy them indoors. You can enjoy the fragrance. But that picking action will just keep inspiring the plant to produce more flowers, more buds, keep going. Because remember, all the plant wants to do is basically get pollinated by a bee, produce seeds, and then once it's produced its seeds, that's it, game over. I need to do anything more. I've achieved what I need to achieve in life. But if you keep...
Imagine if we were like, I've had kids, that's it, I'm done.
But, yeah, exactly, it would be good, wouldn't it? Yeah, because we've got a lot more life to live, haven't we? But as soon as you pick that seed head off, the plant thinks, oh, for goodness sake, I've got to produce more flowers now, because I need to produce more seeds. So keep deadheading, and you'll keep getting those wonderful flowers. But isn't it just good, for example, because this is a reasonably kind of new idea, and I always think it's really, really great as a gardener, when you grow something like this and somebody comes to visit you in your garden and they say, what is that in the hanging basket?
Yeah, I love it. I love it when people ask me questions.
It's sweet peas, and they're like, have you done that? That's not right. That doesn't work. That's not possible. Well, it is because I'm growing them, and you can see the results. So again, we do bring you the unusual, the different.
Yeah.
And that's the great thing about gardening. There's always different plants, different colours, different options, different varieties, different habits being developed, and it just adds to the eternal fun, really, of gardening.
Yeah, it's so much fun. I'm so glad I found gardening finally.
Yeah,
took me a long time, but I'm here now. Okay, so those are your sweet pea fragrant trails. You can get 10 of those garden-ready plants for £12.99, or you can double up and get 20 of those for £19.99. Remember, they are the more compact variety of the sweet peas, so you don't need to have anything for these to climb up. You just need something for them to gently trail out of.
Yeah, exactly.
And now we're moving on to our Convallaria. Did I say that right?
Yeah, Lily of the Valley.
Lily of the Valley. That's what we know it as, don't we? Love Lily of the Valley because this likes a bit of shade.
They do. In fact, in my garden, they grow like weeds. Well, I'm lucky. I'm really lucky in my garden because my garden, one end faces exactly north, one end faces exactly south.
Nice.
So it gives me that perfect option to grow things at like opposite conditions.
Everyone's jealous of you right now. We all want that garden.
So on the right-hand side faces north, and I put Lily of the Valley in there, and I had to start pulling some out, honestly, because they grew so well. But the fragrance of these, and I picked the flowers as well. I'm lucky because I've got so many flowers. I pick them and take them indoors. Those delicate little bells and that wonderful, wonderful fragrance, and those gorgeous leaves, almost like little hosta leaves that sort of come up. Everybody loves Lily of the Valley, don't they? I mean, how could you not?
I like the little bonnets, the little, you know, downward-facing bonnet little flower. I just think they're quite romantic, aren't they?
They are romantic.
They're a romantic flower. Love that display in that little jug there. That just looks so, so beautiful. And the fact that these will grow in the more shady spots, you know, it's quite difficult, isn't it? We often say this. Obviously, there are some things that will grow in those shady spots, flowers that will grow, but it's quite difficult. Not everything will grow there, and these absolutely will.
Yeah, shade can always be more, it's always more challenging to grow things in shade than it generally is in sun, but these will like that shade. And also, what Lily of the Valley like, they like a soil that stays pretty moist and damp all the way through the year as well.
I tell you, my clay soil, I think the Lily of the Valley will quite enjoy them.
Yeah, I mean, if it's clay soil and it's in a shady area, that would be great because they won't dry out. They hate drying out midsummer, and that's when they tend not to flower so well. But if they're in that soil that feels continuously moist and you've got lots of organic material in it, so I would definitely suggest incorporating some of our compost into the ground before planting them. And once they become established, oh my goodness me, they will spread and spread and spread.
Love it.
They've got like little rhizomes almost, little side roots that spread out, and then they send up these like little asparagus tip kind of shoots, which come up and then give you the leaves and then give you the flowers. And they flower for about probably 3 or 4 weeks or so, all in all. But,
the thing that I love about them is that they are reminiscent to me of snowdrops.
Yeah.
I know they're completely different, but they're reminiscent to me of snowdrops. So you get your snowdrops that are happening sort of now-ish, aren't they?
Yeah.
But then they disappear and you don't see them for another year. But if you like that look and feel, that romanticism that you get with a snowdrop, you can actually sort of extend that by having the Lily of the Valley, because then they come out after the snowdrops have faded.
They kind of almost imitate them, don't they, really? But a little later in the season. And you saying that as well. Another good thing about Lily of the Valley is you don't initially notice the flowers coming up because they're below the foliage, and all of a sudden one day something sort of just catches your eye and you go over and it's they're coming out, they're flowering, and then they've got this gorgeous little habit as well of the stem coming up and curving over, almost like a bluebell kind of type flower, which again adds to the kind of the romance of them, really. They were popular with the Victorians. People used to actually bring them indoors and grow them in little moss cones back in the day to get them to flower for Christmas Day.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, really nice.
So this is what the pip looks like.
Yeah, that's the little pips there, and
so it's basically a bare root, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a bare root. What I would do with these when you get them home, I'll just soak them overnight in water, just to sort of moisten them up. Give them a drink. Yeah, give them a drink, and then plant them in the garden. And they don't want to be too deep either.
No,
so
they root just below the surface.
Yeah, they're kind of quite surface rooting. So just make sure when you plant them, the shoot is just above ground. Spread these roots out a little bit. They will become established very, very quickly. And they'll come back year after, well, 20, 30, 40, 50 years once
You'll
they're
keep getting them,
established. Yeah, and you don't need to do anything with them once they're established. They'll flower. You'll get the lovely foliage all the way through the winter. It turns a really gorgeous yellow colour in the autumn. Then they disappear below ground for the winter and come back next spring.
Fabulous. Okay, so remember you have got a double up deal there. If you do want to take advantage of that saving, put 2 of them into your basket. Enter the code YGTV724, and we will send you 20 of those pips for £14.98. Just want to say a quick welcome to anybody that might have just joined us. I know you might have just been watching our lovely Sean over on QVC. I think he might have finished about 5 minutes ago. So welcome. I hope you did a great show. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for coming to join us. I'm Rebecca. This is Adam. We're here for the next 3 hours nearly. You've missed a few items, but I'm sure we're going to bring them back for you. But do remember that you can watch back our shows on our website, YouGarden.com, or on YouTube if you're watching there. We do upload the show, so if you've missed a bit, you can always go back and watch it later on. If you follow our YouTube channel, you've subscribed to it, there's no money you have to pay. You just click subscribe and then you'll get notifications of when we are live and things on there as well. So we're moving on to, this is one of my absolute favourites. This is one of Sean's absolute favourites in actual fact. We both had some amazing results with the verbena last year because it grows really quickly, doesn't it? Yeah,
it's a plant that probably 15, 20 years ago not many people would have come across. It was quite unusual, but in recent years, for all the good reasons, all the best reasons, it's a spectacular plant.
It is spectacular. Yeah, I love it so much.
They can get to sort of a couple of metres tall, even sometimes 2 or 3 metres tall. Full sun, well drained, nice open position, and this is a plant that really does flower for 4, 5, 6 months. Great big tall stems, but what's nice about them is the stems are quite open, they're quite airy. So
I call them willowy.
Yeah,
so
willowy, that's a good word.
Willowy.
Yeah, willowy. You can see there.
That's mine.
You can see other plants through them, can't you?
Yeah.
Although they're tall, they don't overwhelm their friends around them. They kind of, accommodate their friends around them. They can grow up through them.
I think.
Yeah,
it plays well.
They do, and they look wonderful with grasses growing between them. They kind of, those flower heads sort of move in the breeze, which is really, really good. And they've got those really rigid stems that almost never ever need staking as well. They're pretty much self-supporting.
I didn't stake that. The other one I did have to stake, to be fair, but this one I didn't stake. And it's going to... So it dies back down, it disappears. Yep. But so I planted mine when they were this size, by the way, last year, and they grew to that size in 1 year. Yeah, and they will multiply as well. Yeah. So over the years...
They seed all over the place, don't they?
I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal. And, OK, so this is a really good example of what we're talking about with being able to see through them. So Sean has got a beautiful garden out in the countryside there. And what he said about this patio, this veranda bit that he's got, was it's a really harsh edge, or it was before he planted this border. What that verbena has done is beautifully soften that, but it hasn't blocked the view at all.
No, exactly. I mean, myself and my partner, we actually designed that garden for Sean.
Did you? I didn't know that.
Yeah, we designed the initial concept. I mean, Sean's embellished it, and and his partner have added things to it.
Oh,
but
wow,
we kind of designed it initially. And Sean's garden is very windy, very exposed.
Very windy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a punishing garden, really, because in the summer, there's nowhere to hide from the sun. Everything gets really baked in that garden. But the verbena enjoys that. I mean, it doesn't mind being really dry, it doesn't mind being really sunny, and it doesn't mind being in a windy, exposed position. So great for seaside gardens, great for kind of really dry areas, great for really hot, dry areas where other things suffer, and good for gravel gardens and places like that.
That looked great in a gravel garden, actually.
I mean, I've seen verbena. In fact, I've actually got a tree fern in my garden, and last year one started growing out the top of the tree fern. It seeded itself into the tree fern. Yeah.
That's amazing.
I had to take it out because I didn't really want it in my tree fern.
No.
But you'll find little baby plants of this seeding about, which you can then just lift up and transplant.
Yeah.
But it's one of those sort of summer perennials, if you like, that is just fantastic because it's got that lovely purpley colour. It's got that great habit.
Bees love it as well, don't they?
Bees go berserk,
and
the butterflies.
For it, it's true.
They adore it, don't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the beautiful thing is, it's going to come back for you every single year. It's going to get bigger and stronger. It's going to give that lovely architecture. Plays well with all those other plants in your borders. Yeah. It's a total winner as far as I'm concerned.
And also, don't panic. For example, the winter before last, we had a really, really punishing winter. and for some of our customers, it looked like they'd lost some of their verbenas. But just be patient, because now I'll be honest, 1 or 2 did go because they were right near a hedge and it was a bit boggy and horrible. But sort of 98% of them came back. And they, about sort of mid-April, just saw little shoots coming through.
Yeah, and it comes up.
And once they come through, within 2 or 3 weeks, they're like this height, that height, that height.
They grow really quick. It's amazing how quick
There's
they
no
grow.
waiting around for these guys, is there?
Mine were, I mean, one of them got taller than me in 1 year, and I planted it at that size. It got taller than me. Obviously, it'll fill out a bit over the years, but it actually grew to that height. It was incredible.
And the good thing about them, when they do that as well, is they don't have a big leaf base at the bottom either, do they? So they don't overwhelm all the plants around them. So you can plant other things right up close to them, and they will just kind of live really happily with their neighbours, which is great.
Well, I think these are classed as winter hardy, aren't they, Stuart, on our website? We're just going to double check that. So anything that is classed as winter hardy, you'll see a little badge at the top of the page of the particular product. If it's got the winter hardy stamp there, what it comes with is our lifetime guarantee, which means that if the product, if the plant does fail to thrive, basically if it dies, but you've done everything you're supposed to look after it, we will cover it with our lifetime guarantee. All you have to do is get in touch with our customer services department, let them know what's happened. We will send a new one out to you. All we ask is that you cover any postage cost to get that sent out to you. But I do like the fact that we give a lifetime guarantee on these winter hardies. It definitely gives you confidence to shop with us, because we are very confident in the products that we supply.
Well, the good thing is we are literally right here where the plants are.
We're in the middle of the nursery right now. Just outside the door over there is 11 acres of nursery.
In the middle of Lincolnshire countryside as well.
And apparently the sun is about to come out. Thank the Lord, because it was so rainy on the way here.
I know, it was like paddy fields driving in this morning, honestly. I mean, seriously though, we do need a long dry period to come, and I'm sure it will go the other way. Coming. But, talking about the verbenas again a moment ago, if you grow them somewhere really well drained, that's where you're going to get the best results, and that's when you're going to get them through the winter time. But this isn't quite now, has it been another couple of months? It's just going to be incredible.
It's getting exciting out there, honestly. I had a little wander this morning. There's a lot going on. Those beds are getting filled with new plants. It's absolutely incredible. Exciting times.
It is exciting times, yeah. I agree.
All right, so that is our Verbena bonariensis. You are going to get 3 of those, by the way. That's £4.33 each, thereabouts, for each of those. And bearing in mind how long you're going to have them for, that is incredible value for money. 560910. Do make sure you enter the code YGTV724. That is what will unlock the saving. That is also what will add into your basket. I've lost it. I'm going to get it. Oh, it's around the front, isn't it? Thank you, Stuart. You will also get your free gift entered into your basket as well. You don't have to put an item code in. You just put the code YGTV724 and we will automatically enter our Blooming Fast fertiliser, 100 litres. This will make, and that is about 20 watering cans, full-size watering cans. And this is incredible because we're going to start feeding our plants very, very soon.
Blooming fast, blooming good results.
Blooming good.
Blooming good contents. I mean, it's just blooming good. That's the reason we've called it blooming good, because and it does make such a difference feeding plants as well. I'm not going to mention it, but there was a very, very famous TV gardener some years back actually sort of said he doesn't think it's necessary to feed plants. And it's like, no. That got a big backlash. Honestly, feeding your plants makes such a difference, especially when they're in pots and tubs.
Totally.
Because once they've absorbed all that nutrient, there's nowhere else for them to go, is there? When they're in the ground, they can send out a few more roots. Yeah.
But in a pot, it's self-contained, and that ecosystem dies out. So you need to replenish that.
So pots, tubs, hanging baskets, feed. It'll extend the flower season. It'll make your plants more disease-resistant, bigger flowers, better fruit, better vegetables. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's move on. Botzella. We're moving on to a beautiful peony here, and I'm going to get one of these out the bag first of all because I just want to show you how incredible this looks right now. This is a quality bare root that is just dying to get planted. Look at that.
Look at that. That's That's a whale already, isn't it?
I mean, there's another one poking out down the side here, look. But look, we've got 1, 2, 3 really big, really healthy looking shoots coming off that.
And I think, I mean, that could possibly be a flower bud, one of those on there as well.
Do you think?
For this year. I mean, I can't guarantee they'll flower in the first year, but when you look at the size of those buds, I think there's potential there for that.
Flower, wouldn't you?
I think this is an intersectional peony, this one. So basically, if you think about herbaceous peonies, the kind of the red peonies we used to see for donkey's years, you think about the tree peonies, they're basically cross the two.
Yes. So you get the benefits of the two, don't you?
You get benefits of both, yeah. You get a lovely kind of bushy peony that tends to form like quite a nice little domed shrub, but with many, many flowers over quite a few weeks. This one's got a fragrance to it as well, a lemony kind of fragrance.
I love that. I love that the fragrance matches the colour of the flower.
That's cool,
I really like that.
Yeah, it's like, but yellow is still quite an unusual colour for peonies as well. We think about peonies being pink and red and purple and white, but yellow is absolutely gorgeous. And peonies are just, again, they're so, peonies are in culture, aren't they? You think about peonies in paintings, you think about sort of in Chinese kind of history and art and stuff like that. You see peonies. They're a very historical kind of flower, a flower that you see all the way different parts of the world in different cultures. Peonies have just got that kind of magic, that mystique about them. And I think it's because they've got these just wonderful bowl-shaped flowers. They've got fragrance. They've got those stamens in the middle that attract the bees. And just the way that they die down in winter to ground level, there's nothing there. Then in a really short time, those shoots come up through the ground, and within weeks, they grow so quickly.
Yeah, they go quick. So the foliage and everything grows quite quick, doesn't it? And it can get up to, I mean, in the first year, the foliage will get really decent size. We are talking maybe 3 feet in height, aren't we?
Yeah, possible, yeah.
And then you're going to get the flowers coming on top of that as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we hope that you get some flowers in the first year. But you're very much planting, what did you say, Stu? Planting hope.
Yeah.
Planting a hope, planting a promise.
Yeah.
Promise, it's not a hope, because this is going to be amazing. But they do just take a little bit of time to establish. So year 2, year 3, that's when you really get the major benefits, isn't it?
Yeah, but even if they don't flower in the first year, the leaves, they've got super attractive leaves as well. So the leaves look nice in their own right. And just one thing to say about peonies is don't plant them too deep. Peonies love to be shallow planted. If you plant them really deep,
they won't flower.
They won't flower. So
this is why we often say it's best not to move a peony, because you've got to get the depth of it right. And what you don't want is for it to, sulk for a year, because you'll miss out on those flowers for a year. So just put it where it wants to be and leave it there.
And peonies are so long-lived that a peony will live 30, 40, 50 years.
Yeah.
So once it's where it is, you never need to lift it. You don't need to divide it.
Just let it do its thing.
Just let it do its thing year after year. Deadhead it after it's flowered. Enjoy the foliage through to the autumn. And they have fabulous autumn colour foliage as well, which is another bonus. Then they'll die down in the winter, and then next spring, about this time, you'll see those lovely little red shoots poking up, and the joy starts all over again. Exciting times. Well, peonies are always very popular. The peony Bartzella has been a really popular one for us as well. Don't we have the other peony as well, the Sarah Bernhardt? It's on the show if you want to have a little look in our little page. Bringing it up for me. Yeah. We've got the peony Sarah Bernhardt as well, which is the lovely pink one too. So have a little look at that one. You can go for your Bartzella 580020, and it is a double up deal on there for you. Or here's the details of our Sarah Bernhardt. She is gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. That's a classic peony. It's such a popular peony, and it's not surprising. I mean, look at those incredible flowers. You get fragrance with peonies as well, which is absolutely wonderful. They make great cut plants. The pollinating insects like them, and when you look at those flowers, they are the sort of flowers you see almost like in a Monet kind of painting, with those incredible blooms on there as well. And again, don't plant these too deep, plant these quite shallow, year after year. I mean, in the first year you might get 2 or 3 stems come up. After that you might get 5, 6, 7, sort of 8 stems come up, and probably, perhaps sort of 10, 12 flowers on each stem as well. So just an explosion of colour, an explosion of blossom on these. You could actually cut a few and take them indoors. But goodness me, peonies really are just amazing.
I think they're gorgeous. I just love the amount of petals. They are petalicious is our new
like
word that we've got here. So you have got, we've got something slightly wrong here, but listen, it's in your favour, so go for it. So what is it? It's £14.99 for one, or it's £14.98 for two. Go figure. Just put the code in. Just put 2 in your basket. Put that code in. Don't ask any questions. Check out. I don't know. Right, let's say hello to everybody who has now joined us. We're getting loads of happy birthdays for our birthday
That's
boy.
sweet. Thanks very much.
Adam's birthday today. Elaine, Elena, Degsy, Amanda, Sandra, Kate. Everyone's wishing you a happy birthday.
Well, it's a real privilege on my birthday, to come in and share my, because I absolutely, like you, I love gardening. It's been my hobby, my living, my passion. It's my raison d'etre, to be honest.
Yeah.
So on my actual birthday, to be able to come in on a show like this, share all the joy and love and optimism of the coming spring and plants with everybody at home and your lovely wishes. Honestly, it's fantastic. Thank you.
It's lovely to have you here, so thank you very much for coming in. What else have we got in the chat? Oh, Degsy's telling us his jokes as well. Degsy's one of our regulars, and he sends us jokes every now and then. I love it.
Are they
I love the
plant-based or
gardening-based
kind of
jokes.
just?
No, they're normally gardener-based.
Okay.
Gardeners don't grow old; they just go to pot.
Okay. Ba-bum. Yeah.
Well done, Degsy. Love
good.
that one.
Yeah.
Like it or not. So yes, welcome to everybody that's watching. If you are a new viewer, thank you so much. We are here 3 times a week. Sunday we do a marathon show, 10 till 2 o'clock. On Wednesday and Thursday we are here 10 till 1 live. So you can watch along live, which is great because we get to chat and send us your jokes and we'll talk about it, and send us your pictures and we'll show them. But you can also, if you can't watch us, you can actually stream the shows later on via YouTube or via our website. Stuart, who's sat out in his control shed just outside the doors here, he uploads all those shows, so you can always go back and watch them. The most important thing that you need to remember is we have a magic key code, which is down there on the screen, YGTV724. That unlocks all of the deals, the savings, the buy one get one free, the double up deals, the free postage over £40. If you can't get your order to £40, completely understand. We do still have a saving on the postage for you, which is you will only ever pay 1 postage cost. Whatever is the highest postage in the basket, just the 1 postage cost for you. And sometimes using our code does things that we didn't even know about. So sometimes it'll bring the postage down.
If I order, once I've achieved that, I've ordered 20 things.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's
just
it.
one.
Just 1 postage cost.
Goodness me.
If it's still under £40, you will only pay 1 postage cost, but you have to enter the code for it all to work. So it's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Plus, we have an incredible discount club as well, which we currently have over 40,000 members of this club. Now, it costs you £5 to join the club, but it's just £5. And when you see the kind of savings that you can make from this, it is absolutely incredible, because every time you place an order in the next 12 months, the full year, you've only paid that £5 once, but you will get 10% off every single plant and accessory order. That includes our amazing premium professional compost, which you will get nearly £2.50 off every single time you buy it. So you only have to buy 2 lots of compost and you've paid for your club membership.
See, again, that makes it, because we all hear that word inflation these days, don't we? And things like that,
Yeah, absolutely.
Something like this instantly wipes that off, doesn't it?
Totally.
The inflation's gone.
You're more than saving. I've saved a fortune by joining that discount club. And if you're a regular gardener and you're shopping regularly, it is incredible how those savings will add up. We'll show you a basket example in a little while, and you can see how you can earn that £5 of your club membership back instantly.
Yeah, because it's all those extra bits that, cause, a lot of people are on a budget, so when you've got that saving, you can either choose that to be your saving, or you can just spend that saving to get another plant if you want to. So
that's my kind of shopping. I like it. Just a quick reminder for you, our Diablo pots. These have been incredibly popular this week. We were down to less than 50 at the start of the show. They're still here, but they are going very, very quickly. They're beautiful, first of all. They're absolutely gorgeous. Lovely looking stone effect down the bottom, sort of a hammered metal up at the top here.
And so if that was real stone, you wouldn't be holding it in
I
one
certainly wouldn't be
hand.
doing this with it, would I?
You wouldn't.
I I certainly wouldn't drop it on the floor because it would crack and break. But
Probably
this
break
is one
your
of the
foot as well.
It's one of the benefits with the plastic pot. It's lightweight and it won't break for you. And we are doing a double up deal here, so you can get 2 for £14 and 90. Is it 98 or 99? I can't see that. $14.99
I like the
for
fact
2.
inside as well. We've got that kind of double thing there as well, where there's a sort of a reservoir, if you like, as well, but also the hole to make sure it doesn't get waterlogged. So you're always going to hold some water, but not too much. That perfect balance. So you're not going to have to water these as much. And of course, as well, because they are plastic, the terracotta ones tend to wick away the moisture and dry it really quickly.
Which is good for certain plants, but not all of them want that, do they?
These are going to keep the moisture in. And if you put some strolch over the top as well, that would even keep the moisture in even more and keep the weeds down, and it looked good as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't expect these to last for the rest of the show, to be honest with you. They are going to go. So if you have been looking at these and you've been wanting them, now is the time to place your order and check out, I'm afraid, because they are not going to be coming back.
That's the devil, isn't it, Diablo? The devil. It's a devil of a deal.
It's a devil of a deal.
That's my really bad joke, you see. I'm like, yeah.
I love it. You can
put that in the hall of infamy.
All right, so we're going to move on now to something I know that... Oh, forget that. To something I've got in my garden. I know you've used these in sensory garden planting schemes before, haven't you? The Sarcococca.
Yeah, Sarcococca hookeriana. It's one of my favourite plants.
Oh, the smell.
In fact, I was working in the garden during the week where there was one of these, and at the time I thought, I need to take a picture and I need to send it to Stuart so that when I'm on air I can show people. But did I take a picture? No, I didn't. Too busy working. But I was actually in a front garden, and there was some ferns there that I was trimming back. There was loads of hellebores flowering as well. But the fragrance of this was just monster. I mean, it's such a lovely, sweet fragrance. And I was working on that really crazy day last week when we got up to 18 degrees. I think it was last Thursday or something. And with the warmth, that mildness...
it really brought it out, didn't
and there were so many bees around. I couldn't believe how many bees had popped out on that day because it got so warm. But it's not surprising, though, with the fragrance of this. And this is... You know, when you was at school... And there was always that kid in your class that was super intelligent.
Yes.
They were super good looking.
Oh, yeah, it was me.
They were super trendy and fashionable. They were good at sport. They were good academically. Yep. And you used to think, how can one person be such an all-rounder, be brilliant at everything? Well, this is that plant. That plant's one of these sort of people.
It's true.
Yeah, because this plant is evergreen.
Yeah.
This plant flowers. This plant has fragrance. This plant is super, super hardy. This plant is really drought tolerant. This plant is shade tolerant. So, it's even got red stems to complement the gorgeous green glossy leaves. So it is one of those really annoying plants that kind of has all the attributes. Basically everything a plant can have, it's got.
But flowers and fragrance at this time of year as well, I just think is, it's rare, isn't it? You don't get many of those.
No. I mean, there are a few plants that flower this time of year, and the reason they are so fragrant is because pollinating insects are so few and far between, so they've got to put on that really big effort to attract what insects there are to bring them in. Whereas in the summertime, plants can be a bit lazier because there's so many pollinating insects around.
I don't have to impress you because I'm already...
Exactly. I'll just give you a nice flower. I don't need to waste time on fragrance. But this summer year, these poor little plants will work so hard for those pollinators. But this hookeriana, this Sarcococca hookeriana, is a great plant because gradually it will spread and it sends out little side roots that then send up brand new shoots. So after 3 or 4 years, it makes like a little clump or a little thicket.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Which is really, really nice. And on a winter's day, especially a mild winter's day, as we had last week, you get the fragrance of this wafting up. Oh, it's just gorgeous.
See, now I took mine out of the border and I put it in a pot, but I'm going to put it back in a border because I want to put it back. I put it in a pot because I wanted it nearer the house because I thought this time of year just to get that fragrance and everything. But actually, it's taking up valuable retail in my sunny part of the garden. So I'm going to put it back in a shady border.
Yeah, and it's good for shade as well. So where other plants struggle in shade, this is really, really good. So if you've got a north-facing area, if you've got an east-facing area that only gets sun in the morning, then it's shady in the afternoon, it will do really, really well.
But likewise, I think if you were to go for a couple... In fact, we had somebody send in a picture in the week, because he bought 8 of these, didn't he? And he's put them all... Lawrence, he's put them all in his... it's amazing, honestly. It's going to be beautiful when he walks in that gate. But I was just thinking, my northeast-facing front door,
Perfect.
If I had 2 of these, because I love the symmetry, I'm a sucker for the symmetry, either side of a doorway, but because it's northeast-facing, not much, a bit of morning sun, and then it goes around the back of the house. But every time I walk through my door during the winter winter months, you know, now when it's still a bit dreary, but we've got the hope of spring coming.
Absolutely.
The fragrance that I will get when I walk through my door every single time will just be incredible. And this is Lawrence's
look. At those. Wow.
So he bought 8 of these from us, and he's put 4 either side of his gateway there. And as those spread and thicken out, and the fragrance.
Yeah, the fragrance on that is just going to be absolutely phenomenal. It really is. And sometimes, because the flowers are quite subtle, it's a sort of plant, sometimes you can walk along and you think, what's that?
What's that?
You kind of do that sniff thing and
That's
look round.
what I did. That's how I discovered this plant.
Where's that coming from?
So I was walking around. We've got a lovely place in Peterborough called Ferry Meadows, where all the lakes and everything are. I was walking around about 8 years ago with my kids in February, and I was like, what is that?
Yeah, I got to find it.
So I was hunting this plant down because the smell that was just coming off it was incredible, and that's how I discovered this.
And that's how the bees and stuff discover this time of year as well, because it does the same thing for them. You know, they're buzzing around. It's like, whoa, what's that? You know, pollen's rare this time of year. Nectar's rare this time of year. I'm going to get in there and so it's good. It's good for those insects this time of year as well. So
amazing.
You know, when the bees and stuff first come out and they're looking for nectar this time of year, great plant for them as well.
This one is Elaine's. She's one of our. She tunes in every single time. Thank you so much for your company, Elaine. And she sent us a picture of her beautiful sarcococca. I love how you put little stones in the bottom of that plant pot as well. That looks really pretty.
Such an easy plant. It doesn't need you don't need to prune it. You don't need to deadhead it. All you've got to do is plant it, leave it. And as I say, eventually what you'll see is a little way away from the actual main plant itself, you'll see a little shoot come up, and it gradually forms sort of a bigger and bigger clump.
Nice.
But if you don't want it to be a bigger clump, you can just cut those off and keep it more compact. It doesn't really ever get taller than about probably knee height or thereabouts. So it's not going to zoom away, but great for really small spaces, great for shady areas. A really good plant to grow other sort of spring flowering bedding with. So if you had one of these in a pot, for example, you could put winter flowering pansies around it. You could put spring bulbs around it.
Very nice.
And you can see here, look, they've got some heathers there. Look really lovely at the base of that
heathers.
one. So you can sort of mix that with these, but it's just so nice when you're in the middle of February. But you've got a plant that already is packing such a punch with colour, with fragrance, with interest, and the root system on that will be absolutely. I'm not going to put it out the pot.
Yeah, no, I tried.
It'll have a fab root system. Probably doesn't even want to come out the pot because it's so sort of rooty.
Yeah, I can see the roots coming out the bottom.
Yeah, you can see. Yeah. So, but I mean, the quality of that plant, you can see the way the lights are just shimmering and sort of glimmering off the foliage there. So, whoa, gone for it.
Yeah, I'm totally going to make a mess. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, look at that. Look. Great root system there, you can see. Look at that, really lovely root system there. That plant's getting, and when you see those white, healthy roots, that's so important, because sometimes if you take a plant out of the pot and those roots are brown and off colour, that's not a good sign. But when they're white like that, that shows that plant's really keen to get in the ground. It's going to establish itself, it's going to grow away. But if you want a plant that's got fragrance, that's evergreen, that's got colour, that's got interest, that's easy to grow, that's compact, that's great for pots, this is the plant to go for.
Lovely. So that's your sarcococca, the winter gem, or sweet box, or Christmas box is what I know it as. I can
smell it from here.
Nice established plant as well in the 4.6 litre pot. It is £24.99 today if you use our code YGTV724. Our email address is on the bottom of the screen there, so if you've got any pictures you want to show us, please send us pictures of your garden, send us pictures of your potting sheds, send us pictures of whatever it is you want to send pictures of. We love to see your garden, so do email us into that address down there. Now, moving on to something else that I know that you have.
Yeah, I do. Is
this beautiful mimosa, the Acacia delbata.
See, this is what I call a messing with your head plant. And I'll tell you why I'm calling it a messing with your head plant. Is because I remember the first time I saw one of these, it was a couple of occasions I can remember, but I can remember many, many moons ago, I used to look after a lady's garden in Buckhurst Hill. She's gone now, a beautiful, lovely lady called Mrs. Ross. And I remember working in her garden in Buckhurst Hill in, I think it was January, February time, well, it was. And the gardens beyond used to step up, sort of each garden used to step up a little bit. And I remember looking up through the back gardens, and in the third or fourth garden along, I could just see this huge explosion of yellow.
Wow.
So what is that? And at that time, because gardening is always a learning process, at that time I'd not really come across mimosa before. So I kind of just stuck my head through the fence. And when I saw it, I was like, well, what's going on? It's February. How is this? How is this
Mind
tree?
blown.
got evergreen leaves, smothered in thousands and thousands of these yellow pom-pom flowers, looking like that in January in the middle of a British winter or at the end of a British winter. But they do. They're just mind-blowing plants.
I love them.
And that's why they mess with your head, because it's not what you expect when it's happening. It's just so out of the ordinary.
Now, they need a little bit of protection, don't they?
Well, I'll be honest with you. Winter before last, I did see some of these get knocked back a little bit. Mine in my garden was about 12, 13 foot tall. But anyway, I cut it down by about a half last spring. It all reshooted.
Because they're quite fast growing, aren't they?
Yeah. Within a year, it grew another 6 foot. So,
wow.
And now it's got flower buds that are going to be coming out any day now. So, when they're very young like this, yeah, they can be a little bit vulnerable. But once they become established, even in a cold winter, you might lose the top part of the plant. But if you be patient and just cut it back to the lower part of the trunk, probably 9 times out of 10, it'll reshoot and it'll keep going.
So we say winter hardy down to about -5 on this.
Yeah, generally.
So just keep an eye on it and look after it. There are things we can do over the winter months if we're expecting really cold weather, aren't there?
But I mean, my one was hit by -11.
Yeah.
But the trunk on my one was already probably about the thickness of, say, I don't know, your kind of upper arm kind of thickness. So depending on your arms, really, I suppose. Bad example.
How muscly you are.
So it's more kind of regular. But yeah, it had a thick trunk on it. So that was. It's like any plant. The more mature they get, the hardier, the tougher they are.
Yeah.
But it's well worth the effort.
But a bit of fleece, bit of mulch.
Bit of fleece,
It's going to do the job,
wrap
isn't it?
some horticultural fleece around it. But it's well worth taking the effort and taking the chance, because when you do get this to establish and flower this time of year, it's such a mood lifter.
Well, when it gets covered, like we're showing, I mean, you can see on this one, relatively young. You can see how many flowers are on here, but just imagine this once it gets to, its full potential. And these can grow really big if you want them to, can't you? They can get to real tree size.
But you can trim them back very easily, and also they're actually...
There is a fragrance, isn't there?
I'm trying to think. I can't really kind of...
I can't place it.
Yeah, I can't pigeonhole that, but it's a sweet fragrance, and it's a nice fragrance. Yeah.
Well, Sean went for a little wander when he was here, went for a little wander into our nursery and saw where these are being kept. So let's have a little look at this.
Hello there. Well, I'm in, obviously, the YouGarden nursery, and I must be surrounded by, I reckon, at least 2,000 of these gorgeous mimosas. And what I'm really impressed with is the fact that every single one of these looks perfect. They're all of very similar size. They're all extremely healthy. For those of you that don't know the mimosa, it's a fabulous, fabulous plant. Comes from the Mediterranean, so you find it in France, Spain. I've seen these in New Zealand. And what is wonderful, at this time of the year, they burst into flower. And I've just found one here. This is slightly ahead of the others, but look, these gorgeous yellow pom-pom flowers are beginning to burst open. And as this grows, and these can grow really quite quickly, so even in a year they can grow 2 or 3 feet high, you're going to get more and more of these gorgeous flowers. So this will be a carpet of yellow in your garden. And I've got a bit of a cold, but I can still smell a really gorgeous fragrance with these as well. Now, they are evergreen, so this wonderful foliage that you're seeing, a little bit fern-like, you get that all year round. Just a few tips. They like a sunny spot and well-drained soil. They're hardy to about -5, so do bear that in mind. Try to find them a nice sunny spot, south-facing, sheltered, with good well-drained soil, and they will do very nicely in the UK. Or alternatively, you can of course grow them in a pot. But I promise you, at this time of year, February, March, when these burst into flower, they are truly spectacular. A friend of mine's got one in their garden, and I don't know how long it's been there, maybe decades, but it's a huge mimosa tree, and it looks spectacular. In the UK, we normally say they grow to about 3 metres, but in the right spot, they can do exceptionally well. Or, of course, you can contain them in a pot as well. So this is mimosa. It's also known as Acacia delbata as well. I love the name mimosa. And when you place your order, you will receive one of these thousands of mimosas, but whichever one you get, I know you'll be truly delighted with it.
So you absolutely would be delighted if you're going to get your hands on that beautiful mimosa tree. But we are now coming over to talk about our most popular product, because everything that we are bringing you needs a bit of compost. And we're not talking about any old compost. We are talking about premium, professional, top grade compost, the compost that we use here at the nursery. Our head gardener is evangelical, let's say, when it comes to this compost, because he has seen the results. So have all of our regular viewers. So have I. He absolutely believes in this. Let's have a little talk with Peter about this one.
We describe this as premium professional compost. And the reason for that is it is the compost that is known, this formula we have perfected over decades. So I've been using it for decades. We have perfected it over decades. You've got a blend of the best peats plus wood fibre that you can imagine. Now, by volume, approximately 50% of this compost is wood fibre, and the balance is made up of a blend of peats, and there are 3 different peats. So you've got things like sphagnum moss peat, which is renewable. You've got sedge peat, and then you've got darker sphagnum as well in there. So you've got 3 different peats. You've also got, you can see actually just there, there's slow release fertiliser. These little green, what look like little eggs, you'll see those dotted among the compost when you're planting it. That's slow release fertiliser. One of the most expensive ingredients in any compost is fertiliser. You can see there's another one just down below. That is amazing, because that will deploy nutrients to the roots of whatever you grow in this compost just when they need it over the next 6 months. You then got what's called a buffer. Now, peat in particular is naturally acidic. And plants like to be just on the acidic side of neutral as a generality. There are exceptions, so things like rhododendrons and azaleas, they love to be properly acidic in terms of the ericaceous soil or compost they're growing in. But most things like it just on the slightly acidic edge of neutral. So that's what this is designed to give you. So it's got a pH buffer to keep it in exactly that zone. The wood fibre keeps the sort of perfect air-water porosity ratio, which is what we talk about in the trade, all these complicated terms. But it's, what plants need is they need a jungle gym to grow in. So they need a jungle gym for their roots, which is called growing medium. They need some water, and they need some air, and they need nutrients. And when you've got the perfect compost, it blends the air and the water and the constituents of the compost. It all blends together to give the perfect environment. That's what this particular compost does, which is why it's trusted by us. We will be growing approximately 150,000 potted roses on this nursery this year. That's roughly what we grow most years. We'll be growing, I don't know how many hanging baskets, but our pre-planted hanging baskets that will be available later, you will have bought them in the autumn and last spring as well. They grow in this compost. We will grow countless perennials, whether they be in the 9 centimetre square pots or the 3 litre pots or the 5 litre pots, plus fruit trees. And this is the compost we use for all of those things. So we trust it, the trade trusts it, and actually based upon well, literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bags of this particular compost that you've bought over the years, you definitely trust it as well. And, you know, and actually, peat is a thing. We need to think about peat. Not me. I happen to also be peat, but it's the peat that's in here that we're talking about. We can still use peat in our gardens right now, and actually the alternatives, generally speaking, are a bit iffy. So if you want to get the best results, in my view, use this particular compost for as long as you can. It's got 50% other material in it, which is the lowest level we could get to and still have a professional quality product for you and for ourselves. So we've been as eco-friendly as we can, and we jumped onto that particular that approach years and years and years ago. So this is the same formulation that we've had for at least the last 6 or 7 years, with 50% other material to bulk out the peat, and it still works better. So I would say this is, in my opinion, it's the only compost I use at home. It's the compost we use on the nursery. I can't recommend it highly enough.
Yeah, there was our lovely head gardener, Peter, when he was here with Sean recently, telling us all about the amazing benefits, and it genuinely is such a fantastic thing. You are getting 100 litres. It comes to you in these 2 unmarked bags. Why are they unmarked? Because the value is in the bag, not on the bag. Why waste money putting marketing material on there? There is no point, is there? You can obviously get saving on this as well. If you join our club, you can get up to, well, you get 10% discount off this as well. So if you think about the cost of the membership being £5, order 2 lots of compost and you've paid for your club membership, and you'll be saving 10% every time you place an order from here on in for the next 12 months. So it genuinely is amazing stuff, not only because of the savings you can get, but because of the results that you can get.
Yeah, I mean, this is a professional-based compost, and it's got all the elements that plants need. First of all, it's hugely peat-reduced as well, which we've been doing for a number of years, long before other people were doing the same thing. But there's also chipped bark in here, or composted chipped bark as well, and that creates a fantastic texture to the compost. It keeps the compost nice and open so the air can penetrate, the moisture can go down through the compost, and it means the compost doesn't get too wet, but it doesn't dry out either.
It smells so
I know,
good,
I always
doesn't it?
smell it as well, because
It smells good.
It just smells fresh.
Do you know that if you smell compost, it releases happy hormones into your brain?
Yeah, I can believe that.
And I honestly,
because
the
they
smell
say
of this is incredible.
There's that smell. Oh, it's got a really weird name. There's that smell you get when rain on dry ground.
Yes.
And that smell
Love that.
also kind of releases
all
sort of
the
endorphins, and
yeah.
and kind of gives you
stuff.
a happy feeling. I was cutting grass the other day, and a postman walked past.
I walked past somebody cutting grass, and I was, oh, that smell.
That's what the postman said. I've cut grass for so long, I almost don't smell it anymore. But he walked past and he went, oh, he said, I love that smell.
Yeah,
Freshly
it's
cut grass.
gorgeous.
Spring and summer's on the way. But so yeah, sometimes our noses really do tell us when we're onto a good thing. When something's right. And
yeah, get this home, open the bag, put your face in it.
Yeah, honestly,
just have a sniff, because honestly, it smells absolutely gorgeous. So yes, 100125 postage is included. So this is a really good item to go for if you're trying to get multiples of your free gift. Perhaps place a separate order for your compost. Put the code in, YGTV724, you'll get the saving, but you'll also get the free gift added into your basket. And then come back and place another order for everything else that you need, and you'll get another free gift entered into your basket as long as you use that code. Now, Adam, it's your birthday today.
It is, yeah.
Happy birthday to you. But you share a birthday, apparently, with viewer Karen's dog,
Hey!
Bailey. Oh,
Bailey.
Karen, you get extra double points, because not only have you said happy birthday to Adam, but you've sent me a furry baby picture, and I love it. Oh, apparently she planted 4 of our Bartzella peonies yesterday.
Oh, really? Well, first of all, happy birthday, Bailey.
Smells amazing.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Bailey.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Adam.
He's probably a lot younger than me, though. I don't suppose he's 59, is he, to be honest?
Yes, he's 59.
I know. My last year, my 50s. No.
It's fine.
So where did it go?
Life starts here. It's all fine. Don't worry. All right, we were just showing our mimosa. Linda has got hers potted up. Lovely, keeping it in the conservatory there, looking after it until we get rid of those winter, frosty days. It's her new summer house, is it? That's gorgeous. What a lovely, lovely
Just looks so happy,
house.
Bex, doesn't it? Just kind of sitting there in the pot and, just...
That's absolutely gorgeous. And Roger wants to say thank you to our customer services team for doing a great job this week. Oh, that's lovely. He had a little problem with his order, got in touch with customer services, and they sorted it out within 1 hour after him emailing. That is a wonderful story, Roger. Thank you very, very much. We do always encourage you. If there is a problem, we send out millions of orders every year. There might, sometimes we don't always get it right, but we want to make it right. So if there is a problem, let us know. We'll fix it for you.
It's like anything. If there's an issue and somebody fixes it, then you're happy, aren't you? It's when you get grief and they make it a bigger problem. That's when you know...
We definitely try and fix all of these problems whenever we can. Now, we've been very excited about bringing this one, haven't we? The paper bush.
I can smell this again as well.
I know. The smell on this is amazing, isn't it? Oh my word.
It's good, isn't it? That is... Wow.
Oh. So both of us, under that little piece of video of Peter, we nipped out there and used the facilities, because it's a long time, 4 hours. But both of us, as we walked back in, went, oh, it smells lovely in here, doesn't it? And it's the mixture, I think, of the paper bush, the Saka Coca.
Yeah.
Wow.
And also, because it's slightly warm in here as well, because it's just emanating that fragrance.
I'm going to turn the heater off while you talk about this.
But, yeah, I mean, the fragrance is incredible. And this almost... kind of looks tropical in the way that it's growing. I love the actual kind of structure of it. But isn't it incredible to think we're not in midwinter now, we're at the back end of winter, but isn't it incredible to think we're mid-February And there's a plant like this that's brave enough and bold enough to flower now, but not just give these wonderful kind of heads of flower with these sort of lovely
They're
little
tubular,
yellow,
aren't they?
little tubular yellow flowers that attract the early pollinating insects and the bees, but pumping out such a gorgeous fragrance. And when they're finished flowering in summer, they come out of these wonderful leaves, these sort of very great big kind of shiny, gorgeous leaves as well. And these stems, and it gives it a kind of a look almost of like a tropical or a sort of another earthly kind of plant.
I think it's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, and look at the size. I mean, what's the $24.99?
$24.99, yeah.
This is mammoth, this plant. I mean, it's already at that size, but yeah, I mean...
Well, it doesn't get massively tall either, does it?
No,
so we're not talking about great big tree size
here.
here.
I mean, I had one in my garden that got to sort of probably about head height on me.
And that's about as tall as it's ever going to get, isn't it?
But they tend to go a little bit more sideways, so yeah, it's not going to be a big bully kind of shrub or tree. And they have a nice open kind of habit as well. So
I love that.
Yeah, you can grow things underneath it. It doesn't create huge amount of shadow.
Yeah.
But it's just quite phenomenal this time of year to think that this is flowering this time, and you actually see the flowers start to form very late autumn into early winter. You just start to see the little tiny little buds that are just tiny at the start.
Well, they're quite interesting how they open, aren't they? Because each one of these, because you've got multiple tubular flowers on here,
so
and it stays sort of tightly packed in the centre, and then it starts to open from the outside.
Yeah.
So it's always interesting whilst it's in flower, isn't it?
And even when each one of these individual flowers is all tight in the flower head, they have like a silvery kind of furry kind of look to them before they open out. And you can see there, you can see that the flowers are gradually opening out one at a time till they all finally come out.
The one that we've got here in our potting shed, all of the flowers are very nearly. This one's almost open. Yeah, look, just in the centre there's a couple that just need to open a little bit more. But that's so interesting, the way that those open up. And this, I cannot describe the scent to you. It's sweet and delicious.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? And these are tough plants as well, because these originate from places like Japan, Korea.
Well, they make paper with it, don't they? That's why it's called the paper bush.
Yeah, because it kind of they kind of shed this kind of like sheath of like sort of papery material on the actual stems. But yeah, they come from really parts of the world that have really cold winters, so this will get through a really cold winter, and same my one's flowered in really cold weather, and there's been frost on the ground.
Really? So on our website what we say is winter hardy down to about -5, but the lovely Graham, I'm so rubbish with names, Philip, I will remember, I promise you. The lovely Philip, who sent us pictures of his, he's got one either side of his gateway. He was saying his survived -10, no issues.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. -5 is easy for these. These will go down, really cold. So say they come from those parts of the world that do have really cold winters.
Wow, there you go.
So yeah, and what I would suggest with this as well, if you're going to plant it in your garden, plant it near your house so you can enjoy the fragrance.
Well, yeah, this is Philip's, okay, so he's actually got one on either side of his gateway. And I love this.
Look at that.
Because every time he walks through the gate at this time of year, that fragrance is just going to be there, isn't it?
It's just going to waft, isn't it, when you walk through?
It's beautiful.
And almost kind of like Christmas decorations, the way the flowers are sort of hanging
like
down
little
to start.
baubles,
Yeah, aren't they? And then, as the flowers open up, then they kind of tend to sort of spread out a little bit more. But yeah, look at that. I mean, such a lovely yellow as well, and that really lovely, gorgeous yellow colour and the fragrance. And and I just love the stems as well. They're really unusual kind of stems. Yeah. It's just got that sort of baobab-y kind of look to it almost.
I like anything that has flowers on the bare branches.
Yeah.
I've realised this is something quite interesting about that. And we've got it with the salix. I mean, this is starting to get its foliage coming out as well. But, everything that comes with the flowers on the bare branches, just it really speaks to me for some reason.
Yeah,
I love it.
I think so. I think because really when there's no foliage, the flowers are at the complete full, aren't
they?
It's
isn't it?
Yeah, you just see the flowers and nothing else. And it almost seems a bit counterintuitive to have flowers without leaves, but there you go, we can and we do.
Well, you're getting a £5 saving on that today if you use our code YGTV724. Maybe do what Philip has done and get yourself 2 of those either side of a gateway. What an amazing fragrance you'll get from those. 511366 is your item number. Do remember shopping direct with us here at YGTV. This is where you're going to get some of the best prices and some of the best savings. We have double up deals. We have buy one, get one free. We have an amazing free gift that we give you with every single purchase. That's not one per customer. It's one per order. So if you place multiple orders, you will get a free gift every time. This week's free gift is probably one of the best ones we've done, because it's our Blooming Fast feed for your plants. We are going to be starting to feed our plants very, very soon. In fact, probably in the next couple of weeks is about the right time to start. And obviously we're going to ramp that up throughout the summer months. And this is blooming good, isn't it?
It is brilliant. And, and it is a good time to start feeding the next couple of weeks, because I'll tell you why. If you've got plants in pots in your garden, we've had so much rain this winter, and that's probably washed all the nutrients out of the pot.
Yeah.
And those plants are going to be really hungry. And of course, in another 2 or 3 weeks' time, the sap's going to start to rise. Those plants are going to start to grow. So they need those nutrients at the roots to give them that boost, to give them that fillip, if you like, to get them going again for the summer.
Yeah, absolutely. Our head gardener really does swear by this product. It is blooming good, I promise you. And this will make 100 litres, this one bag here, and that's about 20 full-size watering cans. So that's going to last you a little while, but I would definitely recommend placing multiple orders to get multiple bags of this. Do remember we also have our a discount club as well, where you can save an extra 10% off every single plant and accessory order. So if you are new to us, welcome to our wonderful potting shed. We are here live 3 times a week. We're here on a Sunday 10 till 2, we're here on a Wednesday 10 till 1, and a Thursday 10 till 1. Those are our current hours. I'm sure that will change as we get further into the season, and we will let you know when that happens. This is the discount club. We very much recommend you go for the green one, the £5 yearly subscription. It is on auto renewal, so it will automatically renew at £5 every single year as long as you don't cancel it. Even if we put the price up, you will only ever pay that £5. But what that gives you is 10% off every plant and accessory order, 5% off every outdoor living and gifts order, £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to use throughout the year. That's £5 every 3 months is basically how that breaks down. Plus you can have access to exclusive offers, competitions, expert advice. I promise you, you will see those savings rack up very, very quickly. So that's it for our housekeeping.
Let's just put you on the spot about this plant to start.
Go for it.
Are we going to be sending them out in flower to everybody? Or so
they look like this right now.
So everybody orders one, we'll get one with flowers on.
Absolutely. Cool. They are in the nursery right now like this. In fact, Sean took a little wander in the nursery the other day and went and had a look at all of these. Let's have a little look at what they look like, shall we?
So no waiting around then. Flowers right from the get-go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. Fantastic.
Hello there. Well, I've just seen this. How beautiful. Extraordinary. This is the Edgeworthia Chrysanthemum grandiflora, and I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this. It's in flower right now, February time, and this is when it does flower, so winter, late winter, just before spring. And a little bit like a magnolia, all the flowers appear before any sign of leaf. And that makes it just so dramatic and so beautiful. You very rarely see these in the UK, but they will grow very well here. You need a nice sunny spot, well-drained soil. They're hardy to about -5, so do bear that in mind. Think about where you're going to plant this. If you're a little bit worried, these will do very nicely in a pot as well. And they won't grow too big, so they'll only grow to about 1.5 metres by 1.5 metres, so not huge, but obviously the bigger they get, the more dramatic and beautiful they are. Because you imagine a whole plant covered in flowers. I mean, they're just incredible. And actually, what you won't know at home, the fragrance. I mean, I've got a really poor sense of smell. Still got a bit of a cold, but that is divine. It reminds me of a cross between, I would say, a viburnum and there's a little bit, I'd say, of jasmine in there. Oh, it's so powerful. It's beautiful. Absolutely stunning. The way they grow as well, really quite pretty. The branches kind of twist a little bit and turn. So you just get the most spectacular plant in your garden. And imagine having this at this time of year when everything else is looking a little bit dull, a little bit jaded. You are going to get these stunning flowers. And the flowers, I don't quite know how to describe them, but they slightly look down and they open up from the outside. So you've got all these like tubular cream stems, and on the inside, this bright yellow. and then the centre, all of these still to come out. It's just incredible and something really different. We like to bring you plants here at YouGarden that are a little bit unusual, that are plants that you won't necessarily see in your average garden centre. And we sometimes talk about plants being fillers, just filling the gaps, kind of hiding back a bit, or thrillers. This is definitely a thriller.
They are absolutely beautiful, aren't they? And yes, as you saw, they are all in flower. So definitely get your order placed now. You'll get those delivered to you with flowers on. We're getting a head start, aren't we?
That's good, isn't it? Just nice to out the box straight away, flowers and fragrance.
I know, and the fragrance when you open that box will be incredible. Yeah. Okay, so that's your Edgeworthia grandiflora. That is the paper bush, 511366. Make sure that you use the code YGTV724 so that you get that saving. It's £24.99. But now we're going to move on to something that I am so in love with, and I really want it because it's pretty difficult to kill this, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, this is a tough shrub. I mean, sort of willows, these type of willows are these salix grow native in the UK, not this particular pink variety, but yeah, they are native generally to the UK, so they're used to our environment. Yep. These will get through any winter. I mean, willows grow up in northern Scotland and up in the Highlands and all sorts of places, so they are really one of the toughest shrubs you can get. So no problems with cold winters. They do quite well in moist, boggy areas as well. So with all the rain and stuff we're having, if you've got a really wet area where other things don't do very well, be quite happy there as well. But look at the catkins on this. I mean, that's what really does it for me. I remember when I was a kid, I mean, poor old Dad's not around anymore now, but I remember when I was a kid and used to go for quite a lot of walks with my dad. And I used to always really like this time of year because when we walked around, we just saw the yellow pussy willow sort of coming out. And it was a great time for me because I've always hated winter and I get that SAD kind of thing as well. So when I went for a walk and I saw the pussy willow coming out, it was like, yes, we're over the worst. Spring's coming, the longer days are coming, and just gave you that feeling of joy and that little bit of excitement in the pit of your stomach. And that's what I like about plants like this, because everything about this is hope, isn't it? I mean, you've got the foliage is already starting to emerge. You've got the lovely catkins. You've got the little stamens on there with the pollen on each one. Yeah,
these are really. I mean, I just ran my fingers along there and I could see all that. Look at the pollen coming away on my hands there. They are so pollen rich. Can you see it all on my fingers there? They're so pollen rich, and this is really good now, isn't it? Because this is going to bring out those early pollinators for us. It's really going to invite them in.
Precisely. The bees and everything are suffering these days. So, the sooner we've got plants that are producing pollen and obviously nectar, then the better, because that's good for the pollinating insects. It's good for us, but it's just good for your soul this time of year to have a gorgeous little plant like this. And this salix is a nice compact plant as well, so ideal for putting in a pot, or if you've just got, say, a balcony 3 floors up or a restricted space. An easy plant as well. If it gets too tall for you, you can trim willows down and they reshoot really, really easily. In fact, they're pretty bulletproof, to be honest.
They really are, aren't they? And so it's really interesting how, because this one's starting to not go over, but it's starting to get those pollen. And the catkins are turning yellow. Just last week we were looking at it, and it was like this, with those bright pink catkins on there, with the lovely kind of halo that you get around there, with the furry white bits on there. And it's been really interesting watching it over the last week or so. And these turning into these gorgeous pollen-laden catkins here, and then the shoots and the buds coming out. I just think this is a phenomenal one because it gives you all that winter interest. It's going to invite all those pollinators into your garden, and it's super, super hardy and easy to look after.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
It's got everything.
There's no worries at all about the hardiness of this. And as I say, if you've got slightly heavy soil or wet soil where other things struggle, don't do well, it would love it. Willows, traditionally you see willows growing by rivers and streams and brooks and places like that. And say you can clip it if you want to, but just plant it, enjoy it. Every year it'll give you that. Think of it as like your little spring alarm clock. It will just kind of pop out in early spring and just say, by the way, you might be feeling a bit low and a bit blue at the moment and a bit winter warm, but I'm just letting you know spring's right round the corner. I'm showing you these gorgeous catkins. I'm showing you the little shoots.
And these are really good before they get to this stage, I suppose. But when they've still got the pink catkins, before the pollen starts to come through, to cut these and then use them for your indoor displays. displays. They work wonderfully, don't they, as indoor displays?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes you see those for sale in garden centres, and they can like £4 or £5 a stem.
Yeah.
Sometimes, so you can do your own, and those ones generally aren't pink. They're normally the kind of just the paler colour. So yeah, I mean, you could make that. You can make those a cut plant. I mean, if it gets too bushy, you can use the thinnings to do that, and just take them in and dry them, and use them. Very easy to take cuttings from as well. I mean, if you wanted to propagate this, just literally cut a piece off just below a leaf joint, push it in the ground, and it'll pretty much root.
Really?
Just like, really easily. So
I might add this to my basket. I haven't done it yet, so maybe I will.
Yeah,
maybe it's time.
Go for it. It's just a beautiful, beautiful plant.
All right, so that's your Mount Asso 511365. It is only $14.99 today, so we do have a £10 saving off here. Do remember though, you do need to enter that magic key code. I know I bang on about it loads. I'm so sorry, but I don't want you to miss out on the deal, on the savings, or the double up deals, or the buy one get one frees. It's all unlocked by entering that YGTV724 when you place your order. It'll also enter into your basket your free gift of your Blooming Fast fertiliser as well. Right, let's move on to something that I have grown last year. I planted these up just 2 days ago. I've got mine on my windowsill. They are starting. The Belgian trailing giant begonias. I did go and look yesterday to see if there's any shoots. Obviously not after a day, but they will be soon.
They will be. And you did them rounded side
down.
Yeah, because that's always a good tip with begonias. So yeah, rounded side down, because the new shoots come from the flat.
Well, actually, when I opened my bag, there were some shoots starting to come out of them already.
Really?
Yeah.
Already going?
So they were already going. So what I saw, this is the rounded side here. You can see it's the bowl shape there. It's like a little bird's nest. That's what it looks like, a mini bird's nest. So that little bit in there, there was some little pink buds.
Yeah, that's the little tiny shoots.
I knew instantly which way round they needed to go because it told me. But if yours don't have buds like this one, that's what you're looking for. You're looking in. Sometimes you just have to feel them a little bit to work it out. But yeah, you can feel that that's the concave bit, so it's going to go that way up. What I've done is I put them into seed trays. So I put an inch of compost in the bottom. Yeah. Put my begonias in. I put 30 in one, in a big tray. I left about that much gap between them all.
Yeah, that doesn't matter when you're starting them off.
Little layer of compost over the top, not too deep, and then I've put just a little bit. I haven't soaked them. Just a nice sort of light sprinkling of water.
That's all they need.
On a windowsill in my conservatory, and I'm just going to keep making sure that they're moist, not soaking, but just moist. And that's about right, isn't it?
Yeah, and they'll start to shoot. And what you find with begonias is initially the growth seems to be quite slow, while those little sort of shoots start to get developed. But then all of a sudden they really get a move on, and they boom, and off they go. Yeah, as soon as I think they must be sort of daylight triggered, because once the daylight length gets to a certain point, they're just like, I've been holding back. Now I'm off. Boom. I'm gonna grow like crazy, and I'm gonna flower like crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just give you all that interest right the way through to the frost. And the thing is with begonias as well, you can save the tubers.
Yeah.
From year to year to year.
I didn't last year. I'm gonna try and do it this year. I am gonna lift the begonias and I'm gonna save them for next year. But I didn't.
But if you've got them in
a
hanging basket, for example, all you need to at the end of the season, after the first frost, is just take the top foliage off, and then you can put the hanging basket in the garage or somewhere frost-free. Just leave them in there, let it dry out completely.
Yeah.
Keep it till the spring, bring it out, water it again, and they'll regrow from the original basket.
Well, I'm growing mine this year for hanging basket. So this is one of my pots from last year. I grew 3 pots like this, and they were like 30 centimetre pots. And look at the size. It's the best thing I planted out of everything that I planted. I've planted a lot of stuff.
You've got some great lilies going on as well.
I grew loads of lilies last year. Absolutely loved it. So I planted loads of stuff, but the begonias were just the best thing because I had months of colour. I didn't need to do anything to them.
They self-deadhead, didn't they?
They just do their own thing. Yeah. All I did was water and feed them, and they were the most beautiful displays I had, all out of everything. Yeah. This year I'm putting them into my hanging baskets because I've got the northeast front door, so it gets a bit of morning sun and then it disappears around the back. But begonias don't mind, do they?
They don't mind. Like the busy lizzies or the impassions we've got, bringing to you, they don't mind a little bit of shade. And good thing about begonias, generally, if it's a hot and dry summer, they do well. If it's a cool and damp summer, they do well. Whatever the summer, they just seem to...
They don't mind the British weather.
No,
we mind the British weather, but the begonias don't.
They're not bothered. And a good thing when they're in baskets, so even if it's windy, the baskets tend to just sort of twist in the wind anyway and kind of move with the wind, so they don't get damaged by the wind. And when the flowers are finished, they just literally deadhead themselves. They just drop off. So
yeah, and I quite like that because you get this lovely sort of puddle of flowers around the bottom, which actually looks quite pretty as well, doesn't it?
And occasionally you get like a male flower, which they're pretty boring actually. The male flowers, it's the female flowers that are the really gorgeous ones.
Of course.
But just so easy. But also don't overlook the leaves, because begonia leaves are amazing. Those kind of almost triangular leaves with the incredible serrated edges and the veins through the leaves as well. Red stems on those as well. So again, a lot to take in and a lot to enjoy with these plants.
And they're nice and big, aren't they? We're talking quite a big flower on the Belgian begonias. They can get 5-6 inches diameter, can't they?
Yeah, big flowers, big colour, big personality, easy to grow, month after month after month. I mean, my brother grows apricot shades begonias. Absolutely loves those.
Yeah,
He'd never
beautiful.
be without them, because every year he gets such an amazing result. And look, you don't see the basket, do you? It just disappears.
Well, these are your trailing variety. So, we would say absolutely for hanging baskets, definitely for pots. Window box is fantastic, but you could even plant these in the ground and do the ground cover thing as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, just because it is trailing doesn't mean you can't put it in the ground. I mean,
Absolutely.
It'll just spread out over the ground and do its thing.
It's one of our lowest priced items. Honestly, I think it's crazy that we're bringing the price down on this so much, because this is ideal time for this. But we're bringing these to you for £6.99, and it is one of our most popular items. So get them home, get them started, just like I did 2 days ago. The earlier you get them started, the longer your displays will last for over the summer months. 630193 is your item number for that. If you are looking for something just to tip you over that £40 mark, this is potentially the one for you to go for. What have we got next, Stu? You were saying... What would I pay for 5 roses? For 5 rose bushes? Well, not a lot here at YouGarden, because what we're bringing you is a Rose Glamour collection. A collection of 5 bare root roses. You're getting some of the best roses in here, some award-winning categories, absolutely beautiful colour combination. But just because they are bare roots, it means that you get them at a much lower price, £19.99. Normally, for one potted rose of this size and quality, you'd be paying £19.99 for one of them. But because these are brought to you as a bare root, and this is how they come to you, all 5 wrapped together like this, all colour-coded. Look, you can see the colours that you're getting by the tags. You are going to be paying just £4 per rose.
Yeah, that's
Tell us about this collection, Adam, because it's beautiful, isn't it?
It's an amazing collection. I mean, I'm banging on about it's my birthday today. You know that already. But the point is, every one of these roses was bred before I was born. I'm 59. All of these roses were bred before I was born. So that goes to show to you how loved and desirable these roses are. All these years on, they are still some of the world's favourite roses, which is not surprising. You've got the peace rose in there with so much incredible history. The peace rose, at the end of the Second World War, one rose was given to each member of the United Nations to kind of take away from the United Nations to say, the sign of the trees, let this not happen again, let's have peace. We've got 2 types of
Queen
Elizabeth there. We've got pink and we've got scarlet, Queen Elizabeth. So 2 stunners there. We've got that Pascali, which is that gorgeous white rose there. Really, really lovely white rose. And Arthur Bell as well, which is the lovely yellow one in the middle there.
That's the one I've got.
Yeah, and the breeder of Arthur Bell, he names all his roses after alcoholic beverages.
Oh,
so I believe Arthur
okay.
Bell's a type of whiskey. So,
there you go.
Yeah, so all these roses have got history to them. But also, you've got a fantastic colour mix there. You've got some there that are hybrid teas.
Yes.
So basically, a hybrid teed rose means you get one big rose on a single stem, but some are floribundas, and that means you get loads of smaller roses, but you get multiple amounts on one stem. So slightly different flowering habit.
This is my Arthur Bell rose, and it was the first rose bush I ever planted in my garden. I've got a few now, because I always thought roses were tricky to look after until I planted my first one and realised how very, very easy they are to grow and look after.
Yeah, and what I noticed on that was how healthy the foliage was on that as well. That lovely, really sort of glossy green green foliage on there, and the flowers look absolutely gorgeous.
And so they fade as well, which I think is super interesting. With your Arthur Bell, you get this lovely tight orange-yellow bud, and then it opens up and it's yellow, but then it fades, as you can see in that one there, to a kind of creamier yellow colour, and you get the two colours on the same cluster, and it's just so interesting.
The peace rose will do that as well. They, a lot of roses do that. When they first come out in bud, they're a different colour to when the flower opens. Then as they fade, they change colour again. So you get that different interest. But sometimes, again, I'm going to be really open and honest, sometimes people struggle with the concept of bare root plants because when you look at a bare root plant, it looks really sad. Again, it's a bit counterintuitive, isn't it? Because we're always told that roots need to be in the ground, that if you pull a plant out of the ground, let the root dry out, the plant's going to die, it's not going to survive because roots have to be in the soil. But my very, very first job when I left school was working for a rose growing nursery. Right. And we grew roses like this all the time. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of roses, and bare root was so in the way the best value for money way of buying roses, because if you wait another 2 or 3 months' time, this same rose, once potted on, could be anything from 19.99 to 30 quid.
Yeah,
in some garden
absolutely,
centres.
absolutely.
And you don't need to do that. And also, if you plant a rose that's pot grown, say in June, July time, well, by that time the sun's at its maximum heat, there's maximum evaporation. You plonk this rose in, and this rose is like, oh, what have you done to me? I haven't got any roots established. You've got to water it loads. You get these in this time of year, these bare root roses, which are dormant. It's a lovely time of year because it's still cool, the ground is moist, they're not under any pressure or stress. No. As the soil warms up, they get those roots down, they get themselves established. So it's a much better way of establishing a rose.
Well, I always say, because right now, what it's going to do is it only really has to put its focus into its root development.
Exactly.
So it's putting all of its focus there. Whereas if you plant it in summer, what it's trying to do is split its focus between trying to grow roots and trying to grow shoots. And that's where it struggles.
And it's losing more moisture through the leaves than it can suck up through the roots, because it hasn't got those roots down into the soil yet. So it's struggling a lot more.
And then it can take a lot longer to establish. It is actually amazing. If you plant it now, it will be amazing how quick this will grow. You will get really decent height from it and several flowers from it. Obviously, as time goes on, it will multiply, it will establish, you will get bigger and better displays. But this year, you'll get roses. And they'll be
these
beautiful.
will flower. Yeah, because again, in a previous world where Becca and I used to work, sometimes after the show I used to take samples home, and I took quite a lot of rose samples home, bare root ones, and they all did flower in the first year of planting. Just one little thing to tell you, this area here is called like the union, so this is where the actual rose you want is budded onto the rootstock. Just make sure when you plant the roses, the soil is always about ½ inch up the green part of the stem. Don't leave this knuckly bit, or this foot as I like to call it, sticking out the soil. Just about ½ inch up the stem, tread them in lightly, water them in really, really well. That way the rose will establish very well, and it will send out lots of different shoots and give you more flowers.
Well, that's it from that particular collection, Rose Garden Glamour Collection. Amanda has had the Queen Elizabeth Pink. She got a bit too happy with the pruning, so she planted it, and it's growing.
Yeah. Roses.
Oh my word! Look at that.
That is good, and people don't realise that you can.
So she's propagating.
Yeah,
basically.
Roses will root quite well from.
Oh my word! I'm going to give that a go.
Yeah, it's incredible. I did it myself, not last October, but October before. I went with my in-laws, and we stayed at this gorgeous cottage down in Kent, and they had this rose on the front of the house.
Right.
So it had a few odd flowers on, and it's a gorgeous climate. So actually, I cut back 4 or 5 bits of stem off, and again, I plonked those into a pot, and they all rooted.
Wow!
Yeah, and now it's about this tall.
Amazing.
Done really well. So, so all different reasons really to grow roses, but really, I think for me, it's just the saving you're going to make here. I mean, it's incredible.
This is the thing to point out. So when you're planting a bare root rose, and we will move on, I promise, when you're planting a bare root rose as opposed to a potted rose, there's one additional step, isn't there, which is to soak the roots. Yeah,
just soak for 24 hours, just soak the roots in a bucket of water overnight, so they're really nice and moist, and make sure you don't leave them laying around on the ground before you plant them, so get them straight in with the moisture on. Oh, and by the way, on our website, do we still have the mycorrhiza?
Yeah.
Because that's something else you can use as well, the root grow. That's that's fantastic as well. Make sure that you get this to stick to the roots of the plants before. What I suggest is when you take the roots out the bucket, lay them on a piece of newspaper, sprinkle the root grow over the actual roots, then put the root in the ground, and then just empty the rest of the root grow into the hole around it, because it's only when it connects and touches the roots that it actually starts to work. But what it does is it creates this wonderful conduit between the soil bacteria and the rose itself, and creates this like highway where all the nutrients and everything can
makes
move.
that root system grow
gives that
quicker.
plant so much more chance of surviving and thriving throughout its lifetime.
1000066 is what you need if you're going to add the mycorrhizal in there.
So honestly, so worth doing that. In fact, with all the shrubs we're talking about today, putting that in really just, it's belts and braces, to be honest.
Yeah, it's really, really good thing to plant it in. So if you're used to planting potted plants, please don't be put off with bare roots, because as I say, it's exactly the same. You've just got that one additional step of soaking the bare roots.
The lifetime guarantee, isn't it, on those as well?
Lifetime guarantee, because it's winter hardy.
So there's nothing to lose, is there? You know, but as I say, I do know from experience that people sometimes find bare root plants a little bit worrying and a bit intimidating.
That's what I say. It's literally one of the steps. If you can take a potted plant and put it in the ground, it's the same process as planting a bare root.
And
just
they're dormant
simply
this time of year.
soaking it. That's the only additional step,
exactly.
isn't it? Right, so join me in my world, please. Because we are now moving on to our dahlia, Rebecca's World. You will get 3 tubers in this particular deal, but it is a buy one, get one free. So all you have to do is put 1 into your basket, enter the code YGTV724, and we will automatically enter another pack in there, which means you will get 6 tubers delivered to you. So 3 of those will be absolutely free. So we've taken £3 off, and we're adding in 3 more for you.
Stuart is good at maths, so we're getting 6. So what's that work out per
it's
plant?
£3.33 divided by 2. £1.5068.
Yeah, that's
66.
Mad.
£1.66 a tuber.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
It's insane, isn't it?
Yeah, that is insane. I mean, and also, you know, this is such a knockout. In fact, knockout variety almost reminds me of a water lily. It's got like a water lily kind of flower on it. And you can imagine that's floating on a pond.
Totally.
Kind of those great big lily pads kind of around it.
Well, I planted some of these the other day. These are on my windowsill in my conservatory. I'm growing my own flower.
Well, I'm a real convert back to dahlias. My other half is still not that. I'm gradually trying to get him round. But I remember as a kid, dahlias were massive back in the 70s and 80s. Dahlias were really they weren't.
And they went out of fashion.
Yeah,
didn't
they kind of went out of fashion, but now they're coming back again. And myself, I kind of fell out of love with them a little bit. But now, I don't know, as I've got older, I just find them gorgeous, and I just find them so spectacular and colourful and easy to grow. And one particular thing I like about them is they start kind of generally flowering mid-summer, and they go right the way up until the frost, until autumn.
They last such a long time. And the more you cut, the more it encourages more flowers to come through as well.
It does, yeah. Just one little thing to say about that. Always cut dahlia flowers when they're open, because if you cut them in bud, they won't open in a vase. Yeah. So cut them when they're open. And another little bit of advice on them as well. When it comes to deadheading, the dead flower buds can look very much like the ones that are about to open.
Yes, I learned that to my detriment previously.
Generally, the flowers that have gone over, the dead flower head is like almost like an acorn shape. It's got kind of a bit of a pointy dome end on it, whereas the buds that are about to come out are just round.
Right.
So yeah, so if it's kind of an acorny shape, you know it's gone over. If it's just nice and round, you know that's a flower that's about to come out.
And
so
if you're not sure, leave it for another week.
Yeah,
and
until
then
you're dead sure. But yeah, dahlias are easy to grow, like Becca. You know, Becca starting hers off indoors now the warmth.
Yep.
And another little thing you can do as well. I shouldn't tell you this really, but what you can do is when they start off. And you might get like 10 or 12 little kind of shoots come up from the actual tuber. You can do something called basal root cutting. So you can actually cut a few of those off really close to the tuber, put them in a bit of rooting powder, put them in some compost, and they will also root and they'll also become more plants. So
I love these.
So you can double up.
Yeah, I love these clever tips on how you can get more plants for your money. I was following somebody the other day, and I can't remember what she was growing, but she was growing something, and when it got to about this tall, she took the top off, rooting powder, put it in there, and got a whole tray of something else growing.
Yep. So
there are some really clever ways that you can get more for your money.
Buy one, get one free, so you're getting 6 anyway. For
and you can create some free ones.
And you can create some more on top of that if you want to.
Love it.
Yeah, but I mean, dahlias, they plant them somewhere nice and sunny and open, feed them well, water them well. This one might need staking a bit later in the year, but generally, dahlias are just amazing.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
they are amazing. All right, so that's your deal on there. Remember, it is a buy one, get one free. Enter one into your basket, put the code in, and we will automatically enter the next one in for you. £9.99 to get buy one, get one free, 6 in total. So we're going to move quickly because Stuart's telling us off. We've got lots to show you. So we're going to move on to our Noreen hybridizers mix here. 10 bulbs included. We do have a saving on here. Adore these because these are quite later flowering in the season, aren't they? Nice transitional one. Take us from summer to autumn.
And where I live in Norfolk, I don't know why, but I think it must be the soil. Norfolk and Suffolk, you just see these everywhere in the autumn. And we've got quite very sandy, very well-drained soil up there, which they really, really like. But these are bone hardy bulbs. Guernsey lily is their common name. And what's good here is this colour mix, because traditionally they were just pink. But now you've got the pinks, you've got the reds, you've got the whites, you've got the sort of the bi-colour ones there as well. And as Becca was saying, like they flower late summer. Right. In fact, they'll go right up until November. So they'll start flowering probably late September, October, all the way through into November, and just give an explosion, like a firework explosion of colour late in the year. Just a couple of quick things on these. Plant them somewhere super sunny. Really, really, really well drained.
Yes.
And also,
that's essential, isn't it?
Don't plant the bulbs too deep. You almost want the neck of the bulb above soil level when you put them in.
Yeah, and you can see
bury
that
the bulbs.
from the shape of these. I'm not going to open the bag on here, but you can see that from the shape of these. You're going to be planting them sort of to there, aren't
That's
you?
it.
Leave that neck out the top of there.
Yeah, because what that does is that allows the sun to get to the bulb, and that ripens the bulb. So. Very similar thing with irises, for example. You always have the roots of those just above soil level. Yeah. So yes, just plant them with just the neck of the bulb, the top of the bulb sticking out the soil. And what you'll find in late summer, you'll see this great big thick kind of shoot come up, and then you'll get this firework explosion of colour right at the end of the season.
They're a bit like agapanthus, aren't they? I
Very
look at them and
similar.
think, do you know what? You've got that lovely strappy foliage at the bottom, and then you've got that kind of firework explosion of flower.
Pink.
It's like an agapanthus, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got somewhere nice and sheltered though, sunny and sheltered.
Yeah,
right?
sunny. Sunny's the important thing. Put them in the sunniest position you can and in the most well-drained soil you can, and they'll really thrive. And they'll last donkey's years.
Fabulous. So remember, you have got a saving on there. Your item number is 630211. Do enter the code in order to get that saving. But the final one on this table, and I'm super excited about this because these are in bud already. You can see green growth. It's our hibiscus chiffon lavender. These are normally late to bring their foliage out, but this one, for some reason, is happy plants.
Yeah, I think possibly we might have these under glass.
Maybe.
So they've come forward slightly early. But what, again, I really like about hibiscus is we were talking about dahlias being late summer flowering and the Noreens. These are the same. Hibiscus are a shrub that will start flowering late August through September into October. Super crazy tough, this. You've seen when you go abroad, if you're lucky enough to go to hot countries, you'll see the tropical hibiscus. Those won't survive here, but this one will, all the way down to -20. So this is a type of Hibiscus syriacus. And then these super double flowers, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of flowers on each shrub. And this, again, is a shrub you didn't need to do anything with. You plant
it's so easy, isn't it?
You leave it. You let it grow. If it gets too tall, you can just trim it off in the spring. The new shoots that come will flower for you the same year. But
so the hibiscus, isn't this the one where the flowers grow on the new growth? So make sure you trim it before the new growth starts to come through. Otherwise, you're going to trim away any chance of the flowers.
Although I've found myself with hibiscus, even when I've trimmed them in the same year, the new growth has flowered that year.
Okay.
But you can do it the other way around. You can trim them after they've flowered, but you might get a bit of regrowth then. But then obviously it's quite late in the season.
Yeah.
But
about now would be perfect, wouldn't it? Before that new growth starts to come.
Yeah.
And then you're going to be fine with it.
That's it. Yeah. So So if it's too tall now, and that's what I do. Sometimes, in fact, we was at a garden the other day, and there was one that was too tall, so we took about 18 inches off the top. Lovely new shoots will come back in May, and then they will flower for you later in the summer. But just one quick thing before we move away from this. These are coming out very early, but normally they don't come into leaf until
May,
really, really late. And you might think they're dead, but they're one of the last shrubs in the garden to come into leaf. But the reward for that is they're one of the last shrubs in the garden to flower as well.
Yeah.
So you don't get like a big reaction from these early in the season, but they go out of a bang at the end of the summer.
They are absolutely gorgeous. It is a double up deal that you're getting here as well. So enter 2 into your basket. Double up deal, yes. So enter 2 into your basket. Make sure you put the code YGTV724 and you will get 2 of those for £14.99. Or if you just want the one for £9.99, that's absolutely fine. Put 1 in your basket and enter the code. Always enter the code so that you get your free gift included into your basket. Now then, we're going to go back to our pre-orders because we're
doing a live walk, as they say.
We're live walk, yeah. We have 9 pre-orders in total. We showed you 5 already, and so we have another 4 that we need to show you. So we're going to start all the way over at this end with our beautiful geranium parade on this end over here. I'll tell you the price. There we go. Nope. The details will change in a second. There we go, 24 plug plants. £9 saving on here, £16.98 for 24 plug plants. Love these because these are nice and upright, aren't they?
Yeah, but the plug, the value on these plug plants is crazy because geraniums. Oh, wonder what that was.
Something fell outside, I think.
But when you look at geraniums, they're always so expensive, aren't they? When you buy them. Even when they're in those small pots, sometimes they're like £2.99, £3.99, even £4.99 each. And I never understand why, because they're just so easy to grow. I think, well, why make them that expensive? The fact you're getting these as plug plants, that many, phenomenal, brilliant. And it's just easy to grow, months and months of flower, fantastic foliage as well as gorgeous flower colour, right the way up into the autumn, even beyond. And I've found in some mild winters, they've actually come back the following year.
Do you know, you're right.
I can't guarantee that,
no,
but I have found that.
I had that. Now you've said that, I remember that a few years ago I'd planted geranium parades and they came back for me.
Yeah, if they're kind of in a sheltered area near the house, well-drained soil, I mean, they look a bit bedraggled by the spring, but all of a sudden they start to
There's this magical thing that happens, isn't there? Things are looking, and you're like, oh, that's not looking great. And then all of a sudden, there's just this magical thing that happens at a particular point in the year where everything just starts looking amazing.
It's just that tipping point. It's suddenly,
is, isn't it?
I think once we get past the spring equinox, and the days start to be longer than the nights, you start to get that little bit of warmth, and critically, once the ground starts to warm up, then that's it. All of a sudden, these plants that have sat for months looking so sad and miserable just take on a whole new sort of form of life, and off they go.
Can't wait. Look at that colour mix, isn't it beautiful? I love the foliage on geraniums as well. Something really interesting about that too.
And it's fragrant as well, the foliage.
It's
a bit of a Marmite thing, the fragrance. But
no, I've said this. So the foliage is more fragrant than the flowers, isn't it? It's the foliage that smells on the geraniums.
Yeah,
I knew I was right saying that.
Yeah, the flowers don't really smell. Well,
they don't really smell of anything, do they? But the foliage you get, it reminds me of my grandma's. She had a lovely little lean-to thing on the side of her house. We used to sit in there all the time. Beautiful, sunny. And that smell reminds me of that because she used to grow them on the windowsills in there. It's beautiful.
I always remember that because, again, back in the day, people used to just keep geraniums on windowsills for hundreds of years, didn't they? And they all got really tall and leggy, and they never watered them. That's
exactly what my nan did.
They was dry as bones, but somehow they just kept going, didn't they?
Yeah,
they just kept surviving.
She was a great gardener. I miss my nan. Anyway, so this is your pre-order section. So we don't have any physical plants to show you at the moment because these are being mollycoddled and looked after and grown on by our expert gardeners. And they are going to be ready to be dispatched to you in around the first week of March. The reason that we're bringing these to you as pre-orders right now is we can sell out of these a lot. So this helps us to manage those stock levels, means that we can hopefully keep these in stock and everybody can get hold of them. But also it means that you're reserving yours and getting them at the best possible price. They will be sent out to you as soon as they are ready, as soon as they are in tip-top condition. And as I said, that's around the first week in March, which, let's face it, that isn't long because it is, the 18th of February today. So a couple of weeks and these will be winging their way to you. When you're using your code, the YGTV724, which unlocks the deals, but it also enters your free gift into your basket. If you're just ordering pre-order items, your free gift will be sent out with your pre-order items. If you're ordering anything else on the show, your free gift will come with whatever is delivered first. If you're placing multiple orders, you'll get multiple free gifts sent out to you as well, which is always a really, really clever and savvy way of doing it. Okay, so Geranium Parade, 24 plug plants for £16.98. I can't do the maths on there, but it's definitely less than £1 a plant. I know that much. Absolutely fantastic value for months of colour. And now we're moving on to our Impatiens or Impatiens.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, does it? We had this the other week with Luke. It was either Leucotho or Leucotho.
Yeah, see, I say Leucotho.
Yeah, I say Leucotho, but
we don't care, do we?
We don't care. It doesn't matter. No, because we're not like that here. There's no right or wrong here other than what nature says. So, you know, we're not dictating things here. We're just going with the flow.
Absolutely.
Just having fun and enjoying it.
So this is our glimmer collection for you. 6 plug plants included here. Double up deal though, so you can get 12 of those plug plants for £14.98. Love the colours on here.
And double flowers, aren't they, on those
yeah, they're
as well?
double flowers. They almost look like little roses on here, don't they?
I mean, yeah, look at those. I mean, you can feel the warmth of the sun on the back of your neck, can't you? You can hear the bees buzzing, you know, you can just feel the warmth of the grass under your feet, and you can...
you're transporting.
You know, you can just get that kind of, you've just dropped back into the sunbed kind of feeling, all the weight comes off your legs, and you're just, you know, nice cool drink, and you're just looking around the garden, and everywhere's verdant and colourful and bright and flowery.
You're painting a right picture, Adam.
But that's what it's like, isn't it? I mean,
it is.
And it all feels right with the world, doesn't it? You just get to that, it's like when you get to that time of year, you can't ever imagine it was winter. You just forget, don't you? You just forget what it's like now.
Those rose-tinted glasses.
Yeah, and you just soak it all up, and I think that's the joy of living in a country where we have such big seasonal differences. Because if it was the same all the time, we'd get bored with it, wouldn't we?
I'm not sure I would, but I'll go with it.
I'll go with that as well, actually. I think blue sky all year through, I probably wouldn't get bored with that. But, you know, to suddenly go from this time of year with no colour to the explosions of colour that all these sorts of plants are going to bring you is just fabulous.
Yeah, absolutely. So 6 plug plants for £9.99. You can double up and get 12 for £14.98. But this one is a postage included item, so absolutely no postage to pay on here. Maybe this is one that you just place an order for on its own to get your free gift, and then place a separate order for other things as well. That's a really savvy way of playing around with your basket to get the most out of what you are buying from us here at YGTV. And now we're going to move on. We did show you this one earlier, but this is one of the most popular of our, of everything. I was going to say of the pre-order section, but actually of everything. This is really, really popular. The Sunflower Sensation, 6 plug plants, or double up and get 12 for £14.98. Beautiful flowers, aren't they?
Well, I mean, it's almost like it wants to talk to you, isn't it? I mean, it's almost like it's got a personality.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, I know we do see so many images of sunflowers, and we've cartoons with sunflowers that can talk and kind of squawk and laugh, but that is just a joy in a pot, isn't it? I mean, whether you're an adult, whether you're a child, whether you're whoever you are, I mean, they just bring such pleasure, such emotion.
It's not going to fail to put a smile on your face.
They're really evocative plants, aren't they?
Absolutely.
These are nice, compact plants as well, so they're not the sunflowers that are going to get sort of 6, 12, 8, 12 feet tall.
No.
They'll flower month after month after month, just deadhead, and when the flower's gone over, more gorgeous buds will pop up. Super healthy foliage, and just flowers that are going to make you smile and give you joy for months on end.
Lovely. Make sure you double up on that deal. Add 2 to your basket and enter the code YGTV724 and get your hands on the most popular item that we have brought you this week. Moving on to our Geranium Rosebud collection, which is our next pre-order item. This one's absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
These are my most favourite of all the summer bedding and stuff we do.
Okay.
I've always totally adored the Rosebud geraniums. The colour range, I think, is magnificent. The delicacy and the intricacy of the flowers is just wonderful. And they're just divine. Look at that. I mean, look at that lovely deep purple and that pink and that. And when you see a flower head of these, it almost looks like a bunch of roses before they've opened out.
Yeah.
And they've got those gorgeous leaves. Those leaves are really kind of fleshy. But this is a super, 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 super drought-tolerant plant as well. If you had a basket of these and you didn't water it for a month, I'm not recommending that, but they would survive. They look a bit sorry for themselves, but they would survive. So you can easily go on holiday for a couple of weeks and not worry about these. They flower month after month after month, just so elegant, so colourful, so unusual, easy to grow. The foliage is magnificent. Yeah, glorious. They are my favourite. Always been. Whenever I've done shopping telly and we've had gardening shows and we're talking about bedding plants, they're always my favourite. That
is brilliant. Love that. We've got an award-winning gardener's favourite right there for you with the Geranium Rosebud collection. £12.99 for 12 of those plug plants. I work that out to be about £1.08 per plug plant, which is incredible value for money.
Especially when all the hard work's done.
Yeah, it's all done for you.
They're
coming out to you ready to be grown on.
Yeah. just plant them and grow them and enjoy them. That's it, simple.
And then finally on our pre-order section is the Lophos Wine Red. I am in love with this because I think it's super classy, super beautiful. And this is about the flowers and the foliage and how they work together.
Yeah, almost like nettle-like leaves, aren't they, on there?
I love it.
And yeah, there's something really, say, beguiling about this, really. Those sort of big trumpet-shaped flowers, the wonderful foliage. You can hear the bees, can't you? Like going up and down the funnels with those flowers, kind of pollinating and buzzing around. They are absolutely stunning. We'll trail probably a good metre and a half, a couple of metres over the course of the summer. Feed them, water them. That's all you need to do with Lophos. There's nothing else to fiddle about with doing. Don't even need to deadhead them, and they will just look absolutely magnificent. And what I like about that particular one is the way they've grown it in front of that white wall as well. So it's really highlighting.
Stands out, doesn't it?
really makes that contrast sort of ping for you there for that plant.
Absolutely
and
beautiful.
Unusual as well, different. Even these days, you do not see many. I mean, thinking around my customers' gardens and stuff, very few people grow Lophos, and I don't know why, because they're magnificent.
Really good, yeah. I think they're really classy, really elegant, really beautiful. Maybe something a little bit different for your hanging baskets this year. So 400087 for 12 of those plug plants, £19.99. So you are making a £10 saving as long as you enter in the code YGTV724. Let's show you the other items that we have in our pre-order section as well before we show you some other items. So starting off with our Busy Lizzies here, 40 of those Pro plugs included in there for £14.99, £5 saving. Make sure you enter the code YGTV724. That will secure your Busy Lizzie Beacon Pro plugs. Thumbelina Ruffles is the next one. I mean, just so lovely, pretty flowers on here, loads of petals. Love the bi-colour colours that you're getting on here. 18 plug plants, £10 saving, just £14.99, 400458. Now we've got our Thunbergia, the Sunny Mix. Absolutely adore these because these can be a climber or they can be a trailer, and they are incredibly vigorous. So while you're waiting for everything else to come into bloom, these can really fill those gaps for you. 6 plug plants for £11.99. And we've got another one. That was, oh yes, of course, sorry, Coleus. I knew we were missing one. I was missing, not Stu, he's on it as always. The Coleus collection, yes, I'm gonna get my hands on these. I'm gonna have a bunch that I'll plant outside, but I'm also gonna have some that I'm gonna keep as indoor plants because I'm really growing my indoor plant selection. And it's all about the foliage here. It is all about that brightly coloured, beautiful foliage. Plant these into your gaps in your borders, plant them into pots, have them outside. You can even put them into hanging baskets and things to fill out in hanging baskets.
Yeah, good hanging baskets, why not?
They are stunning, honestly. £12.99, £7 saving, only if you enter the code YGTV724.
The thing is with those as well, it's not just the actual colours, it's the fact they've all got different leaf shapes as well, haven't they? Even that's varied, so...
Absolutely, it's all about that texture, about that colour.
Crazy.
One more item that's been really popular, and I'm so pleased because it really is one of my absolute favourites, and that is the Verbena bonariensis. 3 9cm pots here for something that is tall, that is willowy, that plays well in your borders, that is winter hardy, that the bees and the butterflies love. This is incredible, isn't it, Adam?
Easy to grow, doesn't need staking, good for really hot, dry areas where other things struggle. As you say, comes up year after year. Whenever I've been at the Chelsea Flower Show, they've always been, really, really popular.
They use them a lot, don't they, in those designs?
Yeah, and just, such a... Yeah, I mean, we've used them a lot. Great for planting with grasses as well, creating a prairie planting kind of scheme as well. And they will seed about, so you'll get lots of little seedlings come up in the gravel and in the paving and stuff, and you can just pull them out and transplant them and create more plants. But a good plant in the fact that it's an explosion of colour, but it doesn't overwhelm its friends and neighbours. It kind of lives with them, which is fantastic.
Tall and willowy, just what I would like to be.
Me as well.
Verbena bonariensis, £12.97. A massive £17 saving on that one. So that's a really, really good deal there.
Yeah, stonking, absolutely
stonking. Like that, stonking deal. So now we're going to move on to our Formium, the Sundowner Pink. Now this is just amazing. You cannot miss this, can you? Because look at the size of it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's huge.
That is just phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, this is Formium, or what they call New Zealand flax. They originate from New Zealand, and in that part of the world, they grow on beaches. So they're kind of a coastal sort of plant. But really good for sunny positions, good for sandy soil, good for well-drained soil, good for creating drama, good for, you know, good architectural plant. The Polynesians actually used to use the leaves to make baskets many moons ago.
Yeah, imagine.
Yeah, because they've got these really strong leathery leaves. And also they do flower eventually. They have this kind of huge, great big stem that comes out the middle, sometimes almost 10, 12 feet tall. Yeah. And then you have these kind of like bird of paradise-like flowers on the top.
They're gorgeous.
Yeah, they are really, really unusual. So
it takes a little bit of time for those to happen. So we're talking in a mature plant that's, you know, at least 5 years old.
Yeah, it needs to be in the ground for sort of 3 or 4 or 5 years before it flowers.
This one's about 4 years old.
Yeah, so
chances are you might get flowers on it within the first couple of
years.
Yeah,
once you've set it free, you know, and put it into the ground, and good luck with getting the pot off the bottom there as well, because I tell you, you might need a little bit of a mallet to kind of tap that pot off, because goodness me, these have a root system on a stick.
Yeah, but, I think I looked at this one and it did show.
It might even be coming out the bottom already.
Yeah, there's a few roots coming out the bottom here.
Starting to push out. But yeah, I mean, that is a magnificent plant. So if you want instant impact, instant architecture, an instant statement in your garden, somewhere kind of sunny, reasonably well sheltered.
That's what I was just going to say. It does want a sunny spot, doesn't it?
Yeah, sunny and well drained. That's what it likes. And also, if you have the sun coming through it, it really highlights all this lovely colouring.
Is beautiful,
on the edge of the leaves, and that sort of slightly changes colour as the leaves sort of mature as well. In fact, you find that the newer leaves, the newest leaves, have the most vibrant colour, and then as the older leaves, you know, it starts to fade out a bit, and you might get the odd sort of scruffy leaf at the bottom, but you can just pull them or trim them away just to keep it nice and neat. But really, really a magnificent plant, and for 30 quid, to be honest, and a plant that mature, that with that much impact already, is phenomenal. Brilliant.
It's going to last you for years as well, isn't it? Formiums, they keep going.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they're really, really, really tough plants. And I mean, I actually noticed the winter before last, some people had theirs knocked back by the frost, but they've all come back. They've all regrown from the base.
They bounce back.
They do bounce back,
quite well, don't they?
But yeah, that's kind of an event that's normally probably 1 in 10 year, 1 in 15 year event. And for a plant that's going to give you so much reward generally, definitely worth trying, definitely worth growing.
You know, again, it's about providing something for everyone. It's lovely to get a smaller plant, grow it on, but sometimes actually we've got big gaps we want to fill, and we want something a little bit more established, a little bit more mature to fill that gap. We don't want to wait that extra time for it to grow.
No, exactly.
And that is what we're getting here. This is a well-established big plant that will fill a space very quickly.
Yeah, because say for instance, you might be thinking this year you've got a garden party coming up, or you've got an anniversary coming up, or a special event in the garden, and you don't want to wait for little things to grow. Something like this is great because you can put that in now, and instantly you've filled that gap. You've filled a space,
and then you can grow on other things around it.
Yeah, precisely. So sometimes there are places for really big mature plants. Same as places for planting smaller plants and letting them grow on. It's all really down to kind of how you want to sort of grow things in your garden, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's an incredible value actually, because we're only charging, is that £4.99 for the postage? £4.99 postage for something that size.
That's quite a heavy plant. That's going to be in a big box as well.
It's a 5 litre pot,
and, and it's not going to be the sort of thing we're not going to chop the top off of this to get it in the box. It'll arrive as you see it here with all these lovely mature pointed leaves. Sometimes when you order really tall grasses or stuff, sometimes they get
chop the top off
to get them in the box. We obviously not going to do that for you with this. And when you put this in, immediately you're going to get that impact. You're going to get that statement kind of plant, and you could plant other spiky kind of plants with it. Be good for creating a Mediterranean kind of feel as well, this, if you wanted to. I'm just trying to, what else have we had today? It's a bit Mediterranean.
Well, we've got the Phoenix canariensis.
Oh yeah, it'd be brilliant with the Phoenix canariensis. Yeah, let's just pop one. In fact, they're kind of almost, if you want to start creating that kind of tropical kind of look.
Yeah,
look at that nice. Straight away. You've created that holiday kind of look and that sort of feel. So you can already get your little Mediterranean or your little tropical or your little Indian or African garden or whatever you kind of want to create, really.
Yeah, I love it.
The world's your oyster.
Absolutely fantastic. fantastic. Do remember the Phoenix canariensis is on a buy one, get one free. So put one of these into your basket. We will put another one of this size into your basket absolutely free. So they will work out at £10 per piece, which is one of our popular deals. Everyone loves it when we bring these deals. So that is incredible value for money with a buy one, get one free. And obviously, as we said, with the Formium at £4.99 delivery for a pot of that size, I think is phenomenal. Please do think about trying to get your order to over £40 though, because once you do that and you enter our code YGTV724, we will get rid of all of the postage costs. So now is a great time to fill your baskets. Absolutely get your baskets filled with everything you need for all of your summer bedding, all your pots, all your architecture in your garden, because you can get it all delivered absolutely free of charge. 510369 for your Formium. But let's bring you back to one of our biggest and best deals, because this is where we started the show and we know how popular this one absolutely is. It is our double up deal on the Diablo round brown. I hate that description. The round brown planter. It's so much more than a brown planter, isn't it?
There's something, the brown cow went to.
Now brown cow.
Yeah, that's it. So it kind of says like that, doesn't it? It's got a kind of ring to it.
It's not a brown planter. Look, it's a beautiful stone effect, hammered metal.
Nothing brown about this.
Absolutely gorgeous.
That's almost a bit golden to me. It's kind of almost got a little bit of sort of a golden kind of look to it. That soft golden kind of look to it.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
But the weird thing about that, Becca, is just the way you're just sort of, holding that pot up like that, because, even really close up, that looks like that pot's made of stone or really kind of heavy material, but it isn't, and you can't see any seams, you can't see any joins. There's no nasty little bits of plastic kind of hanging off where it's come off the press. It's a pot that's going to be UV resistant, frost resistant. It's lightweight. It's going to last you 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years. It's not going to wick away the moisture like some pots, so you're not going to need to water your plants quite so often. And also, because it's lightweight, it's great for roof gardens, for balconies, or just for you for moving around if you're not as strong as you used to be.
Yeah,
and you want to use pots.
Lighter weight.
Yeah, and I used to be a right snob about plastic pots. I really did. It was like, there's no way I'm having plastic in my garden. No, I'd rather have a 5-ton terracotta pot that I can't move around and going to break my toes on it one day and stuff like that. But now, because these pots do look so real, so realistic, I'm more than happy to have them.
Oh, so happy. They're going to last a long time. You don't have the pitfalls of if you drop them. They haven't got the expanding and contracting because of the hot and the cold, so they don't crack. And I really liked what you said earlier about how, on those porous materials, you get the green happening.
Yeah.
You won't get that on these because they're not a porous material, so you don't get that.
I mean, I've got a number of terracotta pots still, some old ones. And when I jet wash my patio, I'm actually jet washing the pots as well because they've got all that green. And also, it's really annoying with those pots is when I go to pick them up, and then there's all that green gunge on your hand, and it's like, bleh. And they're really slippery. So don't have any of that problem with this. And sometimes those terracotta pots, when you go to move them first thing in the spring, you go to pick them up, and that whole top rim just comes away from the pot because it's been frosted off.
Absolutely.
So never going to happen with these. And if you had sort of like a little accident, I'm going to drop this, look, all the way down onto the floor, all the way down there. It's not broken. It's not going to break. I'm
going to climb over and get it.
I did think that when I did it. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That pot is not broken. It's not damaged. If that was a terracotta pot, you're right there. Yeah, if that was a terracotta pot or something similar, like one of those glazed pots, it's game over. It's gone, isn't it? It's broken.
It is, absolutely. It becomes really expensive drainage for your other pots. Yeah. You end up smashing them into pieces to add them to the bottom of your other pots. That's a really expensive way of putting drainage into your pots.
Yeah, and I'll tell you another thing, it's good to think about these ones, because these plastic ones are slightly flexible as well.
Yes.
What I've found sometimes is when you get those terracotta pots or those glazed pots and you get something in there that's really root bound, sometimes you can't get them out without breaking the pot. Because there's no flexibility. Absolutely. When you've got something like this, you can actually lay the pot on the ground and you can flex it, and you can loosen that plant, get it out the pot and reuse the pot rather than needing to break it.
So many benefits. Yeah. One of which is they're beautiful and they don't cost you lots of money. So you can get a double up deal here. 2 of the Diablo round brown planters for £14 and 99 pence. Please do make sure that you enter the code YGTB724. Otherwise, you'll end up paying full price. We don't want you to do that.
We need to get rid of the brown word next time, though.
Brown.
We don't want to call these brown. Yeah.
I don't think we're ever going to see them again because these are going to be selling out very, very soon. We really don't have many of these left at all. So please do get your hands on them while we've still got these in stock. Now, I think we're going to do a little reminder of some of the items that you've seen already while Adam tries and changes a few things around so we can show you some new items and some of the favourites. So I think we're going to be starting with our amazing Strulch. Absolutely adore this twin pack of Strulch that you're getting here, which is fantastic. 2 of the 9 kilogram bags included for £36.97. Postage included, 18 kilograms delivered direct to your door for absolutely no postage. Keep the slugs and the snails away, first of all. It's a kind way of doing it. No poisons, no pellets, it doesn't damage them. It's an eco-friendly way, basically, of keeping those away. But it has multiple benefits. Keeps the moisture in the ground. It helps to suppress weeds. Go around a weed before you put this down. It really does help to stop them growing back through. It looks neat and tidy as well, doesn't it? Look how it makes the borders look really neat and uniform. Put it in the top of pots as well. What else does it do? I've completely forgotten. Stops the weeds. It improves the soil texture as well. It stays active for up to a couple of years. After that, you're going to dig it through the soil and it will really help to aerate and improve your soil texture. So it has multiple benefits, but I think particularly at this time of year, what people are looking at it for is to keep those slugs and snails away from that new fresh growth that's coming through. Let's not give them an all-you-can-eat buffet. We want them in our garden, we just don't want them eating our plants. So twin pack of Strulch mineralised straw, 100149. Make sure you use that offer code to get that £16 saving. One of my favourite plants, something that I started them off just a couple of days ago. They're in trays on my windowsill, and they are going to be absolutely beautiful. It's the Giant Trailing Begonias. Got a question. Somebody's asking me how many I've put into my hanging baskets. Right, well, I didn't put them in hanging baskets. They were in pots last year, and they were 30 or 40 centimetre pots. And I think look, I think I only put maybe 4 in. I can't remember, Penny, if I'm truthful with you, but I think it was 4 plants into each of those pots. Each of those Giant Trailing Begonias, they can grow by about sort of 30-40 centimetres height and spread. So if you think about how big they're going to get, then base that on what you're putting them in. They really do grow quite vigorously. My hanging baskets this year, I'm probably going to put 10 in each just because I'm an overplanter and I don't care. £6.99 for 10 tubers. One of the most affordable items on the show, £8 saving. Definitely get those added to your basket because it's one of the best things I grew last year. Another one of our favourites is our gorgeous sweet pea fragrant trails. 10 of these garden ready plants. Your garden isn't quite ready for them, though the plants are garden ready. Just give them a little bit more before you plant these out. They will withstand a little bit of frost, but not any prolonged periods. But these are the nice, compact variety of sweet peas. So normally we know sweet peas as being a vigorous climber. Not with these ones. These are fantastic for your hanging baskets, window boxes, for your pots and things like that. They don't need massive amounts of space, but absolutely perfect for your hanging baskets. Gorgeous colours, absolutely beautiful fragrance. Keep cutting them, make little posies, bring them indoors, get that super fragrance inside. Double up deal to get 10 garden ready plants for £19.99. Absolutely love those, and you guys love them as well. They've been one of our most popular. Now the pink L, which is the thing that we started off the show, or nearly did, one of the top items. Our lovely Adam has this in his garden. He thinks this is one of the best plants because you just keep getting so many flowers from this. The bees absolutely adore it, and it grows nice and compact as well. We're not talking about a massive plant, but grows in a nice kind of bushy shape. Those panicle shapes of the flowers you get on there are absolutely incredible. £5 saving at £9.99 in a 2 litre pot as well. So it's a really nicely established plant already. and it'll last you a long time. Pots, or I think it lends itself to a pot personally, but you can plant it into a border happily, but probably sort of mid-border because it doesn't get massively tall in height. Please do enter that code YGTV724 in order to get your discount. Welcome to my world. It wasn't named after me. Maybe I'll have a flower named after me one day. You never know, eh? Dahlia, Rebecca's World, you will get 3 tubers here, but it is a buy one, get one free. So you put one into your basket, enter the code YGTV724, and we will deliver another 3 to you as well. So you will get 6 tubers in total. All of these things are unlocked by entering that code once you place your order. You'll also get a free gift included of our Blooming Fast fertilizer. Absolutely love the dahlia. Really long flowering season, just keeps going for you right the way through to, I was seeing dahlias October, November time last year because we get such late frosts these days, don't we? So that one's been really, really popular. Add that one into your basket, 630146. And finally, in our little review, the gorgeous, weird and wonderful, just fantastically exotic looking flame lily. Needs a little bit of protection. This isn't one that you're going to take out into the frost. I highly recommend that you buy our tower pot to go with this because it's got something for it to climb up. Quite a vigorous climber. I would plant all 3 and this is exactly what I'm going to do this year. Tower pot, I'm going to plant all 3 tubers into the tower pot and it's going to create the most beautiful display. Lovely fragrance you're going to get from this, but it's definitely going to be a talking point. That's the one that people are going to ask you about. What is that beautiful flower? I love it when people ask me what something is in my garden. It's my favourite thing to do. So 630075, £5 saving on that, £7.99, all unlocked by entering the code YGTV724. Right, that's the end of our review. So we've given you an idea of some of the things that you've seen already. If there is anything else that you want to see, you can actually look at all the items that we've got on our show. So if you go into the YouGarden.com website, you can click in and you can actually see all the products that we're bringing you. Obviously, there's a whole website of wonder. You can look at the entire website, but if you want to look at what we're bringing you, if you click the Live Now button on the YouGarden.com website, you can have a look at all of them. If there's something you want to see, let us know. We did earlier on in the week. It was Olwyn and Eleanor, I think, who wanted to see the powder puff tree because we hadn't shown it. So they messaged and we brought it out. And then they both bought it, which was amazing. So do let us know if there's anything that you want to see. Now, Philip has planted his Red Haven peach. Obviously with our compost, and he's put some strotch in there as well. Absolutely brilliant.
That's a gorgeous peach, that one.
It is a nice peach, isn't it?
It's knockout, yeah.
Now we're moving on to one of my absolute favourites. I say that about so many things, don't I? I'm really sorry. I do have lots of favourites, and I'm not lying. I love them all.
Well, I mean, there are so many different plants, aren't there, out in the world?
I do really like them all.
It's almost impossible to kind of just like put it down to 1 or 2, isn't it? I mean,
do you know what? I don't like euonymus. I'm putting it out there. I don't like euonymus. I think it's boring.
No, I do use euonymus in evergreen planting schemes, to be honest, but yeah.
I just think it's Blair. I'm going to have to stand here and talk about it one time and say how amazing it is.
It's a bit of a utilitarian shrub, to be honest, but it serves a purpose.
It serves a purpose.
And if you plant the silver and the gold ones together, that can be quite a nice mix.
Turning me on to
but yeah, I agree, they don't set the world on fire, but anyway.
Some have to be fillers, not thrillers.
Yes.
Some are thrillers. This one's a thriller.
Oh, goodness me, this is more than a thriller. Well, I would imagine, I would say...
how much are we paying?
Probably $29.99 each, wouldn't you, kind of?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that'd be a phenomenal price because this is a beautiful cherry blossom. $29.99 each. Check out the price. They are normally $29.99. We've taken £5 off here at $24.99. But see the little red box there? Buy one, get one free.
Okay.
So for £12.50 each, you will get 2 of these.
All right, fair enough. Oh, wow.
I know.
So see, This is why I'm glad you do this part of the show sometimes, because
there's no explaining that, is
because
there?
I remember doing a show years ago, and I argued about a price on something on air, and it turned out I was wrong, and they sold about 500 units for the reduced price before they realised I was wrong. So kind of when you say things like that, I'm thinking, I'm glad Becca's saying that, because
it can be her fault if it's wrong.
It's out of her fee if you say these are that amount and they're not. We've sold 300 of them. It can be quite awkward.
I think this is an amazing deal, particularly when you see what this is going to turn into. Because it's because of the upright growth habit on this. The way that this grows upwards. This is what makes it turn into like a firework explosion.
A goblet shape, isn't it?
I love it.
Yeah. And again, but I mean, it's bare root, and sometimes, we're standing in a studio behind what looks like some dead twigs on top of a dead stem. And let's be honest. Let's call it as it is. That's what it looks like.
That is what it looks like.
But the thing is, it's dormant. This plant is dormant. This plant is quiet. In fact, it's not even that dormant, because if you look on the stem, you can already see the little buds there.
There's little buds that are breaking out. You can definitely see those.
And once you get these potted on, in fact, soak them for
little green bits.
Little green bits. Because this is a type of, it's called a prunus, it's an almond, it's a member of the prunus family. Basically, any member of the prunus family has a stone in the fruits, that's why they're all called prunus.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so...
like cherries.
Soak these in water for 24 hours before planting them. They'll get established, and then every spring you're going to get this crazy explosion of double pink flowers all the way up the stem.
I just think they're incredible.
Again,
it's on the bare stems. It's the flowers on the bare stems. It really does something for me.
Yeah, I mean, that almost looks like a made-up plant, like it's not real. Like sometimes
That's not real.
you watch like these things like the Never-Ending Journey or something like that with flying dragon. Never-Ending Story. That's it. So, and you see all these plants in there, and you think they're not real, because they're just too out there. They're too wonderful to be real. But this is real. This is that incredibly beautiful, but a real true plant. I mean, it's a flowering cherry, a type of almond. They flower very early in the season, like a lot of prunus trees. They actually flower before the leaves come out. So again, that just gives you that joy, that lift this time of year. And the fact you've got two of these as well is great, because you can put them either side of a path, either side of a flight of steps.
Love the symmetry. I have a front door, which is a boring old, again, sorry, regulars, boring old UPVC white front door that desperately needs replacing, but I can't afford to do it because I spend too much money on gardening. But the way I elevate the appearance of that is to have something on either side. So I've got my holly standards, I've got my cypress
the pencil cypress, the Italian pencil cypress.
Yeah, the little thin
gorgeous
ones. I've got my rose standards. I've got all these things that I switch out at different times of the year, and the difference it makes when you put something either side like that, it really does elevate it, and it looks beautiful. So either side of a front door, either side of a gateway, either side of the patio doors, maybe if you've got a lovely conservatory.
And you're kind of drawing your eye away from that door as well. You say in the door you're not in love with your front door, but with that planting, people aren't looking at the front door anymore.
They're looking at the plants.
They're looking at the plants.
That's gorgeous.
That's what's interesting to them. And the size of these as well. These are probably about like 1.2, 1.3,
1.4 metre is what we're saying.
Yeah, so quite tall.
But check out. I mean, I tried to get I should have got the covering off this. But can you see the kind of root system that we're talking about on here already? This one's a really established.
Yeah, you've got the anchoring roots there. You've got the finer roots in there as well.
Yeah.
And once that has been soaked for 24 hours.
Yeah, this is an overnight. This is a proper drink, isn't it?
Exactly.
This is not just a couple of hours.
And it's been in the soil for a couple of weeks. This will start to root. This will start to establish. Probably what I would do with these, just in the first year, is just get like a dahlia stake or something like that, or a really thick bamboo cane, and just put that in at the side of it and just secure them to that for the first year. So
because you want the roots to establish to give it the foothold, so it doesn't move around too much.
Because they are such big plants. But once they've got their roots established, year after year, just enjoy this spectacular explosion of double pink, baby pink kind of gorgeous
Well,
flowers.
I will be enjoying mine for many, many years because I've got one.
Yeah, I'm jealous now.
Please add this into your basket and get one as well. Get yourself the free one by entering in the code YGTV724. If you don't want the second one, don't keep it. Give it to somebody. You will be giving them a free gift. They'll think you are the best friend ever because they're going to think, wow, they've spent loads of money on me. But actually, it was free because you've entered the code YGTV724. Moving on to one of, well, Sean's favourites, if you watch us regularly, Sean Ryan, who's often in the potting shed with me. He's been on QVC this morning, which is why he's not here today. He was on a cruise. He was on a holiday for a week, and then he went off to QVC. So I got Adam instead. Yay!
On my birthday.
The reason I'm talking about Sean is he's got this Loropetalum?
Yeah, Loropetalum, Chinese witch hazel is its common name.
Or it's the, what's his name, Captain Jack Black, because it's the Black Pearl. Sean's got one of these in his garden. He often talks about this because it's the thing, Jack Sparrow, that's the one, thank you. Jack Black's a singer and an actor. Jack Sparrow, the one that does that funny run. Sean's got one of these in his garden and he says that people always talk to him about this one. This is the one, and he's got, you know, because you helped design his garden, he's got a lovely garden, but people are drawn to this. They always ask about this. Why do you think that is?
It's unusual, it's different. It's got those witch hazel kind of flowers there as well, so those really unusual red flowers that are kind of not really a classic flower shape. They're kind of just little sprays of different coloured stamens almost that give these, again, little kind of like firework kind of flowers there. It's an evergreen plant as well that's got this lovely deep purple foliage. And it's a good plant for damp shade as well. Damp sort of shade, cool areas that don't dry out too much. It's a plant that doesn't get too tall, but it tends to spread sideways, so it's got a kind of nice spreading habit. And it's just different. It's a plant that you don't see an awful lot. So when people do see it, it takes them by surprise. It's something unusual, something they've not seen before. But where I used to live in Bishop Stortford, my lovely neighbour Rosie next door had one of these, or still got one of these at the end of her garden that I got for her. And that got really, really big, or has got really, really big, and every spring into summer it has these wonderful spidery kind of red flowers, and it just looks magnificent.
And they're bright pink as well, aren't they? They're not just a little bit pink.
No,
they're bright pink.
Just sometimes you look at certain colours and make your eyes go funny. It almost does that. It kind of.
This is what you're talking about, though, with the spreading and the way that it's sort of arching growth that you've got on it.
Yeah,
it's really
got
pretty,
that nice
calming.
kind of lazy, relaxing kind of habit. Really, just I find plants of that sort of shape kind of chill you out, really, because they look like they're relaxing and they're
very calming.
Yeah, they're just kind of, they've just bedded themselves down and they're just hanging loose, And
I don't have to work too hard.
Exactly.
I just look great anyway.
I'm just hanging about, looking wonderful, looking colourful, looking evergreen, giving you interest all the year through.
And sometimes you get a second flush of flowers, don't you? So sort of April, from now really into April time, but then you can get a second flush, sort of September, October.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, like wisteria and stuff do that. Different plants do that. They have their main flowering season, and then all of a sudden, like Ceanothus, they do it as well. You go out one day and all of a sudden it's like, oh, that's got another couple of flowers on it here and there. Not as impressive as the first one, but it's nice still to get the odd flower sort of pop out when you're not expecting it.
Absolutely. I love this one. Definitely one you don't see very often. I just don't see it very often in a garden centre or anything. I certainly haven't seen it in many people's gardens, so I think it's well worth adding that one in, particularly because it comes highly recommended from our Sean Ryan, who says that everybody asks him about it in his garden. Only £9.99 to get this at home. Has it got postage on it? £4.99 postage on there, so get this added into your order, get your order to over £40 and we will take away that postage cost as long as you enter the code YGTV724. It's the best way to shop with us direct here at YGTV because we give you the best discounts basically. So 510604, just go to YouGarden.com in order to place your order. Skyscrapers. Now, love these. These are going to create tree lilies for you. Super big, loads of flowers, absolutely brilliant. And this is the Amarossi one.
These are just nuts. I mean, that's just the word for them. They're just nuts, honestly. We used to have a picture years ago, of one of these, and there was a little girl standing underneath it. And, and this lily, I mean, literally she was a little girl, but even so, the lily was towering above her. And I've grown these, and year after year after year, they get thicker and thicker, taller and taller. In fact, last year, the lily stem on one of my ones was almost as thick as a broom handle.
Wow.
But yeah, just magnificent. Huge, great big lilies you can stand under. gorgeous, gorgeous fragrance, huge flowers, and just real amazing interest, and great to plant probably the middle or to the back of the border. But if you want lilies, but you want lilies super-sized, crazy, kind of phenomenally big, giant lilies, go for these. These are great fun. Year on year, they get bigger and bigger. The kids will love them as well. Children find it hysterical, like seeing these huge, great big lilies growing like much taller than them, because it's something you don't expect.
No, absolutely. I mean, we're saying sort of first year, ultimate height, we say these can get up to about 6 feet. First year, they won't do that.
No, they take a little while to get going.
Yeah, but once they're going, woo, they're
yeah.
going to be beautiful. I've got some to plant out. I'm so excited. I grew loads of lilies last year, but I did not grow the skyscrapers, so I've got my bag at home. I didn't get around to it the other day, so I'm going to plant my skyscraper lilies. I'm going to be growing those this year. 630325, £7.99 for 5 bulbs, or you can double up and get 10 of those bulbs delivered home for just £2 more, £9.99.
Look at that colour as well.
That'd be 50 pence a bulb, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 50p for a plant that's going to do that.
Am I doing that right? 10? No, it'd be £1 a bulb. Sorry.
Well, even £1.50 a bulb
Even still,
still be good.
£1 a bulb to get a tree lily that's going to come back for you year after year after year. Loads of blooms on each one of those. Absolutely incredible. Okay, so moving on to one of the most fragrant plants, one of the most fragrant flowers that you can have is the Polyanthus tuberosa.
Well, yeah, I've actually got some customers who, for many years, have run their own perfume company.
Yes.
They make perfumes,
yeah.
and Polyanthus is one of the ingredients they use. And it's not surprising because, oh my goodness me, the fragrance from these is otherworldly. It is just incredible. We've got the sort of pinky coloured here. You can get white coloured ones, but this type we're bringing to you is just so gorgeous. And what you can do is with these, start these off somewhere warm. So start these off in some compost, somewhere really, really nice and warm and bright, indoors or kind of somewhere sheltered. And
so like a windowsill, maybe over a radiator.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, windowsill, warm greenhouse, somewhere like that. Just start. And what I would do first of all is just soak the bulbs overnight. I'm a real big fan of doing that. Anything that's like a bulb that's been dry for a long time, I always like to just soak them overnight, just to plump them up a bit and get them hydrated. And that way, it just gets them to move a bit more quickly, sort of thing. And then get them in the compost, start them off somewhere warm, and grow them in a pot. That's probably the most ideal thing. Grow them in a pot, and then you can take them out in the summer, late spring, onto the patio, and just enjoy these magnificent double flowers and this otherworldly kind of heavenly fragrance. It really is.
It's a bit like a gardenia and a kind of orangey citrus fragrance you get from them, isn't it? It's really beautiful.
It's really, really powerful, and it's no wonder that they are used in the perfume industry because their fragrance is quite magnificent. But I'll be honest with you, probably not that. Well, they are quite easy to grow, but they just take a little bit of effort to get started. But it is so worth it, because if you later this year can be the proud owner standing with a pot of these in flower, well, goodness me, you deserve a gold medal, honestly, because it's just magnificent to achieve that. And it's not that difficult if you give them that little bit of initial care to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. So my top tip here is definitely go for the double up deal, but plant them in succession. So maybe plant 5 to start with.
Yeah.
Then a week or two later, plant the next 5. Week or two later, plant the next 5, and so on and so forth. Because then what will hopefully happen is that you'll get a bit of successional flowering going on later in the season. So rather than them all coming up at once, you get a successional flowering thing going on, so you can take advantage of that beautiful scent, which comes out. Stagger it, which is beautiful, isn't it?
Excuse me.
And the fragrance on your tuberose tends to be a little bit more noticeable at night time as well, in the evenings.
Yeah, quite, because some plants are sort of moth pollinated or night insect pollinated, so they tend to send out that fragrance much later in the day and overnight than daytime. Yeah, or bats even. Sometimes a lot of plants are bat pollinated as well, so again they smell fantastic at night, even more so than during the day.
Lovely. So definitely add those ones, get your double up deal, enter the code YGTB724 and you'll get 20 of those delivered to you for £19.99. Begonias, fiery shades, but apricot mix.
Yeah, I mean, you just cannot go wrong with these.
Can't go wrong with these, can you?
You can't. I mean, literally, my brother grows these every year. He's been growing for about 4 or 5 years now, and they just grow away so quickly. And for month after month after month after month, just an explosion of these fiery colours, these kind of oranges, these reds, the kind of intermediate colours there. They deadhead themselves. They've got gorgeous, wonderful foliage as well. If it's a hot, dry summer, if it's a windy, cool summer, they really don't seem to care. They just want to grow. They just want to live. They just want to thrive. And they just give you this hit of colour for so long. Yeah. The basket just disappears under this ball of colour, really. And all you've got to do is water them and feed them. Don't even bother deadheading them. They do that themselves. And it's as simple as that. And you can see how I was saying earlier on about the male and female flowers. You can see the female ones are the really gorgeous, big, double kind of blooms. and the male flowers, I'm only laughing because producers are saying funny things in my ear. And you can see the male flower is much, just a single kind of, much more of a dull kind of flower.
Yeah,
really.
there's a male one there.
Yeah, there's a male, there's a really boring male flower there.
One.
But not that boring, not that boring, really. But yeah, I mean, magnificent, male or female flowers. Yeah, the combo of all of those, and the yellows, the oranges, the salmons, all those different colours.
It's a gorgeous mix, actually, isn't it? I mean, say apricot shades, and it really is shades of apricot. Yep. There's so many colours in that spectrum, isn't there?
There are, and again, I mean, I always say, as I see it, really, sometimes orange and red and stuff aren't my favourite colours in the garden in the summer, but these, there's just something about them that kind of just really floats my boat, kind of lights my fire, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think it's the enthusiasm of these begonias that kind of takes you with them, because they are just, so magnificent. You just can't, I think it'd be cruel to say you don't like these, because they just give you such joy and for such little input. That's the good thing. I
love them. They remind me of my nan's garden. Again, she was a big gardener. My mum is as well, but I just remember my nan's garden she had a lovely big garden. She had window boxes everywhere, and I'm sure it was the apricot shades that she had in there. She's not around for me to ask anymore. I'll have to ask my mum and see. But I'm sure it was apricot shades just all the way around. And it's because they flowered forever. Yeah. Really easy to look after, right the way through the summer season, all the way through to those first frosts. They're so easy and so floriferous. It's just an amazing
plant. Well, I remember I was brought up in Harlow in Essex, and there was a guy there who used to have a front garden every year, and he grew begonias every year, and used to grow the ones with the really big giant flowers. Yeah. And to this day, I can still visualise the front garden. Yeah. And because I've always been fascinated with gardening, every year when these begonias came out and grew, I was just blown away by them.
They're amazing.
Yeah, begonias are such good doers, and they will just give you so much joy, so much colour for such minimum amount of input.
Yeah, absolutely. Apricot shades is always one of our popular ones, so you can get 10 of those for £9.99. It's definitely worth doubling up, because it's only £4.99 more, and you will get 20 of those tubers for your garden. Now we're going to move on to, these two actually work beautifully together.
Yeah, you can mix and match.
You can mix them, you can combine them. But these are a Belgian trailing giant begonia. So these, I'm planting in hanging baskets. These have got the real sort of trailing effect going on them. Lovely, lovely mix of colour. And they're big too.
They are big, they're bold, they're brash, they're colourful, they've got huge personalities. They're not for the faint-hearted. And, they just bring such joy, such charisma, such class, such elegance, such wonder, such allure, really, to any garden. And when you see these magnificent plants in the sky, kind of just growing like they grow, it's like, how's that plant doing that? I mean, it's just mind-blowing.
Oh, what I love about these, and the reason I'm growing them this year I had them in pots last year. They were in a full sun position in those pots last year. Absolutely happy. But the reason I'm growing them again this year is I loved them so much last year. But I also want to put them into my hanging baskets, northeast facing front door. But these don't mind being in a bit of shade. So my northeast facing front door, obviously it gets a bit of morning sun. It'll get a couple of hours in the height of summer, but then the sun's going to move around the back of the house, southwest facing garden. Nice. But it does mean those hanging baskets can be tricky. They're not going to be tricky for the Belgian begonias, for these ones, because they don't mind being in shade. I'm still going to get gorgeous flowers. Look at those.
Yeah, look at that. You can't even see the basket there, can you, really? It's just disappeared.
It's
gorgeous dog as well. I like that dog.
Thank you. That's my Otis.
Yeah, he's lovely.
He's a lovely boy. He's a lovely boy. Where is he? He's so cute. Look at him.
Sitting there all elegant and kind of his little ears down and like being all perfect for mummy there. He's lovely. He's gorgeous. Just want to give him a big hug.
He's a good boy. Love him.
Wonder what he's making of those begonias.
He's like, Mum's paying too much attention to begonias. Where's my cuddle?
Yeah.
That's what he's thinking.
Yeah.
So you are getting some gorgeous colours in there. Bi-colour, single colour, big blousy, absolutely beautiful. Total winner. Now, as I said, I'm planting mine into my hanging baskets. I've got the easy fill hanging baskets. They're the big ones. You could probably put 6 in there and they'll be absolutely fine.
That's all you'd need, wouldn't you, really?
I'm going to put more in. My name's Rebecca and I'm an overplanter.
Because if you're using the easy fill, you probably wouldn't even need to put any further down. You could leave the bottom holes,
couldn't you? You don't need to put them in all the holes at all, do you?
No, just the top, because they are so vigorous.
They grow big.
Yeah.
Now, we've got some other hanging baskets that you could go for. These are the Knox hanging baskets. Now, this is a buy one, get one free. This is the most affordable item on the show because it's £4.99 for 2 of these. So add one to your basket, enter the code, and we will automatically enter the other one into your basket for you. Now, if you were going for your Belgian Australian begonias and you were wanting to put them in your Knox hanging baskets, you only need 1 in here.
Just 1?
I think so, don't you?
I was just
Would you go more? Would you go 3?
No, I think 1 would be enough. I mean, I was going to say, you could have it as a pot as well if you just wanted to.
Exactly, the bits come off really easily. You just have to unhook like this and the hanging bits come off.
Which is nice, isn't it?
And then they easily click back on again. So they could just be a pot on the ground, but if you're going for your Belgian Trading Giant Begonias, genuinely you only need 1 in there. It will fill that basket. Yeah,
I can see that actually, to be honest, because when you kind of get them started and they've got all those little multiple stems growing in the middle, feed them, water them. And in fact, you know what? That's a brilliant point, because sometimes you overplant things and they're competing with each other. They're all fighting for space and resources.
This is a problem.
Yeah, you just put one thing on its own sometimes, and one thing on its own will grow 4 or 5 times the size if you jam loads in.
I often joke about being an overplanter, and I am, because you just look at it and you go, but I want a quick display really quickly, and that can actually set things back. So I know I joke about it, but it is true. It'll set it back because there's just not enough space for it.
Yeah, they're all kind of all cramped in. They're fighting for the light, they're fighting for the moisture, they're fighting for the nutrients. One in the middle of that pot with all that compost to itself, all that moisture to itself, it's going to have a heyday, isn't it? It's just going to grow away like crazy.
But do remember, you are getting both of those as long as you enter 1 into your basket, enter the code. They can be used as a pot on the ground, raised drainage, channels coming out the side there as well for the drainage to run out from. So a pot on the ground, absolutely fine, but then these will just clip into place as and when you need to use them, so that you can then have them as a hanging basket as well. It's entirely up to you, but that is the most affordable item on the show. Buy 1, get 1 free, put 1 in your basket and put the code in.
See, I could never do that because I'm a man. I couldn't talk and clip them on at the same time. It just wouldn't happen. Yeah, I couldn't do it.
Well, there you go. Those are your Knox hanging basket. So we're going to do another quick reminder just of one of our really popular pot deals that we've got. I'm just going to move this beautiful prunus. If nobody wants a home for that, I'm happy to find a home for another one. Just putting it out there. There's always room for another one.
There's actually like a kind of a famous trolley here, isn't there? And like
a famous trolley.
If something goes on the trolley, then it means we can adopt it. So yeah, if that goes on the trolley.
I'm not allowed to put things on the trolley though. That's the key. I'm not allowed to put it on the trolley. No. Right, so the Diablo round brown planter, which is so much more than a round brown planter. Look at how beautiful it is. It is gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. It is a double up deal, so it is going to be £14.99 for 2 of these. Enter 2 into your basket. Put the code in, YGTV724. That's how you unlock all of the amazing deals here. Really high end, really beautiful, looks like stone, looks like metal, but actually is a really lightweight, beautiful planter.
Yeah, frost resistant, UV resistant, not going to grow that horrible moss and algae on the outside. Great if you've got a roof garden or a balcony, or you're not as strong as you used to be and you don't want to carry around something that weighs half a tonne. You're not going to pick this up next week and the rim's going to come off because the frost has cracked it. And it's going to last you 15, 20, 25, 30 years. It really should last
a long time, shouldn't it? I definitely like the pairing and getting 2 that are the same. So that one is beautiful. Please get your hands on that whilst we still have that deal. And on to our well, our most popular, so the thing that we sell the most of here is our premium professional compost. And obviously, you know, everything that we're bringing you needs compost. And we wholeheartedly recommend this one, don't we? Because this is packed with essential ingredients. This is not just any old dirt. I used to, do you know what? I did used to think...
Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there.
I did. I used to think any old compost. I was like, man, it's just dirt, isn't it?
When people call soil or compost dirt, it's like...
I know, and it's so not, is it?
Steam comes out my ears.
But
like,
you have to understand the...
Dirt's what you get behind your ears. It's not what you grow things in.
It's true, you're absolutely right. You have to understand the science behind it to understand why this is so important.
Because everything in here is geared towards giving that plant the best start in life, but not just giving it the best start, sustaining it as it grows as well. So we've got, you know, a hugely reduced peat content in this as well, which is fantastic. But the peat that's in here does hold on to the moisture, which is fantastic because it's there for when your plants want to draw on it. It's also got a wetting agent. So, you know, sometimes when some hanging baskets or pots dry out and you go to water them and the water runs straight off, like water off a duck's back, that's because there's not enough wetting agent. The wetting agent in this makes this like kitchen towel. It makes it want to absorb moisture so you can hydrate it really, really quickly. It's got that composted wood chip in it as well, which gives it that lovely open texture. It means that air can get down to the roots. It means the water can percolate through, so it's never too dry, it's never too wet. It's absolutely perfect. You've got that slow release fertilizer there. You can see one of the little green beads, fertilizer beads in there. So that kind of feeds the plants over a long period of time. And also, it's pH balanced as well. Well, that sounds a bit gobbledygooky, but what it means is, say, for example, we know things like rhododendrons and azaleas like acid soil, things like lilacs and carnations like very alkaline soil. This is more towards the middle. So it's going to accommodate many, many more plants than if it was very alkali or very acid. So that's important as well. But I've used this many, many times, and it smells fantastic. It's lightweight. Whenever you take it out of the bag, it never has all that white mould on it. It doesn't have the green algae on it. It doesn't smell mildewy or damp or kind of unattractive.
So
and plants they just thrive in this. They adore this. They get a great start in life. And because it's such a fantastic start for them, you get bigger flowers, you get more fruit, you get more vegetables, you get a plant that's more disease resistant. You just get better results. In fact, I'm not sure we've still got this picture, but there was even a gentleman whose name I can't remember now who used it on daffodils.
Daffodils.
Yeah. And even got the daffodil. I mean, you know,
he did his own comparison, didn't he? So he planted some daffodil bulbs one side and he planted other daffodil bulbs the other side in our compost.
Yeah.
And with something like a daffodil bulb that will pretty much grow anywhere, you really wouldn't expect there to be so much difference. And he sent us the pictures and it was incredible, the difference, wasn't it?
I mean, I've always said you can grow daffodils on a washing line pretty much. And as you say, I really, like you said, daffodils are daffodils are daffodils. But yeah, I mean, the result, the daffodils were taller, the flower buds were bigger.
There was way more of them as well.
There were, So
it's incredible, the difference.
It just, but in a way, it's not surprising, is it? Because, you know, anybody who's got children, or if you've got kind of human children or you've got animal children kind of thing, you know the best thing in life is if you give them the best food, you know, the best nutrients, then they're going to be healthy. They're going to grow up, you know, happy living beings.
If we live on junk food all day, every day, we know the problem it's going to cause. And it's a similar thing when it comes to our plants. We want to feed them the best ingredients. And our head gardener 100% believes in this. Our head gardener, who's worked in horticulture, a bit like you, all his life he has worked in horticulture, and he 100% backs this compost.
We describe this as premium professional compost. And the reason for that is it is the compost that is known, this formula we have perfected over decades. So I've been using it for decades. We have perfected it over decades. You've got a blend of the best peats plus wood fibre that you can imagine. Now, by volume, approximately 50% of this compost is wood fibre, and the balance is made up of a blend of peats, and there are 3 different peats. So you've got things like sphagnum moss peat, which is renewable. You've got sedge peat, and then you've got darker sphagnum as well in there. So you've got 3 different peats. You've also got, you can see actually just there, they're slow-release fertiliser. These little green, what look like little eggs, you'll see those dotted among the compost when you're planting it. That's slow-release fertiliser. One of the most expensive ingredients in any compost is fertiliser. You can see that there's another one just down below. That is amazing because that will deploy nutrients to the roots of whatever you grow in this compost just when they need it over the next 6 months. You then got what's called a buffer. Now, peat in particular is naturally acidic. And plants like to be just on the acidic side of neutral as a generality. There are exceptions, so things like rhododendrons and azaleas, they love to be properly acidic in terms of the ericaceous soil or compost they're growing in. But most things like it just on the slightly acidic edge of neutral. So that's what this is designed to give you. So it's got a pH buffer to keep it in exactly that zone. The wood fibre keeps the sort of perfect air-water porosity ratio, which is what we talk about in the trade, all these complicated terms. But it's, what plants need is they need a jungle gym to grow in. So they need a jungle gym for their roots, which is called growing medium. They need some water, and they need some air, and they need nutrients. And when you've got the perfect compost, it blends the air and the water and the constituents of the compost. It all blends together to give the perfect environment. That's what this particular compost does, which is why it's trusted by us. We will be growing approximately 150,000 potted roses on this nursery this year. That's roughly what we grow most years. We'll be growing, I don't know how many hanging baskets, but our pre-planted hanging baskets that will be available later, you will have bought them in the autumn and last spring as well. They grow in this compost. We will grow countless perennials, whether they be in the 9 centimetre square pots or the 3 litre pots or the 5 litre pots, plus fruit trees. And this is the compost we use for all of those things. So we trust it, the trade trusts it, and actually based upon the literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bags of this particular compost that you've bought over the years, you definitely trust it as well. And, you know, and actually, peat is a thing. We need to think about peat. Not me. I happen to also be peat, but it's the peat that's in here that we're talking about. We can still use peat in our gardens right now, and actually the alternatives, generally speaking, are a bit iffy. So if you want to get the best results, in my view, use this particular compost for as long as you can. It's got 50% other material in it, which is the lowest level we could get to and still have a professional quality product for you and for ourselves. So we've been as eco-friendly as we can, and we jumped onto that particular that approach years and years and years ago. So this is the same formulation that we've had for at least the last 6 or 7 years, with 50% other material to bulk out the peat, and it still works better. So I would say this is, in my opinion, it's the only compost I use at home. It's the compost we use on the nursery. I can't recommend it highly enough.
Yeah.
Yes, he couldn't recommend it highly enough, and neither can we either. Honestly, it is amazing stuff. It comes to you as 2 50-litre bags, so 100 litres in total. If you are a club member, remember you're going to get 10% off that order as well. So you're already saving, but you can save even more by joining the club. Costs you just £5, so 2 orders of compost, and you've paid for your club membership, and then you'll get 10% discount for the next 12 months as well. Genuinely is premium professional composts. It's the stuff that professionals use. It's what we use here at the nursery. Always enter that code YGTV724. That's what unlocks the savings. That's what unlocks all of the deals. Even if you're not buying something from, you know, the products we've selected for this show today, you will still get your free gift included in your order, which is our blooming good, blooming fast soluble fertiliser. And why is this so good,
Because
Adam?
it's got all the main elements. It's got trace elements in there as well. All those little micronutrients, you know, the sort of things that we need. Plants need it as well. So it's not just the nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. It's all the little extra things that make sure that your plants don't get chlorosis, don't go yellow, they're not stunted. So it's the full deal. That's what it is.
The real deal.
And it's liquid feed, which I much prefer, because granular feed, sometimes you put that down on the ground, you get lots of hot, dry weather. It doesn't dissolve. It doesn't get down to the roots.
No, absolutely.
Liquid, straight down to the roots. Or you can use it as a foliar feed, and it will go through the foliage as well. So you're feeding those plants instantly. There's no hanging about and there's no waste.
Yeah, and this is a free gift. It's free with purchase. All you have to do is enter that code and we will put this bag into your order absolutely free of charge for you. And this one bag that we've got, which will make, this sachet makes 100 litres, approximately 20 gallons of concentrated plant food. That's about 20 of your full-size watering cans. Not callons, watering cans. And we're going to start feeding our plants very, very soon. Once we get into spring, which we're very nearly there, we're going to feed our plants with this. Now, I just want to say a quick thank you to everybody that has joined us today, all of our regulars. We've had lots of new viewers joining in today, and a big special thank you to anybody that has offered our wonderful Adam a happy birthday, because he's birthday boy today. And it's nearly a big birthday, isn't it?
Yeah, this time next year.
Nearly a big birthday.
Yeah, I know, it's a bit scary, isn't it, really?
Let's get you in next year on your birthday.
It's been a real joy, though, because, I mean, what could be better than on your birthday, being able to share your entire life's passion with you, with Stuart, and with all the people who are watching are also crazy mad gardeners as well.
I love it.
It's brilliant. It's a
I
really,
love our little community.
If I hadn't come in today, I'd have probably laid in bed till like 10, 10:30. I'd have wasted the morning.
Yeah.
No, so I've come in here, had great fun. We've seen some magnificent plants. We've interacted with fabulous people. It's just, lovely morning. Thank you.
It's been really nice having
Gorgeous.
you here. So I'm glad you came to join us. Right, let's go and talk about peony, shall we? Let's talk about one of the most beautiful women in the world, or was considered to be one of the most beautiful women in the world, Sarah Bernhardt. She was a famous French actress, wasn't she?
She was, and it's no surprise, is it? This peony was named after her because, what's more beautiful, her or the peony? I mean, I think it's even Stevens, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, this. Again, Chelsea Flower Show, this is the kind of peony that...
It's a Chelsea darling, isn't it?
It's a Chelsea darling, yeah. It's a sort of peony that everybody wants, because these Monet-like kind of flowers on here, you almost expect to see them in a Monet painting, and peonies, they go back through history. They've been used in all sorts of cultures and architecture and fashion and paintings. They're fragrant, they're magnificent, they're hardy, they're tough, they're long-lived, easy to grow. They come up year after year, they die down in the wintertime. And that's what I like about things like these, what we call herbaceous perennials, because in the winter, there's nothing. They're gone. It's just bare earth. Yeah. And that is great, because it's almost like one of those sort of stories about the Greek gods where something just disappears under the ground, and then, in the spring, they're set free.
Rises up.
Yeah, and they rise up again. And that's what peonies do. They come from the ground. You see, about now, you see these thumping great big red shoots start to come through. And as the weather warms up, the stems come up and through. Wonderful leaves open out, and then for weeks on end you just get these incredible flowers, lovely fragrance, make good cut flowers. Just gorgeous plant.
Well, they're very expensive as a cut flower. If you went into a florist and bought a cut flower, they can be incredibly expensive, but you don't need to with this, because once you've got this established, you can grow your own. You can have enough on a plant to enjoy its beauty outside, but also use it as a cut flower indoors. And I always think about peonies that they look like they're going to be more difficult. Their appearance suggests that they are more difficult to grow than they are, don't they?
Well, look at the flower there. You see that, and you think, oh my goodness me, to be able to grow something as heavenly and as magnificent as that is going to just take so much effort, so much time. But it doesn't. I mean, I've seen peonies growing in gardens that have been abandoned for years, and everything else has gone, but the peonies are still going. The peonies just keep growing through year after year, because they're such strong plants, and when they're in the happy position, they will flower year after year. And because you're getting a sort of a double up deal on this as well, what you could do, as Rebecca was saying a minute ago, is have one in situ in your garden to enjoy, grow another one on your allotment in the kitchen garden
that you can use for your cut
flowers.
Yeah, perfect.
You get the best of both worlds.
Absolutely, love that idea. Yes, you are getting that double up deal, and that's where you make some of the best savings. So add 2 into your basket if you want to get that double up deal. Oh, look, we're going to show you a basket. So we've added 2 into our basket. We've already entered our code, and that's why we are showing that price at £14.98, £7.49 each. With this particular order, this basket, look, we are saving... Look at that saving, £70.96. We are spending £49.96. Because we're over the £40, there is absolutely no delivery cost on there. But what we can now do as well, just check this out, we can save more money by adding the club to our basket. So if we add that in, look at what's happened now. It's now exactly the same price. and all we've done is spend a fiver. Everything for the next year is 10% off, and now look at the saving that's gone on there. Wow. £82.06. So we've spent the same amount of money, but we're saving even more. And now for the next year, 10% discount on everything else that we add into our basket. Honestly, that club is a brilliant way to save more money.
So with that money you've just saved as well, if there was another plant on here that you liked,
well,
and that was out of your budget today, well, now you can add that in. Cause
this is my kind of maths. Shopping maths. This is the kind of maths I really, really enjoy.
Because I wouldn't
I've
see it
saved 20 quid, so I can now spend it.
Yeah, see, that's how I wouldn't see it as saving money. I would see it as meaning I can get more plants.
I'm with you on that.
That's
how I'd see it. It's my kind of maths. I like it a lot. All right, so that's your Sarah Bernhardt peony. I was going to say Sarah Peony Bernhardt. No, Sarah Bernhardt peony. And now we're going to come on to our sweet pea fragrant trails. Lovely mix of colour, absolutely glorious fragrance that you're going to get from this. These are garden ready plants. What that means is we've just grown them on a bit. You don't have to do any of that growing on. We have done that for you. I'm just going to pick a random one that I haven't picked before, just so you know we haven't prepared it.
And boy, oh boy, are they ready. Look at that.
Look at that.
Look, I mean,
aren't they great roots, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, not to bit the roots. Look at the foliage. I mean, these plants. Look how green they are. I mean, they are just so green, so healthy, so vibrant. I mean, you pop those roots in to the hanging basket or wherever you want them to be, and immediately, within hours, those roots are going to start to penetrate the compost, become established, and for month after month after month, because we've given you that brilliant start with these, you're going to get these spectacular displays of colour and fragrance and elegance. And who knew when I was a kid starting out in gardening that one day we'd be talking about sweet peas that don't grow from the bottom up.
They don't go up.
They don't go up, they go down. You know, they hang down. So,
I love it.
In fact, wouldn't it be good? I'll tell you what would be really good. See that fence behind? Just imagine if you grew upright sweet peas
at the back.
along the fence,
love that.
and then you had hanging basket ones in front hanging down.
Word.
You could
what
create
a wall of
just
colour.
be a whole wall of
Love
sweet
that.
peas, wouldn't it? You get sweet peas in 3D. That'd be great.
Absolutely love that. Great value for money here because they are garden ready. You can get a double up. You are looking at the double up right there. So if you do the double up deal, put 2 in your basket, you will get those 2 trays delivered for you. They are multi-sown plugs as well. I was showing you that when I had one of those lifted out of there. You can see that there is more than 1 seed that has been planted into there. Look, there's more than 1 seed, multi-sown. So you're getting a whole bunch of colour and fragrance. Do enter both into your basket. Put the code in YGTV724 to get the most savings.
And cut flowers all summer long. Cut flowers as many as you like.
All summer. The more you cut, the more you get.
The more they're going to come, So,
totally.
Amazing.
Verbena bonariensis next, one of my firm favourites. In fact, one of a garden designer's firm favourites.
Just everybody's. I mean, almost every design we do, unless it's a really shady position, we include Verbena bonariensis because we just know that we're going to get drama, and we just know that everybody just loves these plants because who wouldn't? They've got incredible colour. They've got an elegant structure, an elegant growth habit. They're self-supporting. They've got that kind of nice airy kind of wispy feel to them as well. What's the word? Willowy, wasn't it?
Tall and willowy.
Tall and willowy, yeah. They're tall and willowy. So they've got that wonderful look, and they don't overwhelm any of the plants around them.
They play well. They're nice playfellows.
They share. Because sometimes when you think of a really tall plant, you think of it, it starts off with massive leaves at the bottom and you've got to give it tons of space, and like delphiniums, for example. But these, I love a delphinium. Yeah, I do we need to get some delphiniums on. Yeah.
Love a delphinium.
Yeah, I do, especially the new pink ones. Anyway, we digress. But it's all to come. But yeah, verbenas are just amazing. They'll seed themselves about.
They will.
And they're good for really hot, dry situations. Although when you first start to get them established, they can wilt a little bit initially, but once they're really established, they'll grow on really poor soils as well. In fact, sometimes they do better on poor soils than they do rich soils.
I always find it weird when they you must have the nutrient rich, but there's certain plants that actually don't want that.
No, some plants you put them on rich soil, you get very sappy, soft green, lots of green foliage, very little flower, because the plant thinks it's got an easy life and it doesn't have to put the effort in to go to flower. Yeah, but if you put these in poor, gravelly, sandy soil, that stresses the plant a little bit, and it just thinks, you know what, I haven't got time to hang about growing silly leaves and stuff. I need to get flowering. So it kind of spurs them into flowering. You get a better display of flowers.
Yeah. I absolutely adore the Verbena bonariensis. I think there's so little work you have to put into it. It's winter hardy as well. It has our lifetime guarantee. This is exactly the sort of example that we're talking about. Sean, who's always in the potting shed with me, this is his beautiful garden. And this is what we're talking about with it creating a see-through screen. Yeah. It's really softened the edge of that patio that you can see there. It's absolutely glorious, but you can still see through to the other side. It's playing really nicely with all those other flowers in there. What's he got in there? He's got dahlias and all sorts going on in there.
He's got some yellow foxgloves in there. There's some leucanthemums, the daisies,
they're
down
gorgeous,
at the front there.
Absolutely. But the verbena is playing so nicely with all of those other plants, and that's the kind of look that you want to be able to create in your garden. This is why designers use this when they are designing gardens. Absolutely fantastic. No need to mollycoddle these. You can plant these out right now. Get them going.
They'll seed about, and if you want to kind of do a really, really nice scheme with those, you could plant verbena, you could plant grasses, and you could plant echinacea in between as well, and somewhere with open sun, and you get that kind of prairie kind of look as well. And just leave it to do its own thing. Don't be fussy about it.
Don't worry about it at all.
Just step back and leave it. And
I left mine as well. So one of them I sort of cut down. The other one I've left, and it's stayed. So I've got the old kind of heads looking at it. It looks quite interesting to leave
and that's
I'm
good
going to
for
trim
insects
it down
as well during the winter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm going to trim it down soon so that the new growth can come through. But I left it going over the winter just because it's interesting.
And I tell you what, not they've had a lot this winter, but when you leave them and they get covered in frost, they get a hoarfrost, and they're all covered in frost in the morning. That looks magnificent as well. When you get the low winter sun coming through them. I'm just going
to leave them both. I mean, I've got ages yet, but I'm going to leave them both just over the winter next year, and it'll be gorgeous.
Yeah, no, lovely.
Okay, so are we doing flame lily next? Yeah, come on, I love this one. Weird, wonderful, beautiful, tropical, exotic, just incredible, this.
And easy.
And I'm not just talking about Adam.
Easy to grow, this one as well, and those wonderful reflex petals, those petals that have gone right sort of back on themselves. I grew this myself a couple of years ago, and I thought it was going to be really, really difficult to grow. It wasn't. I just planted the tuber in our compost. I started off in the greenhouse with some nice warmth, and with no time at all it started to grow away, and even before it got more than probably about 2 or 3 feet tall, it's already started to throw out flower buds.
Wow.
And flower quite low down.
Yeah.
And I know Angela, our friend Andrew, used to do gardening, moved to France now, but
living the life.
Living the life, yeah. She grew about 2 or 3 of these on one of these tower pots, and I remember her showing me the picture of it, and it was knockout.
Yeah,
really,
well, that's
really
exactly what I'm doing this year. So do get hold of your beautiful you can tell we're getting to the end of 4 hours, can't you? The Gloriosa Flame Lily. You get 3 of those tubers included in there. And our recommendation is go for the tower pot with it, this thing just here. And with the size of this tower pot, we definitely think you would plant all 3 of these in there. Because they'll grow to anywhere between sort of a metre and a half, won't they?
Yeah, easily.
Quite fast growing, but they're not dense foliage, are they?
No, so they're quite open foliage. So 3 in there will be absolutely fine. If you just put 1 in there, the display would be lopsided. But put 3 in there, and then towards the end of the summer, autumn time, they start to slow down a bit, and you can let them die down, and literally just stop watering it, take off the dead foliage, and then put the tower pot somewhere dry and frost-free for the winter. Don't water it.
So my conservatory will be great.
Yeah, your conservatory, just even if the
not
compost
everybody
is
can put
bone
those
dry,
in my conservatory.
don't worry about it, and then. In the spring, bring them out again, water them, they'll regrow from the tubers and they'll do it all over again.
Yeah, I'm excited, cannot wait. So if you're going for your flame lily, then please consider adding our tower pot into the basket as well. You might have something already in mind, and that's fine, absolutely. You can create your own little like trellises and things. I've done it before, create little wigwams of stuff for things to climb up. But I do really think that this is I just think it's great for anything that climbs.
Well, I'll tell you what we've got. We haven't been to it. We've got a really gorgeous honeysuckle as well, haven't we? A Dutch honeysuckle. Ceratina, which would be magnificent in this. Super, super fragrant. So, yeah, and that would just literally sort of twist itself around and sort of fill this out. So, yeah, so... anything that climbs, really. And the Thunbergias. Imagine those.
Oh, the Thunbergias in here as well would be amazing.
Tower of colour, all those different coloured Thunbergias, not just yellow and orange, but we've got pinks and whites and sort of bi-colours ones as well. And this is lightweight, it's easy to manoeuvre, and once you've got that display looking magnificent, you can take it to where you are, and then once it's not so magnificent, you can take it the other end of the garden and forget about it and do something else.
I mean, it's made of plastic, okay, the tower pot, so it does make it more lightweight. And And I've got, Stu, are you able to find my wisteria picture in the tower pots? Thank you very much.
Is that the Amethyst Falls?
It is the Amethyst Falls. I put the wisteria in here. And even with the wisteria, when it's in full leaf and all the rest of it, I can still lift it and move it around the garden. You can use a little sack truck and things like that, but it's lightweight, even when it's filled with compost and
It's flexible as well. If this was...
it is.
Oh, look at that. Goodness me, that looks good.
That's what I planted. I planted it last year, and that was towards the end of the year when it was full foliage. So I think that was taken sort of mid-September time, when we were still having beautiful, bright, sunny days. But that's ultimately the aim. You don't want to really be able to even see any of the tower pot, and that's what happens. That's what your climbers will do. They will get in and and spread around, and it just creates that beautiful column of colour. That also means that you get a 360-degree display on here as well. So
that's the good thing
about it. Doesn't matter what
side
you're looking at it from, you will have that glorious display.
And also, what you can do as well, you can turn this as well, so that you get different sides facing the sun, so it doesn't become
twist
lopsided.
And that's what I do with the wisteria. Just clock it every now and then, give it a half
sometimes
turn.
with some things, you put them up the side of the house, they all grow out one way, don't they? But with this, you can manoeuvre it. And of course, because this isn't metal, you're not going to dent it. This is flexible as well, so if it does get squashed or whatever, it's not going to deform the shape. It's not going to rot. It's not going to rust. It's not going to corrode.
No.
It's going to last year after year after year. And even when there's nothing in it, I mean, actually, personally, if I didn't have sweet peas, or say in the winter time, I might even put like fairy lights around it for Christmas and just have it outside with fairy lights and stuff around it.
That's a great idea.
Look nice, couldn't it? You get those little battery-powered ones, put some of them round, stand them either side of the front door, back door, and use it as a Christmas decoration.
Oh my word, Adam, that is a fantastic idea.
What's your oyster with these, really?
I absolutely love that as an idea.
It's up to you, isn't it?
I've got all the ideas for when we get close to Christmas next year in YGTV.
You could
we're
really
going to be
go
selling
for
it as a
couldn't
Christmas. We're going to be selling it as a Christmas decoration.
You could even put an odd little bows here and there, couldn't you? As well, if you wanted to, purple and red bows, and then lights around.
Create a Christmas tree out of it.
Yeah, create a Christmas tree out of it.
Why not?
Look
like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, go for it.
Great idea. So yes, that is the tower planter with the trellis. It comes to you in 4 separate sections. You can see where it clips together. There's the clip there. And these, so you get 3 bits for the trellis and also the pot. It sort of sits inside each other. You just need to clip it together once you get it home. Do remember to enter the code YGTV724. That's what will give you the saving of £19.99 on this particular item. But please do add that code into whatever basket you are ordering, because it's going to unlock all of those deals. Now, if you're just going for the tower pot and the flame lily, which we have just talked about, that order would come to £41.97, only saving £3. Put the code in and look what happens. Now our order is £34.97 with a total saving of £14 and, well, £15 basically. We do still have £6.99 delivery on there though, so I do want you to try and tip your basket over that £40 mark. Maybe add in the Belgian trailing giant begonias, or maybe add in your compost, because you're going to need some compost to fill those tower pots with. And now what we can do is get rid of that postage cost. Remember to join the club. We can pay £5 to join the club and we can save £5.30. Your club membership will be paid for in one order.
And that £40 you could have saved a moment ago. You could put the Laura Petalum in for that, kind of, because that was about £14.
Totally.
So
that's it. You've saved it, so you can spend it.
You say, and if that was your budget, your initial budget anyway, well, you've actually spent no more than you anticipated, but you've actually got more plants than you anticipated.
This is the kind of maths that my husband really doesn't like.
Because the only fun with money is when you spend it.
Listen, there's nothing better to spend it on than stuff for your garden.
There's no joy in money unless you spend it, is there?
Absolutely,
to be honest,
that's
sitting in
the
the bank,
joy of
just
it.
sitting around,
Totally.
buy plants.
Might as well spend it.
Yeah, I know, it's correct. Can you ever get inside a garden centre and walk out without buying a single thing?
No,
it's impossible.
It is really difficult. It's really difficult. That's why I have to drive past them. So back to our Diablo round planter. It is a beautiful, beautiful planter. This is going to be probably the last time we're able to show it to you, because these are going to sell out. We're not getting any more stock of these. I don't know why, because they're absolutely gorgeous. We really should be getting more of these. We've got gorgeous, gorgeous stone effect down here. Lovely kind of hammered, crackled effect to the metal up at the top. It's not metal, by the way. It's plastic.
UV resistant, frost resistant. They're not going to grow all that mildew and moss and green algae on the outside. Great at the bottom there. You've got a little reservoir, but also you've got a drainage hole, so you've got some moisture being retained, but the plants aren't going to be become waterlogged. It's a pot that's flexible as well, so if a plant becomes pot bound in this, you can just give that little squeeze and pop that plant out. If that was a solid terracotta or one of those other pots, normally I have to actually break those pots to get the root-bound plants out. Because there's no flexibility to the pot to actually loosen it and get the plant out. So many advantages with these. And also, we live in a world where we're trying to use less plastic, but there are plastics and there's plastic, and if this is a plastic pot that's going to last 10, 15, 20, 25 years...
Yeah, it's not a single-use plastic, is it?
It's not throwaway plastic.
Yeah, exactly. So yes, that's a fantastic deal. Please get hold of that. Remember your code in order to get the best deals and the best prices. Do you want to talk about Loropetalum? Escallonia. We're skipping Loropetalum. Please add that into your basket. All right, we've got to move. I'm so sorry. Let's talk about the Escallonia.
Fragrance again in here from these plants behind.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, goodness me.
Escallonia, we absolutely adore this one. I mean, I love it because it's evergreen, and I've got way too many herbaceous and way too many deciduous plants in my garden. I do need to mix it up a little bit. So I think an Escallonia would be great for that reason. But it's really floriferous as well, isn't it?
Well, again, it's like we were saying earlier on about that perfect kid in your class at school. You was kind of really envious of. This is the same. This is a plant that's evergreen. This is a plant that's compact. This is a plant that has fabulous pink flowers. This is a plant that's drought tolerant, that will grow in full sun, that will grow kind of not in shade, but sort of dappled shade if you get some sun each day. And myself and my other half, we had ours in the front garden this year. And for weeks and weeks and weeks, it was just an explosion of these lovely pink flower heads. And Escallonias normally are quite big, gawky, out of control sort of shrubs that I have to keep taking hedge trimmers to. This one stays in a nice conical shape. It stays compact. So even in a small garden now, even on a balcony 3 floors up or somewhere with spaces at a premium, you can still enjoy the beauty of Escallonia. That wonderful pink. You can enjoy all the pollinating insects and bees and things coming to pollinate it. But what a joy that is. I mean, just such a lovely plant, isn't it?
Absolute joy, yeah. I think it works perfectly in a pot, personally. I just, it grows nice and compact and bushy, doesn't it? But you could plant this into borders quite happily. Yeah,
although I'm with you, Becca, to be honest. I think I wouldn't want to make it compete with anything in a border. I think in a pot...
it is a standout plant, isn't it?
Just have it in a pot on its own, and then when it's got those fabulous pink flowers, you can have them right up outside the patio door, so when you're sitting in the living room, you can see it outside. Yeah. And then perhaps when it's not flowering, you can take it down the end of the garden and just put it somewhere else a bit more out the way and put something else there.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello to everybody. We've just heard there's lots of people just joining. We have been here for 4 hours already, and unfortunately we're going to be disappearing in about 3 or 4 minutes. However, please don't disappear. This show will be on repeat. You can watch it on the YouGarden.com website all afternoon. You can always stream any shows that we have done via YouTube or via the YouGarden.com website. There's a whole load of us on there, a whole load of shows on there that you can go back and you can watch. The important thing to remember is this is the best place to get the best savings and the best deals. All you need to enter is the code that you can see on the bottom of the screen down there, YGTV724. That is what unlocks all of the savings, all of the deals. We've got buy one, get one free. We've got double up deals. We've got all sorts of savings. Plus, with every order that you place, you will get a free gift entered in. That's not one per customer, it's one per order. So if you place multiple orders, you can get the free gift of the Blooming Fast Superior Plant Food worth £4.99. We'll make about 20 full-sized watering cans for you to feed your plants with, but all of those things are unlocked by entering that code right there, YGTV724. We also have a great club that you can join as well, which will give you extra savings. We are here in our potting shed. We stream every single week, Wednesdays and Thursdays, 10 till 1, and Sunday, 10 till 2. So come join us, be part of our gardening community. In the last couple of minutes, we're going to show you just a few of our pre-order items. Here is the favourite for today, which is our Busy Lizzie Beacon. These are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they?
These are gorgeous, and they just flower for month after month after month, right up until the frost, right into autumn. Don't need to deadhead them. Just plant them, leave them, enjoy them. Just so easy.
So easy, sun or shade, they really don't mind, and it's flower after flower after flower.
And mildew resistant, this variety.
Exactly, bred specifically to be mildew resistant. They are the pro plugs, so you don't have to be a pro, they're just a little bit smaller. They need growing on before you plant them out, which is the same with all the plug plants at the moment. You don't want to plant them out until the frosts have passed. So if you're looking for something to grow them on in, we have our propagator kit, which is in front of us here. You will get 3 of these, by the way, which means you can fit 90 plants in here. They all come with the lids on them, and then they come with the pods that you can put inside. Those have the drainage holes in, but then the tray that you put them in does not have holes in, which is really important if you're growing them on your windowsill, isn't it?
Yes, because you don't want to like get wet all over your kitchen floor and everywhere,
Absolutely
or the living room
not.
floor. And look how healthy. I think they're little lobelias or something in there. They look really healthy, don't they?
Yeah,
Just
really
growing away.
good.
There's some fuchsias.
There's some fuchsias on that
looking
one.
really happy there.
So happy, honestly. And these will then, they're reusable as well, by the way. So once you've finished with them, wash them out. They'll stack up inside each other for you to put away and then use again year after year. But they have been designed and made so they will fit onto windowsills. I've just planted some up with my sweet pea seeds. They're on the windowsill in my conservatory. Very excited. I'll be going out there every day, every half an hour. Are they growing yet? Are they growing yet?
Sweet peas are great because great for kids as well, because they come up really, really quick.
Yeah, they grow fast, don't they?
Yeah. So
Excited.
probably by this time next week, they'd have already be pushing through the soil.
Check out my Instagram or my Facebook if you want to see the progress of the sweet peas, because I'll be so excited. I'll be posting all about those. If you do want some sweet peas, we have had some on the show. You just need to go back and have a little look. Go onto our website, you'll be able to find them. They're the nice compact version of them as well. The most popular of our pre-order items, is it some this week, but not today, it's the Busy Lizzies today, but this week it has been our sunflower sensation. Nice compact version of a sunflower.
Yeah, I mean, not 8, 9, 10, 12 foot tall, but just joy, isn't it? I mean, that's just happiness in a flower, isn't it?
Oh, it's
really,
beautiful.
just lifts your mood. And,
Totally.
Dozens and dozens of flowers as well. Just deadhead the main flower, more flowers will keep coming. Lovely leaves as well. And again, a great plant to get children involved with gardening as well, because who doesn't love a sunflower?
I know. They are just bright sunshine. They definitely evoke all of those feelings of summer, warm days, bright evenings, sitting outside, eating your barbecue, drinking a beer.
Tuscany.
Always drink responsibly.
As well.
Tuscany.
Kind of gorgeous Italian Tuscany countryside as well, with
Love
sunflowers just growing away. And
cannot wait. Summer's just around the corner.
Everything that's joy, they represent, don't they?
Totally.
Really do.
You can get a double up deal here today, so you can get 6 plug plants, or you can get 12 plug plants for £14.98. Enter 2 into your basket and enter the code YGTV724. All that's left for me to say is thank you for your company. Please remember you can stream any of the shows back on the website or on YouTube, so you can watch anything that you've missed. And finally, to say thank you to you and happy birthday. Thank you for being here.
And thank you, Belle. It's been a blast working with you today. I've loved it.
It's been
really
really
loved
good fun.
it. Thank you. It's been
We'll
brilliant.
be back on Wednesday from 10 o'clock. Come and join us then. Happy gardening.